The DMK, are they confident? Are they nervous? What does it look like?
I cannot say the body language of other party. Our confidence is more, and we will be winning this constituency. I am very confident because a strong voice like my voice will be voiced for the voiceless in the assembly.
Right. Your message to the voters.
Please come and vote. This is your right.
Is this going to be a tough election or an easy election?
That we'll know on May 4th. I believe it's going to be a sweep for our alliance, our Chief Minister. Definitely will win.
Can NDA make inroads this time?
Definitely not. People of Tamil Nadu are very smart. They will take a very good decision.
All the best, sir.
Thank you very much.
So, we've seen allegations of large-scale cash transfer, gold being given. Now, allegations that buses are not enough.
So it's very unfortunate what happened in Tamil Nadu over the past few days. And if you look at Coimbatore South, very unfortunate that money distribution to the tune of 5,000 rupees per voter. In Karur, half-gram gold to every single voter that is distributed. I firmly believe that Election Commission should have done a good job pre-poll. And how did all this money move? How did all this gold move? What is this last mile delivery? How are you able to do it and micromanage and do it? We have been consistently complaining. And in South, Coimbatore South, it is about Gundaism coming out, all violence happening. The Ramanathapuram police station D1 got locked. Police locked it for some time because the crowds were growing to take all the DMK people out who were arrested by the police when they're distributing cash. Very unfortunate, but despite all this, I think election is sometimes very noisy. And despite all this, I'm very confident voters will come out in large numbers. They will vote as per their conscience.
You campaigned extensively across Tamil Nadu. Western Tamil Nadu has been a traditional bastion of the AIDMK and the BJP. How do you see it going forward?
We will continue to maintain our momentum, and today, as a responsible public person, I am supposed to not do any soft signaling also. I will be within my lane, and we have done all the hard work, and people have seen the 5 years of DMK government. Today, I am very, very sure they'll make the right choice by casting their vote.
My colleague Purnima is also tracking all the latest on ground. She spoke to both MK Stalin and Udayanidhi Stalin. A lot riding as far as their fates are concerned. Can they win a second consecutive term is the big question. But I do want to understand from you, Purnima, on ground there was the issue of buses being raised. Annamalai is raising the issue of, alleged transfers to voters ahead of polling. But on the day of polling, are people still experiencing a lot of inconvenience in getting to the location of their booths?
Well, yes, some of them have taken to social media saying that buses are not available. Even private buses are not available to cater to thousands of people who want to travel to different districts to cast their vote. So that's also being highlighted by the BJP. TVK has also written to the Election Commission of India, has sought a 2-hour extension of voting because there are many people who are getting delayed because of unavailability of buses. BJP, however, says Annamalai, while he was speaking to Harish, also spoke about how they should have coordinated better. The Election Commission should have coordinated better. DMK says they are not responsible for this. It's the Election Commission of India, and they have no role in this incident, and it should not become a political issue on the day of voting. That's been the response from Kanimuri when we asked her that question.
All right, Purnima, thanks a lot for joining us. We'll keep a track of the voting percentages, about 37-38% in Tamil Nadu, around 40% plus in West Bengal. Time for a very short break.
The victors will be regional, but the impact of the elections will be national. I'm Smita Prakash, and I will break down every development as we head closer to the polls and election day.
Third point, if you notice Pondicherry, which is a fairly important bellwether, the voter turnout was 91%, right? Mahe, which was the least voting, which is on the Kerala side, right, something like 77% or something. Now, if it has reached 91%, the belief is, I'm not saying it is, but the belief is right, that it is mostly the Vijay whistle kunjus who have come out and voted out there.
Correct.
Now, How is that going to affect? I don't know. But if this was a personality-based election, the only way to counter a Vijay personality would have been to have a personality like Annamalai heading it up. So exactly what Chetan said. I don't think they've played to their best character.
Yeah, but you know what? Interestingly, I met Annamalai at our town hall, and Annamalai was quite effusive in his praise for Vijay. He didn't want to criticize Vijay openly, and he said that, see, anybody who's taking on and trying to break down this entire bastion of Dravidian politics, I'm with them. I don't have, and they both seem to admire each other. Vijay has, off the record, and sources tell us that he has come out and said that what Annamalai could achieve on ground in 2024 actually encouraged him to say that, listen, I can also take the plunge and I can if I put in the hard yards, we can mobilize. And there is an alternative option or a place for an alternative within the entire Tamil political ecosystem or the Tamil political spectrum. So interesting. I've just got news coming through, so giving that priority to our panelists, and then I'll come back to take this conversation. Vijay's party has actually written, the Tamil Vetri Karagam has written a letter to the Election Commission. We've just got that letter. They have sought urgent transport support, extension of poll hours. That's what Vijay has written, and he's written to the Election Commission of India seeking urgent intervention over transport issues affecting voters during the ongoing elections in Tamil Nadu. This is what the letter says, and I'm reading it out aloud. We'll try and see if we can call it out here on our wall. He says, I am writing to you in a state of deep concern and indignation over complete transport paralysis. Thousands of voters are stranded at bus terminals in Chennai and similarly in other metro cities across Tamil Nadu with no buses or alternative public transport available to reach their designated polling booths. This is not a minor inconvenience. It seems an intentional attempt of misplanning by the State Transport Corporation and Administration, which is outright assault on the fundamental right to vote guaranteed under the Constitution of India. The scenes at Chennai's Coimbatore, Kilambakam and Madhavaram bus stands and equivalent terminals elsewhere are unacceptable on election day. Thousands of citizens have travelled from all over the world and from various states from within cities of Tamil Nadu or are attempting to travel to exercise their franchise have been left helpless due to heavy requisitioning of buses and vehicles for poll duty without parallel arrangements for ordinary voters. This systemic failure has the potential to effectively disenfranchise a large section of the electorate, striking at the very heart of free and fair.
The poll bells in Bengal and Tamil Nadu have begun to toll, and we will be bringing you all the latest as far as that coverage is concerned. A very good afternoon. I'm Akanksha Swaroop, and with me is Griha.
Well, absolutely, and we get to every detail which is to do with phase 1 of polling in West Bengal and also Tamil Nadu, which is a single phase election. But first, let's take a look at what is happening in West Bengal, a phase that has been marred by violence, and this has cast a shadow over the first day of polling in the state, with even India bloc allies raising sharp criticism against Mamata Banerjee government in the state. In Murshidabad, tensions escalated when a scuffle broke out between Trinamool Congress workers and Aam Janata Unayan Party founder Humayun Kabir. The clash occurred after Kabir, a former TMC leader, visited the site of a reported bomb blast near a polling booth in the Noida Assembly constituency on the eve of voting.
Videos circulating online now show Humayun Kabir surrounded by the CAPF personnel as he engages in a heated verbal altercation with a group allegedly linked to the rival Trinamool Congress. Meanwhile, in a significant political development, Rahul Gandhi has also released a fresh video, this amid the ongoing polls and the violence. In the clip, he claims that the corrupt Mamata government is a key reason why the Bharatiya Janata Party could potentially come to power in West Bengal. Remember, this is egg in the face of an opposition which seemed to have been united. But so far, with Rahul Gandhi now levelling those allegations against Mamata Banerjee, is only indicating that Bharatiya Janata Party at the moment is standing on a strong footing. But let's also listen in to what the leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha has had to say.
भाई और बहनों, अगर ममता जी ने साफ सुथरी सरकार चलाई होती, अगर ममता जी ने बंगाल को पोलराइज नहीं किया होता, तो बीजेपी के लिए रास्ता नहीं खुलता। भाई और बहनों, कांग्रेस पार्टी बीजेपी से लड़ती है और बीजेपी जानती है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ही बीजेपी को रोक सकती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का पूरा समर्थन कीजिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी को वोट दीजिए और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बंगाल में बनाइए।
सारा नौदा, रेजीनगर, मुर्शिदाबाद के सारा जो 22 सीट है, सब जगह शांतिपूर्ण में चुनाव हो रहा है वोट डालने। लेकिन ये नौदा के दोनों बूथ 9 नंबर और 10 नंबर 9 और 10 दोनों बूथ में कुछ झमेला हुआ, रात भर कोई झमेला हुआ। लोकल पुलिस का बैग छीन लिया, आपको दिखा दिया, लोकल पुलिस को बैग छीन लिया।
Let's now go to our colleagues Pallavi Ghosh, who's live with us from Nandigram, and also Kamalika Sen Gupta, who joins us from Murshidabad. Kamalika, Murshidabad has been marred by violence. We have seen dramatic developments that have come to fore from Murshidabad. Take us through the status at the moment.
See, right now Humayun Kabir is still sitting in Dharna in that area, but the situation is under control. There is huge deployment of security, but why in such a day he will sit in Dharna there, that's definitely a question. But let me stress on this point is that Murshidabad, Malda is known for violence, or election on a election day, violence has become almost normal in West Bengal. That's what I've seen in last 20 years. But this is the time, today in the morning, since last night, there has been 3 incidents including Noida. But till now, I must say that we have not seen dead bodies, we have not seen huge violence, we have not seen that logo ka, we say generally in local language that in Domkol mein agar lash nahi gira to kya chunav hua. That's what we have been always saying. So in that, if I compare it with what has happened today, that is much less, but definitely tension escalated in Noida when Humayun Kabir, he went to the booth, and then Sabina, who was the TMC candidate, she was also in their booth. TMC supporters and workers surrounded him. There was scuffle. They were like both the parties tried to push each other, and then the central forces came. They tried to separate each other, and this 2 booths things are not happening properly. That is why Humayun Kabir is sitting in Dharna. But let me again stress on this point that violence, which is generally normal in West Bengal polls, this time also this incident has happened, but the intensity or the amount of violence or the nature of violence that generally takes place with dead bodies and so many things, if we see all over Bengal, there are not much incident.
All right, stay with me, Kamalika. Let's quickly bring in Pallavi also into the conversation. Pallavi, you are at Nandigram. What is the voter turnout like? What is the sense you're getting on ground? An interesting observation that's been shared by Kamalika is in comparison to how the previous assembly polls have in fact panned out. Given that the Union Home Minister and Prime Minister this time around have in fact frequently visited the state, the Home Minister also had his own set of assurances with regards to the security of the state. And with this attack now coming in from Rahul Gandhi, who's taking pot shots at Mamata Banerjee for in fact not being able to do enough to secure the state, is this now also working in favor of the BJP, given that Rahul himself has projected that the BJP is on a strong footing?
Akanksha, I can't predict what the result is going to be. I don't know if it's going to work in favor of the BJP, but certainly the BJP is going to milk this criticism of Trinamool Congress, saying that even your allies within the India bloc agree with what we have been all along saying about her, and which is that she runs a syndicate sarkar deep-rooted in corruption, with scant regard for the people, and also indulging in a polarization. I also find this comment of Rahul Gandhi extremely significant and interesting when he's accusing her of polarization, because the area which is going to vote, which is where the Congress party is looking at, hopefully, is also an area which has seen a huge amount of polarization. And the Congress party has always hoped that they can take advantage of this polarization. Murshidabad, Malda, Dinajpur, with a substantial amount of minority population, and also one which the TMC has always cultivated. But this time round, post SIR, there have been worrying signs on whether it would be a cut down to that. And certainly the Congress party has fielded one of its topmost leaders to go out and campaign. I mean, I remember in the beginning, Rahul Gandhi himself went to Murshidabad, campaigned in a long time to the Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Then you also had Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, Sachin Pilot, all of them going to these areas. That is because the Congress party hopes that at least 4 to 5 seats. And even as we speak, the Congress party is coming out with evidence where, according to them, there are allegations being made that the Trinamool Congress goons are out and about targeting the Congress leaders, tearing their posters. So as far as the battleground of Bengal is concerned, multiple level of fights, BJP versus TMC primarily, but there's TMC versus the Congress as well.
But Pallavi, help us understand this. Congress is not much of a player in West Bengal. The fact that Rahul Gandhi has gone and said this right while phase 1 of polling is underway, is it not in fact underlining this aspect that Congress would only end up becoming the vote cutter for the Trinamool Congress? And Trinamool seems to be on the back foot, particularly from the constituency where you're standing by from, Nandigram. Mamata Banerjee has chosen not to fight Suvendu Adhikari from there. It's Prabhata Kar instead of Mamata.
Yeah, so just to quickly answer both your questions. In the first case, no political parties are friends, and the Congress and TMC are neither friends, but their relationship has also seen a blow hot, blow cold, from being friends at one point of time with the Congress running a strategy that we are not going to put our best foot forward in Bengal because we don't want to embolden the BJP. You know, now suddenly the Congress party reaching out and trying to ensure that they own Astistava. They were Siddhartha Shankar Ray in history has been one of the first and biggest Congress chief ministers of Bengal. There are many areas, Jangipur, Raiganj, Malda, Murshidabad, Dinajpur, where the Congress party does have a substantial amount of support. They've not been able to transit into votes because obviously your netas have to be out and about. So there is a vote bank which is waiting to be cultivated, which the Congress party is trying to do so. Nandigram is interesting play out because Pavitro is an aide of Suvendu Adhikari. TMC has fielded him opposite him, and just as Suvendu Adhikari was fielded opposite Mamata Banerjee in 2021, very stark similarity to Amethi again and again. KL Sharma versus Smriti Irani, not Rahul Gandhi versus Smriti Irani in 2024. And many voices have been getting us on the ground.
Pallavi, sorry to interrupt you. We are getting some very important shots that are coming in from West Bengal that are in fact from Murshidabad. And again, violence continues. These are shots coming in from these areas in Murshidabad where you can see the police that is trying to ward off the protesters. That's stone pelting. There is lathi charge also that is happening. A vehicle has been caught in the crossfire and vandalization that is going on there. We'll try in a word from Kamalika. These are very violent visuals, Kamalika, that we are putting out. A vehicle has been completely vandalized. Even with the police presence, protesters do not seem to be stopping.
Yeah, because in a lot of area also another thing is that large number of people's votes have been deleted. That is also a point of anger amongst people. So confidence building measures have been taken place. In spite of that, there are certain incidents where a large number of minority sections people, their names have been deleted. So that anger is also falling on ground.
Okay. Right.
Let's quickly take this forward with Pallavi as well. Pallavi, even though Kamalika has been rightly highlighting that, there has been no casualty so far and perhaps that could be a silent relief, but the situation in Murshidabad remains extremely volatile, as we can see. What is one to make of this overall situation? Because we've seen a lot of back and forth between the state government and the centre, where Mamata Banerjee has been raising fingers at how it is the Home Ministry which should be responsible for the overall security situation right now. But what is one to make of the political narrative that's stemming out of this violence?
Well, if you're talking specifically about Murshidabad, I mean, you know, again, as I said, I mean, the minority vote bank has been the mainstay of the Trinamool Congress's politics. Humayun Kabir and Owaisi are the ones who are eating into the same vote bank, and she really would want to keep all of them together. But Murshidabad is actually seeing a multi-level, multilateral fight and a battle taking place, and it's absolutely high-strung. TMC goons, according to Humayun Kabir, is responsible for this kind of an attack. The TMC comes out with a counter-argument. To be very fair to the Election Commission, they have been out and about. There have been stringent arrangements. But you know, how much do you do in the case of frayed tempers? And therefore, this kind of a violence or this kind of an unrest on the ground.
All right, stay with us, Pallavi. I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. We are joined in by Dilip Ghosh of the Bharatiya Janata Party on the phone line. Mr. Ghosh, on expected lines, we are seeing this violence continue in Murshidabad. Many people from the BJP are already saying that these are TMC goons at play. In fact, the leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi himself, has now gone on record to attribute this to the lack of administration by the Mamata government, which is in fact leading to your party now on a strong footing. What is your assessment of the current situation?
देखिए, मुर्शिदाबाद में कोई कानून व्यवस्था नहीं है। वाकफ बिल पास हो गया तो वहाँ 3 दिन तक हिंसा चला, सीए पारित हुआ तो हिंसा चला। तो वहाँ ममता बनर्जी की कोई कंट्रोल नहीं है और बांग्लादेश बॉर्डर होने का कारण हमेशा रहता है और वहाँ दोनों तरफ गुंडे हैं, इसलिए कोई किसी को संभालता नहीं है। इनके साथ भी रहे हुमायूं कबीर और उनके खिलाफ है, इसलिए लड़ाई हो रही है। बाकी बंगाल देखिए पीसफुल पोलिंग हो रही है, कहीं कोई गड़बड़ नहीं है। इक्का दुक्का जगह होता है और उसका भी कोई 1-2 बूथ में होगा, कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा।
तो दिलीप जी, इस बार हमने होम मिनिस्टर को भी सुना, वो आए थे, उन्होंने काफी सारी रैलीज की, उन्होंने जो है अश्योरेंसेस दिए थे कि इस बार कोई वायलेंस नहीं देखा जाएगा स्टेट में। फिर भी वायलेंस तो हो रहा है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
ऐसे मोहल्ले मोहल्ले में होता था चुनाव में, इस बार देखिए कहीं कोई खबर नहीं है। मीडिया भी ठंडा है क्योंकि लोग जान गए परिवर्तन होगा और परिवर्तन के बाद ये सब ठंडा हो जाएगा। ये कुछ नहीं है, सब दिखा हुआ है, आपस में लड़ते हैं।
दिलीप जी, एक बात बताइए, इज द बीजेपी स्टैंडिंग बैक? बिकॉज ये ऐसा लग रहा है कि एक की कॉन्टेस्ट है तृणमूल कांग्रेस और हुमायूं कबीर की पार्टी को लेके। पहले तृणमूल कांग्रेस ये कह रही थी कि बी टीम है ओवैसी, हुमायूं कबीर। इफ ओवैसी इज स्टेपिंग बैक, बीजेपी डजंट सीम टू बी डूइंग मच। आप कह रहे हैं ज्यादा कोई घटना नहीं हुई है, क्रूड बॉम्ब्स हर्ल किए गए हैं, लाठीचार्ज हो रही है, पथराव हो रहा है, गाड़ियां वैंडलाइज की जा रही हैं, सब कुछ मुर्शिदाबाद से नजर आ रहा है। हम विजुअल्स भी प्ले कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, मुर्शिदाबाद में जो दंगा हुआ, 3-3 दिन तो रोड जाम किए, आगजनी हुई, ट्रेन स्टेशन बस जला दिया गया। पिछले 2-3 साल से लगातार हो रहा है, तो ये कोई नई बात नहीं, उसमें तो कुछ भी नहीं है। पिछले चुनाव एक पार्टी हुई थी और भांगड़ में उनका 1 सीट है और छोड़ दिया उनको, और वहाँ रोज लड़ाई होता था। 5 साल हमने देखा और कहीं कुछ नहीं है। अब उसका कोई नाम नहीं लेता। आप देखिए चुनाव के बाद तो हुमायूं कबीर का नाम भी कोई नहीं लेगा।
कैलकाटा हाई कोर्ट ने कल फाइन किया है वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट को, ममता बनर्जी को, क्योंकि बॉर्डर फेंसिंग सही तरीके से नहीं हुई है। बांग्लादेश बंगाल का जो बॉर्डर है, बॉर्डर एरिया है मुर्शिदाबाद, बीजेपी इस पे कैपिटलाइज क्यों नहीं कर पा रही है? होम मिनिस्टर साहब तो बयान दे रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री भी फेज 2 की पोलिंग के लिए आज कई जगह पे जाएंगे, और इस इन्फिल्ट्रेशन चार्ज को लेके हमेशा से तृणमूल कांग्रेस के अगेंस्ट बीजेपी बोली है। मुर्शिदाबाद में आपके कैंडिडेट का क्या पॉइंट है?
नई बात नहीं है, वामपंथी लोग तो सत्ता में, तो तभी से लोग घुसपैठिया को बुला कर रहे हैं और उन्होंने जमीन भी नहीं दी। माननीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने खुद जमीन ले करके बात करके वहाँ बेड़ा लगा रहे हैं। अभी 300-400 किलोमीटर बाकी है, 1000 किलोमीटर खाली था, अब सब हो गया और देखिए पूरा हो जाएगा और सब ठंडा हो जाएगा। 1 महीना की बात है, सरकार बदल जाए, सब बदल जाएगा।
Okay, Dilip, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Let's cut across to this important conversation that our colleague Pallavi Ghosh has done. Suvendu Adhikari speaking to CNN News 18's Pallavi after casting his vote in Nandigram.
2021 এ আপনি জায়ান্ট কিলার ছিলেন, you defeated Mamata Banerjee. Are you missing her in Nandigram this time around? You think she should have contested from here? Or she got
I accepted it, but she not come here. She is fighting in Bhavanipur. For that reason I will go there.
You'll go there. And now tell me one thing.
29th I will see Mamata Banerjee.
You're confident
on the battlefield of Bhawanipur.
So you think Nandigram will be repeated in Bhawanipur?
I
You'll be able to defeat her?
I should.
Suppose the BJP wins. Will you be the chief ministerial?
No, I am not passing any comment regarding this issue. BJP not declared any person as a chief minister before election. We are campaigning under the leadership of the Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi is the
why do you think the
guarantor.
BJP?
We are working for change.
SIR, people are talking, you Bohiragoto, you people don't will march khawa bondo hoye jabe. What do you want to say to the voters?
Because after long 15 years regime Mamata Banerjee, she did not implement her one single assurance given by her party manifesto.
The atmosphere is very okay. The atmosphere is in this constituency. It's okay. I don't have too much to complain about, except the fact that there is a systematic bid to destroy all our posters by my opponent Trinamool Congress. Apart from that, and a few incidents of threat to voters, there has been nothing untowards in this constituency. Democracy must prevail. Democracy, and for democracy to prevail, those who threaten democracy must be put out of action. And I hope the courts are mindful of that there are people whose job it is, whose profession has become one of threatening voters. I hope they are kept out of the arena.
देखिए, आज वोट करने आए हैं और हम निश्चित है कि बंगाल के लोग भाजपा सरकार को बनाएंगे। फर्स्ट फेज का इलेक्शन आज, 29 को सेकंड फेज का इलेक्शन, और बंगाल के लोग सिद्धांत ले लिया है। ये तृणमूल को हटाना है। ये हमारे संस्कृति नहीं है। ये चेयर का अपमान है। जिस भाषा में ममता बनर्जी बात करते हैं ना, उस चेयर का अपमान है। हम लोग अपमान करने नहीं देंगे। आप वोटर को अपमान करते हैं। हमारे संस्कृति, हमारे परिवेश, हमारे कृष्टि को आप खत्म कर दिया है। सरकार होगा, बाई प्रोडक्ट हिसाब से सरकार होगा, लेकिन पहले ये बंगाल को बचाना है। ये बंगाल के बचाने का लड़ाई है।
Alright, with that, it's time for a big exclusive as Network 18's Group Editor Mr. Rahul Joshi had an exclusive conversation with BJP President Mr. Nitin Nabin. Let's listen.
5 राज्यों के चुनाव चल रहे हैं, 4 राज्य और पुडुचेरी। मैंने कहा कि थोड़ा सा हम लोग कलकत्ते में बैठे हैं तो इस पर चर्चा की जाए। कैसे देख रहे हैं माहौल को? क्या आपका आकलन है, क्या होगा इन 5 राज्यों में?
देखिए, 5 राज्यों की स्थिति अलग अलग है, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि इस बार भाजपा के लिए और बेहतर सिचुएशंस है सभी राज्यों में। असम, पुडुचेरी में निश्चित रूप से हमारी सरकारें रिपीट करेंगी, कहीं इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। बाकी 3 राज्यों में पश्चिम बंगाल आपको आश्चर्यजनक रिजल्ट के साथ सामने आ रहा है, और यहां पर मैं मानता हूं कि सारे जो भी टीएमसी और कांग्रेस के जो खेल थे उस सब से बाहर आकर जनता इस बार भाजपा की सरकार बनाने जा रही है।
तो असम, पुडुचेरी में सरकार बनेगी और आप कह रहे हैं कि बंगाल में भी सरकार बनेगी।
100% अब जो सिचुएशन बन रहे हैं और जो जनता का मूड दिख रहा है, पश्चिम बंगाल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
तो पिछली बार भी माहौल 2021 में भी था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है। इस बार 2021 से क्या अलग है? क्या भरोसा दे रहा है आपको कि इस बार आप सरकार बना ले जाएंगे?
देखिए, पिछले बार भी जितने गुणात्मक तरीके से हम आगे बढ़े, 3 से 77 सीट पर आए, अगर उसी स्पीड को अगर हम मेंटेन करें तो इस बार तो 100% हम अपनी सरकार बना रहे हैं। जहां तक अनुभव की बात आप कह सकते हैं, जनता कार्यकर्ता का एक जो माइंडसेट दिखता है और आम आदमी का जो रिस्पांस दिख रहा है कार्यक्रमों में, रोड शो में, गति बैठकों में, कहीं ना कहीं वो स्पष्ट है कि इस बार टीएमसी की जो अनारकी रही, जो गुंडागर्दी रही, करप्शन रहा, बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ से आम आदमी त्रस्त है, तो ये सारे मुद्दे निश्चित रूप से टीएमसी के पूरे अगेंस्ट जा रहे हैं और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इन मुद्दों की लड़ाई लड़ी है, तो निश्चित रूप से अग्रणी रूप से हम इसमें आगे बढ़ेंगे।
तो टीएमसी का मानना यह है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी सिर्फ 150-160 सीटों पर चुनाव लड़ रही है, क्योंकि बाकी 90 से ज्यादा सीटों पर माइनॉरिटी जो है प्रबल है, उसका जो है वोट शेयर 40-50% से ज्यादा है, तो वहां जीतने की कोई चांस नहीं है। तो इस बार आप हिंदू वोट कंसोलिडेशन देख रहे हैं, इस लेवल पर देख रहे हैं कि आपको बहुमत मिल जाएगी?
देखिए, हम तो 294 सीट पे चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं
जी,
ठीक है। उनके आंकड़े किस प्रकार से वो कैलकुलेट करते हैं, वो उनकी पार्टी की रणनीति होगी, लेकिन हम तो देख रहे हैं कि इस बार अगर हिंदू कॉन्सेंट्रेशन से ज्यादा पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ के विरोध में है, और उसमें चाहे हिंदू कॉन्सेंट्रेशन कहिए या आम नागरिक जो पश्चिम बंगाल का है, जो भी लंबे समय तक यहाँ रह रहा है, वो निश्चित रूप से बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठ के विरोध में है। और इसको जिस प्रकार से संरक्षण ममता दीदी ने दिया है, इससे पूरे आम आवाम में इसके प्रति रोष है, रिएक्शन है, और उसका प्रकटीकरण चाहे हिंदू कॉन्सेंट्रेशन के रूप में आप देखिए या आम पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों के समर्थन को देखिए।
तो एसआईआर, टीएमसी का मानना है कि ये दो फैक्टर हैं जो कि पूरा एक इंस्टीट्यूशनल तरह का कैप्चर हो गया है। इलेक्शन कमीशन आपके साथ है, सीबीआई, ईडी की रेड्स तमाम चारों तरफ चल रही हैं और उनके समर्थकों पर चल रही हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के समर्थकों पर नहीं चल रही, तो उनके तमाम ये चल रहा है। और एसआईआर के रहते 90 लाख से ज्यादा वोट कट चुके हैं, तो इसका बेनिफिट क्या आपको मिल रहा है एसआईआर का, जो 90 लाख वोट?
पहले ये समझिए कि 90 लाख में से 30 लाख ऐसे लोग हैं जो थे ही नहीं, तो निश्चित रूप से क्या उन लोगों का फर्जी वोट देने का अधिकार दे दिया जाए? और बाकी जो 60 लाख जिसके डिमार्केशन हुए, बाकी चीजें हुई, 92 लाख टोटल जो है। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि दीदी के ही प्रशासन के डीएम एसडीओ है ना
जी,
तो आपके प्रशासन के डीएम एसडीओ ने फाइंड आउट करके अगर 92 लाख दिया, तो ये तो आपके मशीनरी का है। कहां इसमें इलेक्शन कमीशन आ रहा है? इलेक्शन कमीशन की कोई भी मशीनरी जिला प्रशासन और स्थानीय प्रखंड से आती है, कोई उसकी अपनी मशीनरी नहीं होती है। अब उस मशीनरी ने ही 92 लाख डिलीशन के लिए अगर आगे प्रस्ताव बढ़ाया, तो इसमें दीदी को बेचैन क्यों होना चाहिए? और 92 लाख अगर जा रहे हैं तो उसके अगेंस्ट तो आप कहां कहां दरवाजा नहीं खटखटाई, वहां से भी क्या जवाब मिला? आप क्यों वैसे लोगों की चिंता कर रही थी जो यहां है ही नहीं? क्या मंशा थी आपकी?
तो आप क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं कि जो लोग यहां थे ही नहीं, जो इसमें आए हैं, उनका वोट ये लोग फर्जी डाल रहे थे?
अरे कह नहीं रही, यही तो बात है, यही चीज की वकालत करिए दीदी। जो लोग है नहीं उनके वोट की वकालत, ये तो कहीं ना कहीं आम आदमी को समझ में आने वाली बात है कि उनकी वकालत जो है नहीं, ये किस उद्देश्य से किया जा रहा है? मंशा स्पष्ट नजर आ रही है।
वो कह रहे हैं कि माइनॉरिटी वोट बैंक से आपने जो है वो काट दिए हैं, तो इसलिए उनके जो वोटर्स थे वो उनका आप काट कर जीतना चाहते हैं।
बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठिए जो होंगे निश्चित रूप से उनका नाम कटेगा। अब वो माइनॉरिटी है कि मेजोरिटी है ये वो समझे, लेकिन स्पष्ट रूप से हम इस देश के नागरिकों के प्रति जवाबदेह है, हम विदेश से आए हुए बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठियों के प्रति जवाबदेह नहीं है।
27 लाख लोग डिसएनफ्रेंचाइज हो गए हैं इस बार, इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? ये लॉजिकल डिस्क्रिपेंसी के तहत इसको जो है, लोगों के पास 2002 की मैपिंग भी है, गवर्नमेंट डॉक्यूमेंट्स भी हैं, और उसके बाद वोट नहीं दे पा रहे हैं।
देखिए, इस पूरे प्रोसेस को देखिए, सभी राज्यों ने इसी टाइम पीरियड में ये प्रोसेस पूरा किया। पूरी सिस्टम ऑफ मशीनरी आपके पास थी, आपके लोग, और उनको 4-4 महीना एक एक चीज के लिए इलेक्शन कमीशन एक महीने का टाइम देता है। पहले ड्राफ्ट पब्लिकेशन होता है, उसमें आप दावा आपत्ति, उसके पहले फिर 1 महीने का और एक्सटेंशन टाइम देता है। 2-2 महीने में अगर सब लोगों ने कंप्लेन किया, दावा किया होता, तो ये विषय आ रहे होते। लेकिन दीदी का जो ये विषय है, 27 लाख लोग और ये विषय, इनको पूरा समय दिया गया। और आज भी प्रोसेस में ये देखना चाहिए कि हम जिन लोगों को अधिकार दे रहे हैं वो अगर है तो निश्चित रूप से उनको अधिकार मिलना चाहिए, जो नहीं है उनके चिंता में क्यों बेचैन है, ये मैं नहीं समझ पाया।
तो आप कह रहे हैं ये 27 लाख जो भी हुआ है ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिले हुआ है, जो कि उनके एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने किया।
ऑब्वियसली इतने लंबे समय तक चीजों को फंसा के रखना, और इतने आपको कब का, बाकी सभी राज्य उसी प्रोसेस को कंप्लीट किए ना। हमारे बिहार में भी हुआ था पूरा टाइम पीरियड, हम तो 2 महीने में हम लोगों ने किया। जुलाई अगस्त में हमारे यहाँ हुआ, सितंबर में प्रकाशन हो गया। यहाँ तो पूरा 4 महीना चला, दिसंबर से लेकर पूरा मार्च तक चला। आप उस प्रोसेस को, चूंकि आपकी इच्छा ही नहीं थी इसको कराने की, आप शुरू से इसमें रोड़ा अटका रही थी, क्योंकि आपके हिडन एजेंडा थे, और उस हिडन एजेंडा को पूरा करने में आपने यहाँ के लोगों का भी नुकसान किया है।
वो कह रही है कि 2.5 लाख पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस जो है बंगाल में लगी हुई हैं, इस तरीके से कैसे इलेक्शन हो सकता है?
मैं ये मानता हूं कि अगर फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन के लिए कोई भी मेथड यूज करना हो तो करना चाहिए, और अगर इलेक्शन कमीशन मानता है कि हमको फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन के लिए हमको पूरी मशीनरी चाहिए, तो निश्चित रूप से सरकार को उपलब्ध कराना पड़ेगा।
That was an exclusive conversation with the BJP President Nitin Nabeen. Now stay tuned for another one after this very short break as Rahul Shiv Shankar is exclusively conversing with the former Army Chief M.M. Narvane on his controversial book 4 Stars of Destiny. He speaks about Rahul Gandhi and a lot more. Stay tuned for that after this very short break.
National ambitions, regional pride, high-stakes alliances, and leaders battling for every vote. CNN News 18 brings you the ultimate election battleground. Battle for the states. The road to power begins here.
Third point, if you notice Pondicherry, which is a fairly important bellwether, the voting percent, the voter turnout was 91%, right? Mahe, which was the least voting, which is on the Kerala side,
right?
Something like 77% or something. Now, if it has reached 91%, the belief is, I'm not saying it is, but the belief is that it is mostly the Vijay Whistle Kunjus who have come out and voted out there.
Correct.
Now, how is that going to affect? I don't know. But if this was a personality-based election, the only way to counter a Vijay personality would have been to have a personality like Annamalai heading it up. So exactly what Chetan said. You know, I don't think they've played to their best character.
Yeah, but you know what? Interestingly, I met Annamalai at our town hall, and Annamalai was quite effusive in his praise for Vijay. He didn't want to criticize Vijay openly, and he said that, see, anybody who's taking on and trying to break down this entire bastion of Dravidian politics, I'm with them. I don't have, and they both seem to admire each other. Vijay has, you know, off the record, and sources tell us that he has come out and said that what Annamalai could achieve on ground in 2024 actually encouraged him to say that, listen, I can also take the plunge and I can put in, if I put in the hard yards, we can mobilize. And there is an alternative option or a place for an alternative within the entire Tamil political ecosystem or the Tamil political spectrum. So interesting. There's just, I've just got news coming through, so giving that priority to our panelists and then I'll come back to take this conversation. Vijay's party has actually written, the Tamalaga Vetri Karagam has written a letter to the Election Commission. We've just got that letter. They have sought urgent transport support, extension of poll hours. That's what Vijay has written, and he's written to the Election Commission of India seeking urgent intervention over transport issues affecting voters during the ongoing elections in Tamil Nadu. This is what the letter says, and I'm reading it out aloud. We'll try and see if we can call it out here on our wall. He says, I am writing to you in a state of deep concern and indignation over complete transport paralysis. Thousands of voters are stranded at bus terminals in Chennai and similarly in other metro cities across Tamil Nadu with no buses or alternative public transport available to reach their designated polling booths. This is not a minor inconvenience. It seems an intentional attempt of misplanning by the State Transport Corporation and Administration, which is outright assault on the fundamental right to vote guaranteed under the Constitution of India. The scenes at Chennai's Coimbatore, Kilambakam and Madhavaram bus stands and equivalent terminals elsewhere are unacceptable on election day. Thousands of citizens have travelled from all over the world and from various states from within cities of Tamil Nadu or are attempting to travel to exercise their franchise have been left helpless due to heavy requisitioning of buses and vehicles for poll duty without parallel arrangements for ordinary voters. This systemic failure has the potential to effectively
Hello viewers, I am speaking with General Naravane, former army chief, whose unpublished book made a lot of headlines and even led to a kerfuffle in Parliament. But he surprised us all because he's come up with what could be another potential bestseller. It's called The Curious and the Classified, where he speaks about army traditions, especially the quirkier ones. The side of the army that perhaps only somebody who has served in uniform is acquainted with. So General Saab, thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you, Rahul, and always pleasure to talk to you.
Always delight, sir, to have you with us, and one must salute your service to the nation.
Thank you.
Sir, what motivated you write this? It's a very different book from what many people say was the original one, was the one that you wrote previously. I can't say because I haven't read it, but many people, as you know, anecdotally say that was a different kind of book with a different take. But this seems to be from a completely different oeuvre.
Well, as you know, I also published another book last year, which was called The Cantonment Conspiracy. It was totally a work of fiction. I believe that nobody should get tied down to a particular genre and must explore various avenues, explore various talents that you have. So I wrote that book of fiction, so I thought let me try something else. But the spark or the idea germinated, as I mentioned also in the introduction, when I was browsing through Shashi Tharoor's book, A Wonderland of Words. And in that there was a chapter on backronyms, on how SOS was not actually save our souls, it's been made up later on. And when I read that chapter, I said, oh, even for MHOW, MHOW, people say military headquarters of war, it is all a made up story. So from there I got the idea that if you can have stories on idiosyncrasies of the English language, why not something akin to that, but untold or unknown stories about the Indian Army and the armed forces. So that was where the idea took root.
How interesting. General Saab, you served. What is mightier, the pen or the sword?
Definitely the pen is mightier than the sword. There's no doubt about that. Ideas over the centuries have been shaped by the pen. They might have been enforced by the sword, but they were shaped by the pen.
So let me ask you, you write about the Tejas crash at the Dubai air show last year, where even foreign contingents showed solidarity. Now, what does that say about a shared code of honor, and especially at this time, how relevant is such a code of honor when we are talking about cross-border camaraderie?
Yes, so just to put it in perspective, I mentioned the Tejas crash which happened, and the Russian contingent giving a sort of salute to the fallen pilot by flying the missing man formation, which is a formation in which one aircraft is purposely left out or veers away to show the fallen soldier. And the fact that they gave this honor to our pilot who had unfortunately died in that accident shows that below the uniform, the ethos of the armed forces the world over is the same. And I've experienced that also when I was the defense attaché in Myanmar, where there were so many people from so many countries. We used to get along, as if we are old pals from much before, because that ethos is the same no matter which country you belong to.
Would that be true also of, in this era of war, unfortunately, we've seen so many conflagrations in the last 4 years, 5 years. Is this true of also states that are opposed to each other, separated only by a tenuous border?
See, you have to distinguish, between the rank and file and the political dispensation, or the dispensation which heads that country's governance. At the level of the rank and file, at the border, I think all are professional soldiers, and we should not make a mistake of underestimating anyone. It is then the leadership at the higher levels which might be, at fault or not, or be wanting.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold the shared code of honor among military men
So in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we've always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I have written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out. And that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical. And we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution. And that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so forth? I mean, what did you want to do at that point? Did you want to tweet? Did you want to go on Instagram? Did you want to hold a loudspeaker and say things? What went through you?
Not really, because it was not anything directly to do with me, although it is my unpublished or some pirated edition or some cover which has just been printed, whatever it might have been. So it was really nothing to do with me personally.
No, but these were your words, supposedly. Were your words that were being bandied about, which were being used to stoke this entire controversy and show the government in a poor light? Some even said that the military was being depicted in a poor light.
I think the government has come out very strongly in my support. The finance minister made a statement in Parliament that they fully back the army chief. So I do not think in any way that this was an indictment of anyone. And as I said, this is an unpublished work, so how can you rely on that?
How do you think this work came out? I'm sorry to be probing, because as a journalist, I have to ask you this question. You were, after all, the center of a massive storm. So I just want to ask you, where do you think this came out? Many people said that you had leaked it, and that was another insinuation that was being made. So wasn't you, first of all, and if not, then where do you think this got out?
Well, this is the area of cyber crimes, and everything is available in the electronic medium. Anybody can hack into any account and extract a copy if he or she wishes to do so. And having hacked into that and obtained an illegal version of the copy, you can even make amendments to the contents. So therefore, how can you comment on something which is not published?
Very interesting. So are you suggesting that someone hacked into your computer or something, or some of your...
No, it can't be my computer because I didn't have it on my computer.
Oh, I see.
So that is why I was absolutely unperturbed by the entire sequence of events, because as far as I am concerned and as far as the publisher Penguin is concerned, we had no hand whatsoever to play in what was happening.
Do you think that when you... I know, because I've written a book and I have worked with Penguin on a book, and they usually ask you to have the book peer reviewed in a sense, or reviewed by notable names. Do you think some of those people might have been sort of less discriminate about guarding your work and your privacy?
No, very unlikely, because they are all people of high stature and renown, and they would not indulge in such kind of activities.
So this is what Rahul Gandhi said on February 4th. He said, government says this book does not exist. The speaker has said this book does not exist. Rajnath Singh has said this book does not exist. This is Mr. Naravne's book, where he has written the full account of Ladakh. I have been told that I cannot quote this book, unquote. Mr. Gandhi said this in Parliament. You will remember that. On your part, you confirm Penguin's contention that the memoir has not been officially released. So you came out very clearly and mentioned that point.
That's right, absolutely.
So was the book in Mr. Gandhi's hand then fake? Would you at least say that what he was quoting was approximate to what you had written, or was completely different from what you had written?
See, I have made this remark earlier. The book is under review by the MOD. So for me to comment either way on anything which is part of the contents would not be proper till such time the MOD gives clearance.
No, that is true.
So I should not be commenting on it, because that is in itself commenting on the content which is itself under review would not be proper.
Okay. So in a sense, these excerpts made it out in the public without your express permission. You were never somebody who circulated these, and what you're saying is that actually it was unfair to you. In what way would you say that was unfair to you, sir? Why would you use this word unfair?
Unfair in the sense that unnecessarily being dragged into a controversy which is not of your making, and there are so many other more pressing issues to be discussed. The country is we have poverty, we have infant mortality rate is high, the road network, the economy. There are so many more pressing issues. This is a very minor matter. Let us devote our time and attention to more pressing issues.
But you did say that the government, or at least that's what's been attributed, the government gave you a complete license to do what you did. And many people say that that's wrong. The government should have been actually directing you a little closer, shouldn't have left you on your own to deal with a situation where Chinese troops were coming through and there was panic and so on and so forth.
Not at all. It is. It should not be misinterpreted in that manner. It actually shows the faith that the government has in the army chief, and that the army chief will take decisions which are sound. It is not in any way abrogating one's responsibility. You look at it in the other way, that they have full faith in the service chiefs, that whatever they do will be the best possible course of action. So it should be taken in a positive light.
So I want to ask you, sir, because you believe that full operational freedom, when it is given to the person in command, the professional in command, that's a sign of the trust that
absolutely.
The executive has in someone like you at that time. Was this out of character, or is this standard pretty much in the military, that most governments say, look, there is a situation, we have confronted it, we want you to tackle it in the way that you deem fit? Is that standard operating procedure, or is it, in your case, this was something different?
I would suppose so, that it is standard operating procedure, and that you have the broad guidelines under which you have to operate in. But within those broad guidelines, how to do it is absolutely up to you. As they say in management, say what is to be done, not how it is to be done. So the how is ours.
Yes.
Yes.
So you were given broad guidelines. That's what you would say when the entire incident was sort of unraveling in Galwan.
Obviously, as I said, within those broad guidelines and the mandate, you have full operational freedom, and that is what was meant. That
so it was completely extrapolated to mean something different, twisted, and then you were made to.
You can twist anything to suit, the point that you wish to make.
Now, you earlier said that India did not lose any territory in this particular standoff. The opposition refuses to buy the claim. How do you reconcile that with the public and political debate on this issue, sir?
Well, if you don't want to believe your Prime Minister, if you don't want to believe your Foreign Minister, you don't want to believe your Defence Minister, you don't want to believe your Army Chief, then there is no amount of convincing, that is going to make you change your opinion. But I think that the best way to solve this ambiguity, why don't we ask the Chinese? Let's ask the Chinese. Are you in occupation of any Indian territory? Yes or no? Let's ask them.
Wow, that's no one has said this before, but that's actually quite yes.
The answer to that question should satisfy all the doubting Thomases.
So these doubting Thomases made it seem that China has fundamentally altered the status quo along the LAC since 2020. Is that true at all?
As I said, let's ask the Chinese that have they been up to any mischief.
But you're clear from your side.
Absolutely clear. There is, and we have reiterated that point many times in number of forums, right from the highest executive in the land. So we should actually, stop belaboring that point again and again. It's not going to achieve anything more now.
So the debate should end. The political class should just end the debate, believe what the professionals have been saying from the military as well as, of course, the executive and the various people who are like the defense minister, the prime minister and others who speak, at least in this context, for the executive. I think that's a very fair assessment, General Saab, and I respect you for actually saying this. That's speaking like a complete professional. Do you believe that with China, are we now in a phase of armed coexistence? What would you call this phase?
No, we have always had a very difficult relationship with China, and that stems from the fact that the border is unsettled. Now, not even border, boundary. We use these terms sometimes interchangeably.
Says the man who wrote this book.
But it is a boundary, and it is a boundary dispute. And a boundary by its definition is nebulous. You don't really know where it runs. So because of this boundary dispute, we have tensions with China, but they are not insurmountable. And I think that we have shown that we have the will and the capability to defend our borders, and that will translate into having more meaningful talks to solve this boundary issue.
Especially now that China has got a taste of Indian resolve.
True.
Which you demonstrated, and now they know that they can't push their luck.
And in various forums, by not just Indian analysts, but even foreign analysts and foreign think tanks have said that very clearly that a military solution to this boundary issue is not possible anymore. And obviously, when they say that, you know who they are hinting at.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. No, this is wonderful. Tell me a little bit more, sir, coming back to this book now. It's going to be out in the bookstores. Why should people read it? Give me 2 or 3 insights.
Well, I think it firstly is that it's been written in a very simple manner. It is common, and it will appeal to young readers as well as senior citizens. As far as the armed forces are concerned, it will appeal, obviously, because they would have experienced some of these issues. It will appeal to the civilian population, it will make them realize what makes the armed forces tick. And what makes, we talked about the ethos of the armed forces. So all these stories actually point towards that ethos.
And how many stories do you have here?
So there is a total of 25 stories, which include 2 from the Air Force and 2 from the Navy, integration. So I've kept that also in mind. So there are 4 stories from Army, Air Force, Navy and Air Force also. And it makes for an interesting reading, and it will also inform, and let alone the Army, but even our population is really not so conversant with facets of the armed forces. So through this, I think we will be able to reach out and have a better rapport between the armed forces and our citizenry, and that is actually the aim plus of this book.
Well, General Saab, thank you very much for taking the time out. It's been a wonderful conversation, and I'm sure viewers, the General has again made it very clear that dignity in uniform is something that cannot be compromised ever. And those that try to do that are actually crossing a line that he doesn't believe they should. But viewers, it's this really which is the subject of the conversation, and it is this that is going to define the man in uniform. Thank you very much, General Saab. Thank you. How wonderful. Thank you.
Third point, if you notice Pondicherry, which is a fairly important bellwether, the voter turnout was 91%, right? Mahe, which was the least voting, which is on the Kerala side, something like 77% or something. Now, if it has reached 91%, the belief is, I'm not saying it is, but the belief is that it is mostly the Vijay Whistle Kunjus who have come out and voted out there.
Correct.
Now, how is that going to affect? I don't know. But if this was a personality-based election, the only way to counter a Vijay personality would have been to have a personality like Annamalai heading it up. So exactly what Chetan said. I don't think they've played to their best character.
Yeah, but you know what? Interestingly, I met Annamalai at our town hall, and Annamalai was quite effusive in his praise for Vijay. He didn't want to criticize Vijay openly, and he said that, see, anybody who's taking on and trying to break down this entire bastion of Dravidian politics, I'm with them. I don't have, and they both seem to admire each other. Vijay has, off the record, and sources tell us that he has come out and said that what Annamalai could achieve on ground in 2024 actually encouraged him to say that, listen, I can also take the plunge, and I can if I put in the hard yards, we can mobilize, and there is an alternative option or a place for an alternative within the entire Tamil political ecosystem or the Tamil political spectrum. So interesting. I've just got news coming through, so giving that priority to our panelists, and then I'll come back to take this conversation. Vijay's party has actually written, the Tamalaga Vetri Karagam has written a letter to the Election Commission. We've just got that letter. They have sought urgent transport support, extension of poll hours. That's what Vijay.
ये पहला ऐसा चुनाव है पिछले 50 साल में। पिछले 50 साल में ये पहला चुनाव ऐसा है जिसमें हिंसा कम से कम हुई है, वरना हर हफ्ता किसी को फांसी पर लटका देते थे और बोल देते थे आत्महत्या कर दी। यानी एक प्रकार से गुंडा राज चलता था। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने लोकतंत्र की फिर से एक बार बंगाल की धरती पर प्रतिष्ठा की है। शांतिपूर्ण मतदान करवाने में इलेक्शन कमीशन की ये सफलता, ये बहुत बड़ी सिद्धि है। मैं यहां के सरकारी कर्मचारियों का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं कि वे भी इस बार शांतिपूर्ण मतदान में बहुत जिम्मेवारी पूर्वक अपनी भूमिका अदा कर रहे हैं। और अब तक की जो मुझे जानकारी मिली है, मतदान भी पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ रहा है। साथियों, नादिया ये भक्ति की धरती है, शक्ति, क्रांति और संस्कृति की ये धरती है। और आज इस धरती पर मैं परिवर्तन की आंधी देख रहा हूं। ये परिवर्तन की आंधी है। कृष्णा नगर में आज भय पर भरोसे की विजय का विश्वास दिख रहा है। ये उत्साह, ये उमंग, ये जोश, ये भरोसे का है। भय जा रहा है, भरोसा आगे बढ़ रहा है। बरसों से जिनकी आवाज को दबाकर रखा गया था, वो अब एक सुर में बोल रहे हैं, गांव गांव बोल रहे हैं, गली गली बोल रहे हैं, स्त्री पुरुष सब बोल रहे हैं, युवा बुजुर्ग सब बोल रहे हैं। एक ही आवाज, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार। साथियों, कुछ दिनों पहले असम, केरलम और पुडुचेरी में भी मतदान संपन्न हुआ है। वहां भी रिकॉर्ड मतदान हुआ है। पहले भी हमने देखा है, देश में जहां जहां भारी मतदान हुआ है, वहां बीजेपी को प्रचंड विजय मिली है, प्रचंड विजय मिली है। बेटे गिर जाओगे, बैठो बेटा, परमात्मा आपको सुखी रखे। बैठो बेटा, गिर जाओगी। अरे आपके हाथ में जो कमल है ना, वो खिलने वाला है। बैठो बेटा, कहीं ऐसा है, आप बैठिए अपनी जगह पे, कहीं चोट लग जाएगी। साथियों, जहां जहां यह स्थिति बनी, विजय प्राप्त हुआ है। इसलिए बीजेपी एनडीए की विजय का परचम पूरी शक्ति से लहराना है। ये लहराने वाला है। कमल खिलना तय है। 4 मई को बंगाल में भी बीजेपी की विजय का जश्न होगा। मिठाई भी बटेगी और जालमुरी भी बांटी जाएगी। वैसे मैंने सुना है कि जालमुरी ने भी कुछ लोगों को जन्नाटेदार झटका दिया है। जालमुरी मैंने खाई, लेकिन झाल टीएमसी को लगी है। साथियों, यहां तो टीएमसी के विधायकों, मंत्रियों, लोकल नेताओं और इनके सिंडिकेट के खिलाफ इतना गुस्सा है कि कई जिलों में टीएमसी का खाता तक नहीं खुलेगा। मैं बिल्कुल विश्वास से कहता हूं, मैंने इस बार बंगाल में बहुत दौरा किया है और जो उत्साह देखा है, माताओं बहनों में जो जुनून देखा है, और इसलिए तृणमूलेर जावा निश्चितो, तृणमूलेर जावा निश्चित। साथियों, 15 साल पहले वाम के विरुद्ध जनता ने बिगुल फूंका था। आज तृणमूल के जंगल राज के विरुद्ध बंगाल की जनता हर गली मोहल्ले में शंख फूंक रही है। जनता जनार्दन मैदान में है। मैं देख रहा हूं, ये चुनाव हम लोग नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, न मोदी लड़ रहा है, न मेरे साथी लड़ रहे हैं। इस बार बंगाल का चुनाव बंगाल की जनता जनार्दन लड़ रही है। चुनाव का नेतृत्व बंगाल की जनता जनार्दन के हाथ में है। मैं जहां भी जा रहा हूं, लोग एक ही बात कहते हैं कि अब बहुत हो गया, इनफ इज इनफ, और नॉय, अनेक खोलो, और नॉय। 15 साल बाद ये साफ साफ दिख रहा है, बंगाल के किसान खेत से लेकर मंडी तक हर भय से मुक्ति के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। बंगाल के सरकारी कर्मचारी टीएमसी के भय से बाहर निकलने के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। बंगाल के डॉक्टर भय से मुक्त होकर एक बेहतर सिस्टम के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। यहां के वकील सच्चा न्याय दिलाने के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। शिक्षक भय मुक्त स्कूल, कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए मतदान कर रहे हैं। दुकानदार, रिक्शा वाले, टैक्सी वाले टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट से मुक्ति के लिए वोट कर रहे हैं। और बंगाल की पुलिस भी गुंडों से आदेश लेने के बजाय जनता की सेवा के लिए वोट डाल रहे हैं। यानी बंगाल में हर क्षेत्र, हर वर्ग अब बीजेपी के भरोसे को एक मौका देना चाहता है। हर कोई कह रहा है भय आउट, भय भय भय, भरोसा भरोसा बीजेपी को बीजेपी को बीजेपी को। साथियों, टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार की पहचान है झूठ बोलो, झांसा दो। 15 साल के इनके हर वादे आधे अधूरे हैं। आप इनके महाझूठ देख लीजिए। इन्होंने हर ब्लॉक में मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल बनाने की घोषणा की थी, लेकिन हुआ क्या? बंगाल में सैकड़ों स्कूल बंद हो गए। साथियों, टीएमसी ने घर घर पाइप से पानी पहुंचाने का वादा किया था। हर घर नल तो नहीं पहुंचा, लेकिन जल भराव का गंदा पानी आपके घर द्वार तक जरूर आ गया। साथियों, टीएमसी ने 10 लाख एमएसएमईज और हजारों बड़े उद्योग लगाने का वायदा किया था, लेकिन बीते सालों में यहां हजारों फैक्ट्रियां बंद हो गई, जूट मिलों में ताले लगा दिए गए। साथियों, यहां आप सभी को अस्पताल से जुड़ी कितनी सारी परेशानियां हैं। टीएमसी की दुर्नीति ऐसी है कि इन्होंने कल्याणी एम्स के लिए भी कदम कदम पर रुकावटें डाली, लेकिन बीजेपी सरकार ने इसके बावजूद एम्स पूरा किया और आज ये एम्स आपको अपनी सेवाएं दे रहा है। लेकिन साथियों, तृणमूल के दुबुलिया के टीबी अस्पताल के साथ क्या किया, ये आप सभी जानते हैं। हर चुनाव में इस अस्पताल को लेकर बड़े बड़े वादे किए जाते हैं, लेकिन आज तक वो वादे पूरे नहीं हुए। साथियों, टीएमसी का लूट का मॉडल यहां की नगरपालिका में सबने देखा है। ये शहर बेहाल है। सड़कें, ड्रेनेज, नदी से होने वाला कटाव, यानी चारों तरफ परेशानियां ही परेशानियां हैं। लेकिन टीएमसी के लोग सिर्फ लूटने में ही बिजी है। साथियों, कृष्णा नगर की पहचान यहां की नदियों से है। जलंगी नदी, जिसे हम प्यार से खोरे कहते हैं, आज बहुत बड़ी स्थिति में पहुंच गई है। अंजना नदी को तो लैंड माफिया ने चुरा ही लिया है। निर्मम सरकार में नदियां भी सुरक्षित नहीं है। साथियों, टीएमसी का ये महाजंगल राज अब नहीं चलेगा। এই সব চলবে না। এই সব कानून अत्याचारियों और भ्रष्टाचारियों का पूरा हिसाब करेगा। जिसने आपको लूटा है उसको लौटाना पड़ेगा। साथियों, आप सभी जानते हैं, मोदी का मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास। और निर्मम सरकार कहती है, करती है, घुसपैठियों का साथ, घुसपैठियों का विकास। तृणमूल के लोग घुसपैठियों को फर्जी डॉक्यूमेंट्स बनाने की दुकानें चलाते हैं, घुसपैठ कराते हैं, यहां उनको झुग्गियों में बसाते हैं। टीएमसी की ऐसी हर दुकान को बंद करना जरूरी है। सीमा तभी सुरक्षित रहती है जब पुलिस, सेना, बीएसएफ और नागरिक ये सभी मिलकर काम करते हैं। 4 मई के बाद बंगाल में भी सुरक्षा की नई गारंटी शुरू होने वाली है। साथियों, मैं श्री हरिचांद ठाकुर, श्री गुरुचांद ठाकुर और बोरो मां को प्रणाम करते हुए एक भरोसा देने यहां आया हूं। हमारे किसी भी मतुआ परिवार, नाम शूद्र परिवार, शरणार्थी परिवार को तृणमूल से भयभीत होने की जरूरत नहीं है। आपको कोई हाथ भी नहीं लगा सकता है। जो भी शरणार्थी है, जो भी धर्म के आधार पर हुई प्रताड़ना के कारण, मुसीबतों के कारण, अपने धर्म के प्रति स्वाभिमान के कारण भारत आए हैं, मोदी उनके साथ खड़ा है। बंगाल में बीजेपी सरकार बनते ही सीएए के तहत नागरिकता देने का काम और तेज होगा। आपको हर वो कागज मिलेगा, हर उस योजना का लाभ मिलेगा जो किसी भी भारतीय को मिलता है। ये मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, टीएमसी के महाजंगल राज का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हमारी बहनों बेटियों को उठाना पड़ा है। हंसखाली में एक नाबालिग बेटी के साथ गैंगरेप और हत्या, ये टीएमसी के भय वाले मॉडल का ही उदाहरण है। यहां बेटियों की तस्करी की घटनाएं भी लगातार बढ़ रही है। इस भय से बंगाल की बेटियों को मुक्ति चाहिए। साथियों, टीएमसी बंगाल की बहनों का सच्चा सशक्तिकरण कभी भी नहीं कर सकती। इसका उदाहरण आपने पिछले हफ्ते संसद में भी देखा है। बीजेपी संसद और विधानसभा में महिलाओं के लिए 33% आरक्षण को लागू करना चाहती है। संसद में इस पर चर्चा हुई, लेकिन टीएमसी नहीं चाहती कि बंगाल की बहनों को ज्यादा सीटें मिले। इसलिए इन्होंने कांग्रेस के साथ मिलकर संसद में कानून को रोक दिया। बंगाल की हर महिला टीएमसी को इस अपराध की सजा जरूर देगी। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले मैंने बंगाल के लोगों को 6 गारंटी दी थी। आज मैं बंगाल की बहनों को 10 गारंटी देता हूं। पहली गारंटी, बंगाल में बहन बेटियों पर अत्याचार करने वालों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलेगी। हर ब्लॉक में महिला थाने बनेंगे और सड़क पर सुरक्षा के लिए विशेष दस्ते बनाए जाएंगे। दूसरी गारंटी, बंगाल पुलिस में बेटियों की बड़े पैमाने पर भर्ती की जाएगी। तीसरी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी के मातृशक्ति भरोसा कार्ड से 1 साल में 36,000 रुपये सीधे महिलाओं के बैंक खाते में भेजे जाएंगे। चौथी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी सरकार बेटियों को ग्रेजुएशन के लिए 50,000 रुपये की मदद देगी। पांचवी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी सरकार गर्भवती माताओं को 21,000 रुपये तक की आर्थिक सहायता देगी। छठी गारंटी, बंगाल बीजेपी सरकार शिशुओं के बेहतर पोषण के लिए 36,000 रुपये अतिरिक्त देने वाली है। सातवीं गारंटी, सुकन्या समृद्धि योजना के जरिए बेटियों का भविष्य सुरक्षित किया जाएगा। किसी भी योजना में जितना ब्याज नहीं मिलता है, इतना ब्याज ये सुकन्या योजना में मिलेगा। आठवीं गारंटी, महिलाओं को स्वरोजगार के लिए 20 लाख रुपए तक का मुद्रा लोन दिया जाएगा और उसकी गारंटी मोदी देगा, मोदी देगा। साथ ही लाखों बहनों को लखपति दीदी बनाने के लिए भी मदद दी जाएगी। 9वीं गारंटी, बंगाल की करोड़ों बहनों बेटियों को आयुष्मान योजना के तहत 5 लाख रुपए तक का मुफ्त इलाज मिलेगा। सर्वाइकल कैंसर का मुफ्त टीका और सिकल सेल की मुफ्त जांच भी बेटियों को मिलेगी। 10वीं गारंटी, पीएम आवास योजना के तहत बंगाल के गरीब परिवारों की बहनों के नाम पर घर की रजिस्ट्री होगी, मालकिन का हक बहनों को मिलेगा। घर बनाने के लिए 1.5 लाख रुपए सीधे बैंक खाते में जमा किए जाएंगे। और साथियों, ये मोदी की 10 गारंटी और मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। साथियों, यहां कृष्णानगर के घुर्णी के कलाकार का दर्द किसी से छिपा नहीं है। जिनकी कला की पूरी दुनिया कायल है, जो अपनी कला से मिट्टी में प्राण फूंक देते हैं, उनके बनाए मिट्टी के पुतले आज आंसू बहा रहे हैं, रो रहे हैं। और यहां की निर्मम सरकार ने उन्हें क्या दिया? टीएमसी सरकार ने उनके जीवन को बेजान बना दिया है। अपने ऐसे ही भाई बहनों के लिए हमने पीएम विश्वकर्मा योजना शुरू करके उन्हें आर्थिक मदद देने का अभियान चलाया है। लेकिन यहां की सरकार विश्वकर्मा योजना को बंगाल में लागू नहीं होने दे रही। साथियों, मोदी वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट के जरिए लोकल को वोकल और वोकल को ग्लोबल बनाने का प्रयास कर रहा है। वहीं निर्मम सरकार ने पूरे बंगाल में एक ही काम किया है, 15 साल में एक ही काम, वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन सिंडिकेट। ये सिंडिकेट बनाने का उद्योग और सिंडिकेट के द्वारा बंगाल को लूटने का कारोबार। साथियों, इस धरती के बारे में कहा जाता है, धोनो धन्नो पुष्पे भोरा अमादेरी बसुंधरा। ये सिर्फ गीत के बोल नहीं है, ये बीजेपी का संकल्प है। बीजेपी सही मायने में बंगाल को समृद्धि का प्रदेश बनाना चाहती है। हमारे आलू किसान, हमारे धान किसान और हमारे जूट किसान, जूट श्रमिक, मैं सभी को भरोसा देता हूं कि आपकी हर समस्या का ईमानदारी से समाधान किया जाएगा। साथियों, कृष्णा नगर में ही खेड़ी साहब की वो कोठियां थी जहां हमारे किसान भाइयों को नील की खेती के लिए जंजीरों से बांधकर कोड़े मारे जाते थे। और मैं आज कृष्णा नगर में देख रहा हूं, जैसे हमारे पूर्वजों ने गुलामी की जंजीरें तोड़ी थी, वैसे ही बंगाल की जनता निर्मम सरकार की बनाई भय की बेड़ियों को तोड़कर फेंकने जा रही है।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi there. His campaign, of course, continues in West Bengal. This is, of course, for phase 2 of the elections, even as phase 1 polling happening today. And, of course, he has exuded confidence once again that the ground, the political ground in West Bengal is shifting. Moving on to another big update that we're tracking in a crime that has shocked the national capital. A 22-year-old woman, daughter of an IRS officer, raped and murdered inside her South Delhi home in Kailash Hill. Delhi police say the accused is Rahul Meena, who was their domestic help. He returned to the house a month after being fired and used his familiarity both with the premises and with the routine of the family to gain entry early in the morning. He allegedly assaulted and strangled the victim while she was alone at home before looting cash and valuables and fleeing the scene after changing clothes.
The family discovered the victim's body hours later, alerted the police as well. A massive manhunt involving multiple teams and CCTV tracking led to his arrest from a hotel in Dwarka in the national capital. Within hours, investigators are also probing prior criminal links and possible motive in this case. This is the latest rape and murder case coming to light from South Delhi, where an IRS officer's daughter has been allegedly raped and murdered. The accused entered the home, killed the woman, and it's a multi-agency probe at the moment as we speak. But the allegations point to how the accused assaulted and then strangled the victim while she was all alone at home, then went on to loot cash and other valuables and fled the scene after changing his clothes. The family discovered her body hours later, alerted the police, and since multiple teams have been involved, a massive manhunt involving some of these teams, CCTV tracking, all of this led to his subsequent arrest from a hotel in Dwarka. That is where he was in hiding, and the investigators were able to crack down and arrest him. This is the latest coming in from South Delhi. An IRS officer's daughter, Shivani, has been brutally murdered.
You know what is really sent shockwaves across the country and of course in the national capital is that one, this is happening in, the more posh sections of the national capital, but also that this man used to work in the house as a domestic help with this family. Now one doesn't know yet what his grudge or his grouse was, but he was fired a month ago because of certain activities and he then came back, and what is shocking is that he made use of his knowledge of the the house, where they kept their spare key, when did they leave, for example, for their gym session. Allegedly the parents left at 6 a.m. in the morning for their gym session. So he knew exactly how to time his assault and his murder and how to get in and get out. That has really sent shockwaves because everybody would be wondering now how to improve their security at home. My colleague Simran is also joining us. Simran, the man has been of course arrested now. The police would obviously want to know the motive. What has triggered this former domestic help to commit this murder most foul, and also there are charges of rape and sexual assault here?
Well, absolutely. In fact, yesterday as well, the police had confirmed these details that on the basis of a possible grudge or a grouse against this family belonging to the IRS officer and a dentist mother, this former domestic help had really resorted to this violent action, and not just in fact planning some sort of this criminal rape and murder. He also intended to loot the money, and that's what he did. But it was through the digital surveillance and through a stolen mobile phone and the Wi-Fi that he had logged into the hotel that he was staying after committing the crime that the police was able to catch a hold of him. But let me also show you that in east of Kailash, at this residence where we are, this very former domestic help had in fact taken the access through this gate, from where he was aware of all the access routes because he was working here for nearly 10 months, and after having worked here he was aware of how to make an entry, how to secure the pass and then move towards the third floor where they were living. But unfortunately it was also the time when the daughter was what we understand right now by the investigators was actually at the house. She was preparing for UPSC. She is an IIT graduate. She had a very deep passion for dance as well, very bright child as the relatives of the family have also described. Then he attacked her in an attempt to rape her as well. He then also used screwdriver to be in fact conducting the loot or the robbery as well at this very residence, and then he fled the scene within a matter of 40 minutes. 6:29 AM was the time when he had made the entry. He was exactly aware when the parents of this young girl won't be present at the home, and then before they could actually come, and he had in fact also attempted the rape and also made the robbery as well at this house.
Early
It
in
is
the morning. If
extremely
this was close to
unfortunate.
6:30 a.m. Then he was also aware of the fact that not too many people will be seeing him or be able to spot him on the roads there. Thank you, though, Simran, for joining us with those details. A murder most foul, rather tragic indeed. We're tracking the investigations very closely, but that's all we could pack for you for now. We head into a quick break.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold the shared code of honor among military men
So in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, to the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we've always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. it is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I have written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out. And that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical. And we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution. And that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so forth? I mean, what did you want to do at that point? Did you want to tweet? Did you want to go on Instagram? Did you want to hold a loudspeaker and say things? What went through
you? No, not really, because it was...
Hello and welcome to Simply South. I'm Harish Upadhyay. Time to look at all the major stories emerging from South India. I'm coming to you live from Coimbatore, from a polling station here that has seen some robust polling from morning. In fact, Tamil Nadu setting a strong record in the first half of the day. Joining me today, Nabila Jamal.
Harish, we've been watching your reports right from the start of the day. You've managed to get some newsmakers. Annamalai, who spoke to you a little earlier, said he's very confident that the NDA will make itself counted for this time. We know the last time the NDA had a real bad drubbing. This time, they're really hoping to make it, and poll surveys also suggest that this is going to be a neck-and-neck contest between the NDA and the DMK. But as we see here, voting is currently underway. It marks a crucial day in this high-stakes electoral battle. Tamil Nadu is seeing a tight, four-cornered contest. Well, the TVK also included, along with the NTK. The outcome at this point is going to be very crucial. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already appealed to voters to come out in large numbers and cast their vote. On the ground, leaders like Edappadi Palaniswamy, P. Chidambaram, actors Ajit, Khushbu Sundar of the BJP, and you had Rajnikant, who also came out nice and early to cast their ballot. As of 11 a.m. in Tamil Nadu, we are looking at a voter turnout at around 37.56%. It indicates an early strong response. Reportedly, huge chaos also broke out at the Kilambakka bus stand, the Kilambakkam bus stand area, where buses were reportedly available for voters there. There was a lot of confusion. BJP leader Annamalai also stepped in and he attacked the DMK, alleging that attempts were being made to buy votes there, and distribution of cash was spotted. That's the allegation Annamalai makes against the DMK, flagging transport issues as well, saying that there were not adequate buses, no fleet to ensure voters could reach their booths.
Purnima, who joins us live from Chennai as well. Purnima, you're looking at the developments right from the start of the day. Could you give us an update on the voter turnout as of now? Is it looking strong? We see a huge NRI population, we understand, who's landed in Tamil Nadu to cast their vote. What does that tell you?
Well, as of 11 a.m., 37.5% have voted. That includes 2.15 crore population. We'll have to wait and see how the voter turnout is, because in Chennai, over the last 10 years at least, the voter turnout percentage was only around 61 to 62. We'll have to wait and see if that number increases, that percentage increases. So far, in other districts, yes, there's a good amount of voter turnout, but in Chennai, it's almost the same as every other time. We'll have to wait and see if more people come out and vote. Politicians, celebrities, all of them urging youngsters, first-time voters to come out and cast their vote. Says, yes, it's a hot day, but do come out and vote, and that's how you will get good governance. So that's the word that's coming in from several celebrities and politicians we've been talking to, asking people to come out and vote. Whether the voter turnout this time will be better than the last few years, we'll know by the end of the day. But as of 11 a.m., it's 37.5%.
All right. Harish, you're there on the ground. Would you give us a little more on the sentiment?
Absolutely, Nabila. Two aspects to really look into here. One is the kind of voter turnout largely being attributed to the SIR process, the electoral rolls being cleaned up. Second, that really stands out right from 7 in the morning, a lot of youngsters who've turned up to vote. I've met several first-time voters. I've met techies in their early 20s who've traveled all the way from Bengaluru, taken a day off just to vote. So we are looking at a very strong voter turnout. Who will gain is the question. Is it the TVK, is it NTK, or is it others? That's something that will become clear on the 4th of next month. Speaking about who will gain, we've seen a lot of political voices from early in the morning. Purnima getting several of those newsmakers. Time to look at some of those.
Message என்ன சார் voters உங்க மெசேஜ் என்ன சார்?
ஜனநாயக கடமை மக்கள் ஆற்ற வேண்டும், வாக்காளர் ஆற்ற வேண்டும், தமிழ்நாடு வெல்லும்.
You've come to the polling booth where Chief Minister and his family members are there. Did you interact with Mr. Stalin or Mr. Udayanidhi?
No, I didn't interact because as a candidate I was checking there. As a polling voter he came. Just I wished and came.
So what is the body language of the DMK? Are they confident? Are they nervous? What does it look like?
I cannot say the body language of other party. Our confidence is more and we will be winning this constituency. I am very confident because a strong voice like my voice will be voice for the voiceless in the assembly.
Right.
In fact, going back to Purnima, one major allegation coming in from both the TVK and the BJP is that there has been free flow of cash and gold and various other articles in several parts, especially in Karur, in Coimbatore and other places. TVK saying not enough buses being deployed, no additional buses being deployed, a lot of people waiting in Coimbatore and other parts of Chennai.
Absolutely, yes. Tamil Nadu polls are underway. Two issues that are dominating the poll-bound Tamil Nadu are these, as you rightly said. One, of course, is TVK writing to Election Commission asking for an extension of 2 more hours, saying that there are unavailability of buses. Many people are still travelling, may get delayed in reaching their particular destination, so they need extra 2 hours to go and cast their votes because every vote counts. So that's the side of the TVK. The BJP and the ADMK, meanwhile, especially the BJP, says that in Coimbatore and around the western region where the AIADMK has a strong presence, in these places, gold, cash, huge amounts of cash, 5,000 rupees distributed per voter is the allegation put forth by the BJP, especially Annamalai, who said that all these could have been avoided. The Election Commission could have ensured that all these were not happening this time. He says this time it's more cash being distributed, gold being distributed in Coimbatore by the DMK. That's
the allegation. The ECI meanwhile says that if they came across any such news, they have taken action. That's the response that the Election Commission has given. But these are the two issues that are dominating the poll-bound Tamil Nadu, Harish.
Absolutely. Thank you, Purnima. Stay with us. In fact, it's not just MK Stalin. Purnima has spoken to several other newsmakers who were out early in the morning to vote today. Let's listen in.
Ma'am, your message to the voters, because usually there's a lesser voter turnout, but what is your message to youngsters?
Come and vote. I think that's most important.
Thank you.
Come and vote. I think that's most important.
Thank you.
Election, the narrative is that we have performed well. We've given good governance for 5 years, and the schemes have reached people. People have understood that DMK is and DMK alliance partners are the people who fight, the parties who have an ideological fight to protect the state, to protect our language, to protect our culture, and to ensure that there is a better future for the next generation. So I'm very confident that is the narrative.
Well, shifting focus quickly to the state of Karnataka now. This is a piece of breaking news that's coming in from Bengaluru, where a massive 410 crore fake bill scam has been busted. This is a scam where fake GST invoices were being raised. In fact, the Commercial Taxes Department has unearthed this particular large-scale fake invoice racket. This involves not just tax evasion, but also organized crime running into hundreds of crore. Prima facie, they are saying it could be anywhere around 410 crore rupees. In fact, during the investigation, authorities have found that evasion of worth 410 crore has taken place, including 102.5 crore, which is the fake tax credit that has been generated in these fake transactions. Afreen Hussain now joins us for more on this. Afreen, a large-scale fake invoice scam busted by the Commercial Taxes Department. They are assessing the input credit itself could be anywhere around 102 crore rupees.
Well, absolutely, Harish. This is a large-scale scam that has been unearthed by the Commercial Taxes Department. And from what we're getting to know, one person has been arrested. The accused, who has been identified as Tawfir Mohammed, allegedly operated not only in Karnataka but across Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu as well. And it is being said that he created a network of shell companies which generated fake invoices to claim false income tax credits. Now, this is the network that he had set up in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu as well. And he was working on the basis of creating fake invoices and then claiming income tax credits for that without actually supplying any goods or services. One person has been arrested in this case. Like I mentioned, it is Mohammed Tawkir, but the officials are also investigating who else was associated with him and where are his associates. From what we're getting to know, the scam goes on to crores of rupees, at least 410 crores. And it's also being said that 102.5 crore has been seen as a loss to the government exchequer as well.
All right. Afreen, do stay with us. We have some more information coming in from Karnataka. Just amid all that power struggle in Karnataka, we hear that Karnataka's Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar is all set to travel to Delhi. Now, it is significant because there's been so far no news or no push from the High Command or willingness to change guard in the state. So, DK Shivkumar, amid this, is going to be in Delhi. He's scheduled to leave Bengaluru this morning and head to Hyderabad first, when he will be attending a private program, after which he will proceed to Delhi. DK Shivkumar is expected to stay in the national capital and meet with union ministers tomorrow. Now, while it's said that he's vying for the top post, he's going to be meeting with the High Command, but also some union ministers. Afreen, to give us a little more on the details of this, his itinerary there. Afreen, what's the reason he's likely to be meeting union ministers?
Well, absolutely, Nabila. We're getting to know that Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar is traveling to Delhi First, he will be going to Hyderabad, from where he will go to Delhi and land in Delhi in the evening. After which he is expected to stay overnight and meet with some of the union ministers tomorrow. It has not been clarified from his office what exactly is the reason why he's meeting with the union ministers. It could be because he keeps going back and forth to meet with the union ministers to look at the water, to meet with the water minister there, union water minister. He has been taking up the Mekedatu Dam, be it that or other water-related programs in Karnataka very seriously. So it could be that he's going to meet with the union ministers for that reason. But we also have to look at the fact that there has been a long-festering power tussle between DK Shivkumar and Chief Minister Siddaramaiah for the chair of the chief minister, and it could also be that DK Shivkumar is looking at this as an opportunity to meet with the high command in Delhi, where he had been waiting for the elections to get over. Today we're seeing that elections in Tamil Nadu are going to be over, so he could be looking at this as an opportunity to meet with the high command, since they'll be a little more relaxed and their focus would be off the elections as of now.
Well, thank you, Afreen, for joining us with all those details. But staying with the state of Karnataka now, the Muslim or minority infighting within the Karnataka Congress refuses to die down. There is a fresh headache for the Congress High Command and the state leadership, with the Ulema Board now throwing its weight behind the Muslim leaders who've seen some action from the Congress High Command. In fact, remember, MLC Jabbar was sacked or at least suspended from the party primary membership. On the other hand, Nazir Ahmed, who was the political advisor to the chief minister, was sacked. Both of them accused of indulging in anti-party activities and backing the SDPI candidate in Davangere South by-election. Now the Ulema Board is saying that this will be taken up in the conference that will be held in Karnataka, and they will give a representation. The Congress now in a hurry to ensure that this does not dent the party's core vote base, the minority vote base in Karnataka.
ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಏನಂದರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಜಬ್ಬಾರ್ ವಿಚಾರದಿರಲಿ, ಜಬ್ಬಾರ್ಗಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ನಸೀರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಭಾಳ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಅವರು ಏನಾರು ಪಕ್ಷದ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಏನಾರು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದು ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಸತೀಶ್ ಜಾರಕಿಹೊಳಿ ಏನಿರೋದು ಪ್ರೊಸೀಜರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ರಿಪ್ಲೈ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ರಿಪ್ಲೈ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹಂಗೇಳಿರೋದು. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅದೇ ಇರೋದು. ಈಗ ನಸೀರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ದು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಸೀನಿಯರ್ ಅವರು. ನಾವು ಅವ್ರೇನೋ ಪಕ್ಷದ ವಿರೋಧಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದು ತಪ್ಪಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. ಈಗ ಪಕ್ಷ ಏನಾರ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಏನಾರ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ದು ಏನಂದರೆ, ಆಯಿತು ಒಂದು ನೋಟಿಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರು ರಿಪ್ಲೈ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಅದು ಬರೀ ಸತೀಶ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರದು ಅದೇ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ.
ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಅವರು ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವರು, ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಸೂಚನೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸತ್ಯಾಸತ್ಯತೆ ಪರಿಶೀಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ನಾವು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಪಸಂಖ್ಯಾತರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈಗ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ, MLCಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ತೀರ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರ ಕುಟುಂಬದವರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೊಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿ. ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ಶಿವಶಂಕರಪ್ಪನವರು ತೀರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನ ಬೇರೆ ಅರ್ಥೈಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ತಪ್ಪು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಇಂಟರ್ನಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ.
All right, Rohini joins us live from Bengaluru. Minority leaders who are throwing their weight on the Congress government in Karnataka, pushing them to revoke this suspension against Nasir Ahmed and Jabbar, two MLCs who were suspended for alleged anti-party activities. And the report, ironically, of such anti-party activities was given by an internal observer, a party member itself, claiming that within the party itself there was this group working against the party's prospects. Now, the ulemas in Karnataka coming out to put pressure. So it's really turned a little uncomfortable for Congress, where their primary vote bank is now pointing fingers at them, crying foul.
So true, and not just that, they're also accusing of selective discipline. And what they're saying is that when there have been other issues and other incidents where there have been anti-party activities. Another leader called Rajiv Gowda who had abused another officer, Tehsildar. At that time, first a notice was issued and then action was taken against the person. Now, when this particular so-called anti-party activity that is based on an internal report, then why was that due procedure not followed? Number one. Number two, they're also saying that there were a lot of promises that the Congress had made, especially even in the 2023 elections, in terms of the background of reservations for Muslims and also in terms of the hijab issue. All that remains unanswered, untouched in terms of the issues that have been talked about. And now we are taking action against leaders, especially when without even conducting a proper, proper notice given or an internal investigation into the matter. Now, what we also need to understand is that it's not just the minority political leaders of the Congress, but also now the ulema and everybody getting together and saying that you need to revoke this decision for now. A very crucial meeting just took place just an hour ago, but while that is between Zamir Ahmed and the working president of the Congress, Satish Jalkoli, though they say that it was a casual meeting on other issues, but clearly this meeting that we're seeing between Zamir and Satish Jalkoli also is important. Satish Jalkoli is also leading especially into trying to diffuse this entire issue and try to bring the entire minority vote bank back. That also has been given in terms of responsibility by Siddaramaiah. Apart from the fact that this is going to also not only hurt the Congress in Karnataka, it's going to hurt the prospects of the Congress in the upcoming 2028 elections as well. So if they do not fight this now, they are going to really face trouble, because this, like we just said, is the largest vote bank, not just in Karnataka, but across India as well, and have rippling effects across.
Absolutely. And Rohini, the results of this by-poll that will come out on the 4th will have a lot of impact on how the Congress deals with this. If it goes against the Congress, or if the SDPI ends up getting a few thousand votes in Davangere South, then it could turn out to be a catch-22 situation for the Congress High Command and the leadership on how they deal with this entire crisis then.
Yeah, that's a very that's a sharp point that you're bringing out, because that's exactly how, and that is why we're seeing the Congress also playing it as of now in a way that you're waiting for the by-poll results. If it goes against Congress or they lose Davangere, then the action is justified, because the allegation is that these three leaders, the two who have been suspended, one is the minority chairman as well as the political secretary to Siddaramaiah, both of them being, one of them was removed and one of them suspended, and the accusation allegation against Zamir Ahmed would prove true. If they do not, then possibly then the Congress will have to think whether they took the right step and whether it was done in haste. But all this was based, and what the state Congress has been saying is based on the report that has been filed by the AICC, and so they will follow the diktat of what the High Command says. But clearly this is going to have, not only is not a catch-22 situation, it's a situation that could cause an embarrassment to the Congress government itself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Rohini, for joining us. The results of this by-poll might not change the fate of the government, but clearly will have an impact on the political career of Nazir Ahmed and MLC Jabbar.
Thanks very much, Harish. Well, Tamil Nadu currently is voting. We right here on CNN News 18 are keeping a hawk's eye to the voter turnout. So if you haven't yet cast your ballot, go out there, cast your vote. Thanks very much for tuning in.
General Naravne, former army chief, whose unpublished book led to a kerfuffle in Parliament.
Definitely the pen is mightier than the sword. There's no doubt about that.
On your part, you confirm Penguin's contention that the memoir has not been officially released. So was the book in Mr. Gandhi's hand then fake?
Unfair in the sense that unnecessarily being dragged into a controversy which is not of your making. It should not be misinterpreted in that manner. It actually shows the faith that the government has in the army chief. So it should be taken in a positive light.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold the shared code of honor among military men
so in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we've always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
Yeah. So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I have written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces.
A very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop and with me is Kritsween. Remember, it is a polling day in Bengal and in Tamil Nadu. We'll be deep diving over there. But first up, we bring you the headlines.
On the day as Bengal votes, Rahul Gandhi has once again virtually taken on the TMC, says Mamata Banerjee is losing the election to the BJP because of corruption.
In his first interview to a news channel this election cycle, BJP President Nitin Nabin is saying that BJP is sweeping Bengal and with it Mamata's misgovernance will be gone.
BJP President also tells CNN News 18 that the ADMK alliance is so ahead that it will not need Vijay's support.
BJP President Nitin Nabin says that the opposition is so blinded by Modi hatred that it is ready to betray Mahila interest by opposing the quota bill.
And keeping up with the poll-related updates in Bengal, poll violence erupts across Murshidabad as TMC cadre and Humayun Kabir's party workers clash, booth capturing shadow lengthens.
In Tamil Nadu, polls bogged down by allegations levelled by BJP and TVK against DMK for creating obstacles for voters to reach polling booths.
Voter-strong booths from Tamil Nadu to West Bengal as Election Commission flags robust turnout that might even set a new record.
In his first ever TV interview, former Army Chief General Naravane tears into Rahul Gandhi for turning his unpublished memoir into a political prop and constructing a false narrative, asks Rahul Gandhi to trust forces and Prime Minister.
It's a murder. Most foul IIT graduate and daughter of an IRS officer murdered by ex-domestic employee in the heart of South Delhi colony.
US President Donald Trump crosses the line, likens India and China to hellholes in a rancid post ahead of hearing on birthright citizenship.
Well, voting is underway in phase 1 of West Bengal Assembly elections across 152 constituencies in North Bengal and key southern districts, with over 3.6 crore voters participating under tight security cover. As early turnout trends become a key focus in this high-stakes battle. Now, the phase has been marked by reports of violence from Murshidabad, where incidents of clashes and poll-related tension were reported in some of the pockets. In the meanwhile, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has escalated his attack on the Trinamool Congress, alleging that the corrupt Mamata government is one of the key reasons why the BJP could potentially come to power in the state, a remark that has further intensified this political slugfest.
On the other hand, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is aggressively campaigning for a fourth straight term, relying on welfare schemes, padyatras and even direct outreach to consolidate her support on the ground. In contrast, Prime Minister Modi has led a strong campaign push, especially in Jungle Mahal, focusing on tribal outreach, governance issues and concerns around infiltration and voter list integrity. Is mocked Mamata Banerjee after she scoffed at his Jhalmuri moment earlier, saying that although he has the Jhalmuri, it was TMC who felt the spice. Listen in to the reactions.
वैसे मैंने सुना है कि झालमुरी ने भी कुछ लोगों को जन्नाटेदार झटका दिया है। झालमुरी मैंने खाई, लेकिन झाल टीएमसी को लगी है। साथियों, यहां तो टीएमसी के विधायकों, मंत्रियों, लोकल नेताओं और इनके सिंडिकेट के खिलाफ इतना गुस्सा है कि कई जिलों में टीएमसी का खाता तक नहीं खुलेगा। टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार की पहचान है झूठ बोलो, झांसा दो। 15 साल के इनके हर वादे आधे अधूरे हैं। आप इनके महाझूठ देख लीजिए। इन्होंने हर ब्लॉक में मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल बनाने की घोषणा की थी, लेकिन हुआ क्या? बंगाल में सैकड़ों स्कूल बंद हो गए। साथियों, टीएमसी ने घर घर पाइप से पानी पहुंचाने का वादा किया था। हर घर नल तो नहीं पहुंचा, लेकिन जल भराव का गंदा पानी आपके घर द्वार तक जरूर आ गया। साथियों, टीएमसी ने 10 लाख एमएसएमईज और हजारों बड़े उद्योग लगाने का वायदा किया था, लेकिन बीते सालों में यहां हजारों फैक्ट्रियां बंद हो गई। जूट मिलों में ताले लगा दिए गए। इसके बावजूद एम्स पूरा किया और आज ये एम्स आपको अपनी सेवाएं दे रहा है। टीएमसी का लूट का मॉडल यहां की नगरपालिका में सबने देखा है। ये शहर बेहाल है। सड़कें, ड्रेनेज, नदी से होने वाला कटाव, यानी चारों तरफ परेशानियां ही परेशानियां हैं।
भाइयों और बहनों, अगर ममता जी ने साफ सुथरी सरकार चलाई होती, अगर ममता जी ने बंगाल को पोलराइज नहीं किया होता, तो बीजेपी के लिए रास्ता नहीं खुलता। भाई और बहनों, कांग्रेस पार्टी बीजेपी से लड़ती है और बीजेपी जानती है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ही बीजेपी को रोक सकती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का पूरा समर्थन कीजिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी को वोट दीजिए और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बंगाल में बनाइए।
This is Nauda, where sometimes ago there's going to violence erupted out here, and now you can see huge deployment of security is there, and a lot of police personnel are there, CAPFs are there. What happened? Humayun went inside a booth, and there the Trinamool supporters were also there. He gherawed the Trinamool supporters gherawed him, and there was a scuffle, there was a push, and both the central forces and the police tried to control that. And there was an area where Humayun sat on dharna for over 2 hours. And after that, when he turned out to go back, then there was again protests from the Trinamool supporters and workers, and then there was stone pelting, and after which the police resorted to lathi charge. You can see that there is huge deployment of security now, and all the security personnel, police personnel are here right now. But this is in comparison to what happens in every year election. That is less, but the fact is this incident happened out here. Humayun sat here for 2 hours, and after that, even after that, when he wanted to go back, there was stone pelting in this area, and then police resorted to lathi charge.
দেখে আমি নামাজ পড়ব বলে আমি এসে নামাজ পড়ব বলে আমি ঢালাইয়ের উপরে দাঁড়িয়েছিলাম তো আমার একটা লাতি ছিল বলি ওই স্কুলে যাইছিল ঘুরে লাতি ছিল বলে আমি দাঁড়িয়েছিলাম আর ঘুরে এসে এমিন্দি ঘুরে গিয়ে এমিন্দি চলে আইলো এসে দুটো চলে এসে অমনি আমার পাজরে একবার বোম ফেলি দিয়ে মারল দৌড় আমার লেগেছে দেখো।
All right, staying with Bengal, getting in breaking inputs. This is with regards to the latest figures on the voter turnout so far. We are being told that 62.18% voter turnout has been reported in West Bengal till 1 p.m. IST. 62% voter turnout in Murshidabad till 1 p.m. These are the latest figures, which on unexpected lines do seem to be above average and above what was expected given the violence that has been plaguing Murshidabad. Let's quickly take this forward with Kamalika, who brings us those figures as well. Kamalika, this is only bound to go higher if not stagnate at all, but what is one to make of these figures, especially if you were to compare it to the previous assembly election, which you will perhaps be able to tell us better by evening, but given the violence, what's your assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. We have to compare the percentage till the final figure comes up, because last time it was 7 phases of election and this time it is 2 phases of election. But what the data clearly shows that there is an rise, obviously, that is there. Every time Bengal has a higher percentage of higher voting percentage, that's not an issue, but this seems to be a little more high. There were the stories, and there where we'll have to really analyze it, final numbers when the final number comes. Second big thing is definitely there has been one incident in Kumarganj where we have seen the BJP candidate, he has been attacked. Here in Murshidabad we have seen, this is, let me tell you, I'm standing in that Babri Mosque area where Humayun is also there, and this is in Murshidabad area. In Nauda today in the morning we saw there's like a scuffle between AGUP, that means the Humayun supporters, and the Trinamool Congress supporters. We spoke with Humayun Kabir, who said that it is the police who was trying to work for the Trinamool Congress, and then he will see them after 4th and he's going to get 80 seats. But let me tell you, today in the morning both the side scuffled with each other. Both the candidates were in a booth, and then there was scuffle, and against the police, Humayun sat on a dharna. After that, when he was about to turn and about to go out, there was stone pelting, and there was huge CAPF was reached that spot, and there were CAPF, more forces were there, and then the situation now is under control, as we have already shown in our report.
So Kamalika, 62% voter turnout in all of Bengal, again 62% voter turnout turnout in Murshidabad despite these instances of violence, and we'll talk about the violence, the latest update that's come in. But before that, you've been touring around some of these polling booths. Give us a sense of what really has been the mood on the ground. What is the sentiment that the voters are turning up with?
See, huge number of people have come out. That is one very good thing. From 6:30 in the morning, we have seen that large number of women have come out, large number of people have come out. Even there were instances when there were intimidation last night, which is dome call. Police went there and large number of people voted. And till now, we are not getting major complaints from either BJP or TMC. Now that is also another interesting situation where both the parties seems to be in a very happy mood. And we have seen that people have come out and voted, and they said that they are going to vote on the women security. That in various places I have heard. Also people have said that they are going to vote on the women issues and the women welfare schemes. So, it is very, and the SIR is top of there. Today nobody is discussing about SIR because people whose names have been deleted, they have not queued in the booths. Okay. But SIR is definitely a big game, and this upsurge of this polling percentage, there is definitely a story into it that we'll really analyze after the entire numbers.
And will the SR exercise change the game, apart from, of course, issues like welfare schemes, ideological battle, which is also being fought by all stakeholders concerned? We'll find that out. But speaking of what you were sharing with us just a couple of minutes ago, Kamalika, let's break down those details of clashes that have been reported between the TMC and the AJUP, which is Kabir Humayun's party. Now, these workers clashed in Nauda Assembly constituency in Murshidabad itself, where AUGP founder Humayun Kabir also says that the TMC is a party of thieves and the people of Nauda have rejected them. Let's listen in to this brief comment.
চোরের পার্টি তাদের আবার কথা সারা বছর ধরে গোষ্ঠীদ্বন্দ্ব ছিল এখন আবার বলছে মিলে দিলে নওদার মানুষ রিজেক্ট করে দিয়েছে
All right, Kamalika continues to stay with us. So, Kamalika, not just Humayun Kabir, we've also heard the word coming in from Rahul Gandhi, the way Prime Minister also has attacked TMC. It's largely being projected either as a party of goons or as a party of thieves. Is this now putting the Mamata government in a tight spot, and what could this mean given the timing today?
See, definitely this has very significance. Number one, the Rahul Gandhi's statement, because this is today's election is taking place in an area where Congress also have a stake. If you see total Bengal, Congress is nowhere, it seems, but specifically where I'm standing, Murshidabad, Malda, these are the places where Congress too have a stake, and there in that day vote, Rahul Gandhi's comment coming in the morning has a lot of significance, and also Humayun saying the same thing. This is giving another political trend into it. What is it? The India alliance is not together, that's quite clear. So there are some same vote banks, the minority vote bank. The minority vote bank will have three-part share here. One, definitely the TMC. One portion will go to the Congress, and will another portion go to AGUP. Now, how much of this minority split will take place? That may, that may have a huge ramification in the entire results. So, where there is no alliance between Congress and Trinamool out here. But here Congress is fighting absolutely head on with Trinamool Congress, and that's why Rahul Gandhi's statement today is very important, and that might have an effect. So Congress is expecting some 4 to 5 seats in Malda Murshidabad region. Congress is 0 now. If they somehow get this 4 and 5, whose vote share will Congress take up? It is the Trinamool Congress. Humayun Kabir today told me that he is contesting from 2 seats, Nauda and Rajinagar. In both of the seats, I don't know whether he will win on both of the seats or not, that will be clear on 4th May. But if Humayun gets in 1 seat also, where he is contesting, whose vote share he will be taking in? He will be taking the TMC vote share. So there where the play is going to be very important. If you see Murshidabad district, it's 22 seats out there. 20 seats were with the Trinamool Congress and 2 seats were with the BJP. This time, which side the wind is blowing? Will this opposition vote, minority vote division have any bigger ramification? These are something which will be a matter of analysis.
Which is what explains Rahul Gandhi's comments too, as you rightly pointed out, Kamalika. But also to add to that, we just heard it from the Prime Minister a couple of minutes ago in Krishnanagar while he was addressing that mega rally. He said that poll violence this time around seems to be at its lowest of what you've seen so far the last couple of hours since the voting began. Is that the idea that you also get from how voters are turning up, the kind of vote share we're seeing, and how quickly law enforcement agencies have been able to bring the situation under control?
See, absolutely, whatever the Prime Minister has said, I will absolutely say 100% that is there. Because I have been covering West Bengal election for the last 20 years. Somebody who might come from, other state might not have covered West Bengal election. They might feel that, oh my God, there's some violence which is happening. But this is quite normal, and if we compare to what has happened in last all these years, Domkol is a place where we say in Hindi ki laash nahi gira to kya vote hua. But this should not be taken in some other ways, but the point is, this is a general coinage of this area. Thanks to the Election Commission and the police also, the CAPF also, that today when people were intimated that the Election Commission, the police took the people to cast their vote. That is one thing. Second definite important thing is that this Noida violence was there. There has been an attack on Jalpaiguri's candidate. There are some incidents. But if we compare it with the last 20 years, let me tell you, it is nothing. So definitely it is the least poll violence. And today is the main day, 152 seats. That means in 294, 152 seats is lost. Whole of North Bengal, whole of West Bengal, Malda, Murshidabad, specifically Murshidabad where I am standing, it is one of the most sensitive area. So till now, there have been instances of violence. I am not saying it's a violence-free election. But then in comparison to what generally happens here, this is much less. We want that it should be zero.
Stay with us, Kamalika, because there is in fact breaking news coming in thick and fast as polling is still very much on in Bengal amid clashes which are erupting, fresh clashes now being reported in Cooch Behar and Uttar Dinajpur. Security situation has been tightened on the ground level, we are being told. Now remember, Dinajpur is in the northwestern part of Bengal as well, is what we are being told. But let's quickly take this forward with Kamalika, who continues to stay with us. But Kamalika, what do you make of the situation? Cooch Behar is not new to violence. It was also a flashpoint back in 2021 when a BJP Kisan Morcha leader had also been attacked. Has there been any difference in the violence levels compared to previous assembly elections?
See, I will say less definitely, but there are instances which are coming up. What happened last time Cooch Behar election? The candidate was sitting in Dharna till the evening, till the night, if we all remember. It was Nishit Pramanik, and he won by very short margin, very less margin. So definitely there, I am saying again that it's not that it is violence free. When the Election Commission has deployed 2407 companies of central forces, which means huge. So violence has gone to absolutely zero. That is not true. But definitely if we compare it with what happened, what used to happen, then it is much less. Till now I will buy this theory only because I am here on ground. I have been watching, I have been covering the election for so long. There are instances which are happening, but it is much less than what it generally happens.
Okay, keeping up with the other news that we've been tracking, security of course has been heightened amid these fresh clashes, but the focus has also as much been on the voter turnout and also the key focus area of each of the political stakeholders, particularly the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. Now, North Bengal, remember, has been the core BJP turf since 2021, isn't it, Kamalika? Do you see a revision in the BJP strategy in retaining its stronghold, in also denting, TMC's gains from 2021? What's the overall sense that you get this election?
See, there are absolutely, if you go to the top, the Kuch Bihar, Alipurduar, Jalpaiguri and Darjeeling and Malda. I mean, North Dinajpur, Malda. So there are 54 seats. Last time in that area. Last time BJP got 30 seats. What we are coming to know from the BJP insiders is that their target is to cross 40. Now whether they are going to cross 40 or not, that we'll have to really see around 4th May. But this is their, North Bengal has been their bastion.
Yeah.
They want to hold on because South Bengal, they are not as strong as they are in North Bengal. Specifically, the next phase, the presidency race, Kolkata, North 24 Pargana, South 24 Pargana. Today is the day which is a scoring day for BJP. Now, really, how they can, they are playing the match, that is to be seen. But we see a very confident BJP. We says that the BJP insiders that it might be more than 170. That's what they feel.
All right, stay with us as we are also getting in more reactions. But Kamalika making some very valid points over there in terms of the comparison, given that she has been covering assembly elections for quite a few times now. In her assessment, she's saying that even though violence continues on polling day, the fact is that it has visibly reduced. Is this also a result of the assurances that have come in from the Home Ministry, given the Home Minister himself held multiple rallies? He's also spoken about how they will ensure that the lawlessness is completely decimated and removed from Bengal if the BJP indeed is voted to power. But more interesting, if you were to talk about the developments just as of today, is the kind of attacks that are now being directed towards Mamata Banerjee, especially towards the TMC. It's not just the BJP. Interestingly, it is the opposition parties themselves, like the Congress party, the AUGP, which are now in fact directing their attack towards Mamata Banerjee. Let's also in fact get you some breaking inputs right now we are getting in at the moment.
BJP Agnimitra Paul has made the big claim of how her car was attacked. So her car being attacked is the big allegation coming in from BJP's Agnimitra Paul, and we're shortly expecting, all right, those visuals on your screens explaining the story. This is what is being cited by the BJP leader when she says that her car was attacked. Listen it.
एकदम ये हम रहमतनगर ना घुसे यही संदेश दे रहे हैं। रहमतनगर माइनॉरिटी इलाका है और रहमतनगर में हम ना घुसे यही मैसेज दिया जा रहा है, नहीं तो फिर प्रत्याशी को कैसे बाधा दिया जाएगा।
आपने तो इसकी अंदेशा भी जताया था, इसका अंदेशा भी आपने
पहले से भी आपको बोल रहे थे कि ऐसा, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम भी मेरे ऊपर हुआ था, दूसरे बूथ में हुआ था।
तो ये इस पूरी गंभीर घटना को लेकर के क्या कहेंगी, ये किस तरीके की चूक है?
कमीशन को देखना है और अभी फिर से हम वापस जाएंगे। कौन किया है वो पुलिस देखेगा।
उसी जगह पे वापस जाएंगे,
फिर जाएंगे हम, फिर जाएंगे।
अब बाकी बूथों का भी निरीक्षण करेंगी या फिर
नहीं? अभी मुझे नीमचा की तरफ जाना है, नीमचा में झमेला हो रहा है, लेकिन ये यहाँ पर मुझे जाना है। नमस्कार।
ठीक है, ठीक, थैंक यू।
गाड़ी में पत्थर मार दिया।
In fact, earlier as well, allegations were levelled by the BJP leader on how crude bomb was hurled in Nauda and Murshidabad. And she, in fact, was the one who said, and I caught her here, I'd said this morning itself, Mamata Banerjee government will do such things, hurl bombs, load shedding. These are allegations that came in from the BJP leader, confirmation in a sense early this morning, and now she's levelling this grave allegation of how her car has come under attack. Now we'll try and understand more, get you more context on when is it that this happened, was she still seated in the car when her car came under direct attack, or was there more to it? We'll go across to Kamalika in just a bit to understand all of that, but she has categorically stated, Kamalika, that this has happened in the past as well. Give us more context to everything we've heard from her so far.
See, while, yeah, this is something which is there, and this is something which also has happened earlier, like Agnimitra's convoy has been attacked, or we have seen that none other than JP Nadda's convoy was also attacked here in 2021. So that's where they are trying to relate. But the thing is that we have to really see that here where the question is that why the quick response team and all those things, what were they doing? That is again a question which has to be raised, because from a violence-free election, that's what the promise of the Election Commission was. To less violence, it's okay, but as the day ends, and as you know, this match is very important for both the parties. This is obviously this election, but for Trinamool, it is definitely a matter of their existence. They have to save their throne. So this is the allegations which are now coming from BJP of attack and all. That is something which is very significant. And Antim Mitra, who has been known to be a protester, who has been known to be, a fighter on the streets. So this is something which is very significant, that her car gets attacked. That's what the allegation is. So we still don't have the version of Trinamool Congress, and we need to talk to the police also that what actually transpired. But the fact is, last time also we have seen Dilip Ghosh in car attacked in last election. So some of the candidates' car will be attacked. I'm not saying these are all normal things, but generally these are the things which are the features of Bengal violence. That's a very sorry situation, but then these are the features of Bengal election.
Also, the sense we are getting in is that there was vandalism also taking place, given that we can see her car's rear window has been completely destroyed. There's shattered glasses. What can you tell us, Kamalika? Are you picking up from your sources in terms of where did this attack exactly take place? We all know that Agnimitra Paul is a candidate from Asansol South. Was she there in her constituency when this attack happened? What are you learning?
This is also an area which is a strong bastion of BJP. So definitely, but Shatrughan Sinha did very well from this region in Asansol. So while she was campaigning, while she was visiting from booth to booth, this is what happened to her. That's what her claim is. So we'll have to really talk. We really have to find the nitty-gritties of it. But the point is, for this area, the seat for Trinamool Congress is very important. This Bardhaman belt. That is also very important. Like today, we can say that almost 50% of the match is gone. The match has been played. So everybody is trying to give their best. Giving their best is attacking or not. That is something we have to be really analyzing.
Which also takes us back to the 2021 story, isn't it, Kamalika? Now, Agnimitra Paul had won from this very constituency in 2021. She defeated Trinamool Congress's Shawnee Ghosh, of course, pitted against another TMC leader this time around. Tapas Banerjee of the Trinamool Congress faces Agnimitra Paul. We'll try and wait for more details and possibly get in a reaction from her as well on what really happened here and how worrying is this. But now we're looking at 3 districts which have signaled towards, this kind of an instability, an indication of violence that has been witnessed on polling day in phase 1. Overall, if you could just quickly sum up the story for us of the 3 incidents we've picked up so far, Kamalika.
See, a little more than 3 definitely now. In Murshidabad, if we consider take it since yesterday. Yesterday night, first incident happened in Domkon, and there were some people. There was a clash between CPM and TMC. They were afraid. The people in that village today in the morning, they were afraid. They were initially no police was there, but later on police took them, rescued them, and the police actually went there and to help them to cast their vote. That is one incident. Second, obviously, incident was from Nauda, where I am present. There, Humayun Kabir, and there was clashes between AGUP and the Trinamool supporters. Humayun sat on Dharna, and then when Humayun was returning, there was stone pelting, and the CAPF went, and situation came in control. Then now this, we are getting that there is one attack on one candidate of BJP in Jalpaiguri. That is there, and now Agnimitra Paul. So it is attack. So it is now 4 incidents, which is definitely something concerning. What we are getting, that there are some incidents also coming.
And you look at those visuals, Kamalika, of the rear window shattered. The allegation being leveled is that the vehicle was stoned. Not just that, we're also learning that the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be taking this up with the police. So they're going to be formally lodging a complaint. Any comments so far from other BJP leaders? Anyone's broken silence so far on this?
Yeah, definitely they are going to take up to the highest level, and they are going to take up with the police. But definitely also when so much of promises and so much of violence-free election was promised, then that is not violence-free. That is something which will be definitely criticized. As the election commission did everything, but she could not, present a violence-free election. That's there, and you see that how the BJP is claiming, Agnimitra is claiming.
Right. Kamalika, it was very interesting when you shared how Asansol also happens to be one of the key battleground points in Bengal. And when we talk about the political nature of this BJP stronghold, as you rightly mentioned, the fact is that TMC also has a significant presence over here. You mentioned how BJP has been fielding some strong candidates like Agnimitra Paul also. Give us a sense of understanding in what is the competition here like for the TMC and for the BJP.
Can you please repeat the question?
Could you give us a sense of understanding in terms of what is the political nature of Asansol South? You mentioned that it's a key battleground.
This is a place where a lot of it's a cosmopolitan area. Okay, so a lot of non-Bengali people also stay here, and it's just a mixed population out there. So this is a place where actually Agnimitra Paul got in seats, but before that, this was a very strong place for the Trinamool Congress. In 2019, the Trinamool Congress got defeated here. This place was defeated. Babur became the MP. If we take the Lok Sabha area, and then Agnimitra Paul also became the assembly constituency. So it is said to be a stronghold. But for Trinamool Congress to come in power this time, this Bardhaman belt is very important.
Okay.
And getting its first seats are very important. So we can see that the fight is on there on the ground.
So Tapas Banerjee, who's been fielded by the Trinamool Congress, Kamalika, had won from Asansol Dakshin twice in 2011 and 2016. So here's a TMC candidate, an experienced candidate at that, facing off against Agnimitra Paul, which once again raises the stakes further in this key constituency, isn't it?
Yeah, and he's a very veteran leader of this area. So definitely it is something to be, we have Trinamool Congress this time has fielded in all the political important candidates, That is where they are also working very hard on it, that to field in candidates who are politically very important, not celebrities. So they are not, they got, Shatrughan Sira got more than 2 lakh votes, 2 lakh was margin here. So, but this is originally, if you see the assembly seats wise, assembly seats BJP has the strain, but in 2024, Shatrughan Sira actually won with a very large margin. And then these Tapas Banerjee and all, they are very ground level leaders out there. Agnimitra Paul has also worked hard out there. But then this is Karo ya Maro type fight for both the parties. So definitely the friction is seen on the ground.
Okay. Interestingly, the Election Commission is also seeking a report on voter intimidation reports doing the rounds in Murshidabad's Domkal. If you could also give us a sense of how there's a lot of intimidation on ground level. You're looking at a BJP leader's car getting vandalized on one hand. Then there are voters who've been intimidated that dare they step into the booths to cast their votes, they will be attacked. I know, Kamalika, we know that this is not the first time this is happening, but give us a sense of how this has been volatile, to say the least.
See, this has been a culture which has started from the left side. Okay. So this is what happens, that before the election starts, 7 days before the election, there are people, there are miscreants, there are local dadas who say that you don't have to vote, we will manage it. Now, there is an example today in the morning in Siliguri, when one girl went to vote, it was told to her that her vote has already been casted. And there we have seen that various people who have died, they have been voting every year. And an intimidation which is there in village after village, village after village. We'll have to really see the role of Election Commission, that where this intimidation complaints are coming in, wherever there is a problem, there is an intimidation complaint coming from any booth,
You know, the worrying part still is, Kamalika, and you know, we're going to be trying Agnimitra Paul, taking a version from her as well. The worrying aspect though to the entire story is that we're looking at a 3x deployment of central forces, and yet these incidents continue to repeat themselves. Election after election, the story has remained unchanged, and those highlights continue to take the limelight away from the key election talking points, really. Thank you for that, Kamalika. Let's listen into this comment that's coming from BJP's Asansol South candidate, Agnimitra Paul. She says her vehicle was stoned. Here's what was said by her. Listen in.
हम रहमतनगर ना घुसे यही संदेश दे रहे हैं। रहमतनगर माइनॉरिटी इलाका है और रहमतनगर में हम ना घुसे यही मैसेज दिया जा रहा है, नहीं तो फिर प्रत्याशी को कैसे बाधा दिया जाएगा।
तो आपने तो इसकी अंदेशा भी जताया था, इसका अंदेशा भी आपने
पहले से भी आपको बोल रहे थे कि ऐसा, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम भी मेरे ऊपर हुआ था, दूसरे बूथ में हुआ था।
तो इस पूरी गंभीर घटना को लेकर के क्या कहेंगी, ये किस तरीके की चूक है?
कमीशन को देखना है और अभी फिर से हम वापस जाएंगे। कौन किया है वो पुलिस देखेगा।
उसी जगह पे वापस जाएंगे,
फिर जाएंगे हम। फिर जाएंगे।
आप बाकी बूथों का भी निरीक्षण करेंगी या फिर
नहीं? अभी मुझे नीमचा की तरफ जाना है, नीमचा में झमेला हो रहा है, लेकिन ये यहाँ पर मुझे जाना है। नमस्कार।
ठीक है, ठीक, थैंक यू।
गाड़ी में
Okay, we're covering the several aspects that come with the first phase of West Bengal elections. It's a high-stakes battle between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. It's the first phase today, and we've been getting you several ground reports as well. This one has been filed by my colleague Pallavi Ghosh from Nandigram. Listen in.
I'm right over here in Nandigram, and I'm at one of the booths. And you know, Nandigram, you know, just very quickly to mention the genesis of it, why Nandigram will always be important for Trinamool Congress, because her march to Singur and Nandigram under the guise of fighting for the farmers, because she had accused the left government of taking away the land of the farmers, and that is when the Tata factory had shut down. Since then, it's come a long, long way. And you know, I've been talking about this since morning. Remember how Rahul Gandhi was defeated in his bastion of Amethi? She was defeated in this bastion in 2021 by none other, who was once upon a time her closest aide, Suvendu Adhikari. And Suvendu Adhikari has now emerged as a giant killer, but also one of the main strategists. And you know, he's not shied away from taking her on. You know, I think he wanted another fight with her in Nandigram, but she's not come here. But he's definitely taken her on in Bhawanipur. And as he told me, that Bhawanipur may be, there'll be Khala Hobe, and she is going to be defeated there. So that is certainly going to make him one of the biggest claimants should the BJP come to power over here. As expected, large number of women, just one or two voices. I'll not take too much of time.
No, you can take your time.
Didi ke miss karen ekhantaয় Didi ke লড়া উচিত ছিল I'm asking her whether Didi should have contested but वो लड़ा ही नहीं यहाँ पे तो लड़ना चाहिए था
हाँ लड़ाई करे दीदी के मिस करी
तो दीदी के मिस করে কি লাভ তো লড়ছেই না তো এখানে
দিদিমণি আইসেনি কিন্তু টাকা পাঠাতেছিল ঘন ঘন
তো আপনারা কি চান টাকা উন্নয়ন
আমার দিদিমণিকে চাই
আমি জানতে চাই না কে কাকে চান আমি খালি এটা জানতে চাই যে আপনারা যখন ভোট দিতে যান আপনারা কি চাই উন্নয়ন চাকরি
না দরকার নেই
দরকার নেই আপনার কি দরকার আপনি বলুন আপনার কি দরকার
আপনার দরকার আমাদের বাচ্চা কাচ্চা ভবিষ্যতে তাদের ভবিষ্যৎ যেন ভালো কাটে আর ভবিষ্যতে মানুষ আমাদের রাজ্য থেকে মানুষ যেন অন্যের রাজ্যে না কাজ করতে যায় আমাদের রাজ্যেই যেন কাজ পায়
This is a very important point Anand, and that has been the crux of the BJP's campaign. What she's saying is that I want my children to be here. They are not forced to leave the state and go to another state in search of a job. So we want chakri. Chakri is the big thing. Job is a big factor over here. Chakri,
okay.
Safety. 2021 এ আপনি জায়ান্ট কিলার ছিলেন you defeated Mamata Banerjee. Are you missing her in Nandigram this time round? You think she should have contested from here? Or she got
I accepted it, but she not come here. She is fighting in Bhawanipur. For that reason, I will go there.
You'll go there. Nana, tell me one thing.
29th, I will see Mamata Banerjee.
You're confident?
On the battlefield of Bhawanipur.
So you think Nandigram will be repeated in Bhawanipur? You'll be able to defeat her?
I should.
Suppose the BJP wins. Will you be the chief ministerial?
No, I am not passing any comment regarding this issue. BJP not declared any person as a chief minister before election. We are campaigning under the leadership of the Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi is the guarantor.
Why do you think the BJP?
We are working for change.
SIR, people are talking you bohiragoto, you people will march খাওয়া বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে. What do you want to say to the voters?
Because after long 15 years regime Mamata Banerjee, she did not implement her one single assurance given by her party manifesto.
Date of poll is 9th April and the counting. When states turn into battlegrounds, only one team leads the charge.
Political moves from the halls of power.
The largest deployment of reporters on ground where issues hit harder.
India's most incisive analysts.
The most powerful technology.
Turning signals into sharp insight.
Because when the stakes are this high,
there's only one place to be.
Battle for the states, only on CNN News 18.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold this shared code of honor among military men
So in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we've always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
Yeah. So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I have written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out, and that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical, and we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution, and that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so forth? I mean, what did you...
Welcome back, and keeping our focus on battleground West Bengal, where the phase 1 elections has been marred by violence once again. BJP MLA Agnimitra Paul claims her car was attacked. Agnimitra Paul, remember, of the BJP, is the candidate from Asansol South. Her vehicle was stolen in Rahmat Nagar. The rear window has been shattered. Now the BJP candidate has reached the Hirapur police station to file a complaint. Listen into what she had to say when it comes to the escalating violence as phase 1 continues in West Bengal.
इधर आए, सुपरवाइज किए, जब निकले यहाँ से अचानक से पीछे से एक बड़ा सा पत्थर आके गाड़ी का पूरा पीछे का कांच तोड़ दिया. मेरा सेक्रेटरी पीछे बैठा हुआ था, उसका लगा, सिक्योरिटी का लगा. हम सामने में थे तो मेरा लगा नहीं. लेकिन ये क्या बदतमीजी है, क्या बदतमीजी है ये. माने मुसलमान ममता बनर्जी का पैतृक संपत्ति है क्या? भाजपा उनसे मिल नहीं सकते, उनको वोट नहीं मांग सकते, उनके लिए काम नहीं कर सकते. ये नहीं चलेगा ममता बनर्जी.
किन लोगों ने पथराव किया, क्या जानकारी मिली है?
शेखू और शब्बीर, ये टीएमसी के पाला हुआ गुंडा है. हमारे पास जो खबर है, তারা তো বেশিরভাগটাই পুলিশ কম স্টুজ বেশি. আর প্রিমাইসিসের মধ্যে তো বলেই দিয়েছে ইলেকশন কমিশন পুলিশ থাকতে পারবে না. পুলিশ আমি অতটা লক্ষ্য করিনি, ভিতরে যা সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্স ছিল আমি বেশি নজর রেখেছিলাম যে আমার বুথের এজেন্টরা বসে কিনা. 100% বুথের এজেন্ট আমার মাইনরিটি এলাকায় বসেছে. কিন্তু ওরা যে এই বিলো দ্য বেল্ট অ্যাটাক করা, পিছে থেকে ওয়ার করা, এই অবস্থায় তাপস ব্যানার্জি নেমে আসবে, এটা সত্যি জানা ছিল না.
Breaking news coming in as phase 1 elections is underway currently in West Bengal. You can see Home Minister Amit Shah, who's camped himself in Kolkata in the BJP war room. He's taking stock of all the preparations that are being mobilized on the ground to ensure that the phase 1 action plan of the Saffron camp continues in full swing without any bottlenecks when it comes to expanding the Saffron footprint in West Bengal. So Amit Shah keeping a close watch on the election preparations as well as the mobilization of the BJP cadre as well as the poll booth agents on the ground when it comes to ensuring that the agenda is underway in full swing. I'm joined by my colleague Payal Mehta on the broadcast. So Payal, we can see this for the past couple of days. Home Minister Amit Shah taking the lead when it comes to the BJP's campaign in West Bengal, trying to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted when it comes to the BJP's election campaign.
Well, as far as the BJP's campaign is really concerned, it's a well-oiled machinery. But like I said, BJP doesn't want to leave anything whatsoever to chance. The Union Home Minister is going to be in Kolkata till the 27th of April. He will be monitoring every detail. Just a short while ago, he was there at the party headquarters, here in Salt Lake, essentially overlooking what the preparations really were and overlooking at what the arrangements really were. Because remember, this is a central party war room which has been created, but there are war rooms that have been created in every district across the entire state, which is going into polls into the first phase. And they are repeatedly getting feedback on how many people have been able to vote so far, how many more need to vote. So every vote is being tracked. Booth level management has been the key to success as far as the BJP is concerned. That's the Brahmastra as far as Home Minister Amit Shah is concerned. And that is going to be used to big effect, and that's the reason that is also being followed up with that depth. BJP, like I said, wants to make sure that they win this election, and they're putting every effort to make sure that this is, of course, Mamata Banerjee's elections to win or lose, but the BJP certainly is fighting to win this election. And no matter what really happens, therefore, all efforts are being put, all hands are going to be on the deck as far as that goes.
Right, absolutely, Payal, and he is going to stay in the state till the 27th of April, just 2 days remaining for the final phase of polling in the state. And he's doing every trick in the trade to possibly make this a big victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. But would you not think that there has been ammunition that has been given to the Bharatiya Janata Party through senior Congress leader like Rahul Gandhi really going after the Trinamool Congress, claiming that there is going to be an ample amount of ceding of territory that so far was with Mamata Banerjee, He, of course, was talking on behalf of the Congress party, but is it not some sort of an ammunition and a victory there for the Bharatiya Janata Party, because even the Congress, one of its prime oppositions, is going anti-Mamata?
Yes, the BJP always has been of the belief that they are into the business of politics. For politics, they are not running an NGO. So they are not going to leave any stone unturned whatsoever. And of course, things fall into their lap over here. For example, just a few days ago, Rahul Gandhi and Abhishek Banerjee were trying to practically arm each other for having defeated the Women's Reservation Bill. But that love did not last for too long. With Rahul Gandhi, in fact, on a very crucial day, coming out and saying that the TMC is not being able to run a clean government over here. So what is he trying to really say? Who is this target is something which the BJP has obviously been asking. The BJP for the longest, has been maintaining that this opposition unity is just a farce or nothing more. It's just an alliance of convenience, unlike the NDA, which is a solid alliance which has been in place as well. This criticism of the TMC comes in at a very, very crucial juncture, because you are going into polls today. People are going out to vote. Whose message is Rahul Gandhi really trying to say? That's the big question that the BJP really wants to ask. And of course, the Prime Minister has hinted that he will not let the opportunities really go. The Prime Minister, in fact, is going to be campaigning in the state for the remaining days. He has about 8 programs to go as far as the run-up to the last day of campaigning is concerned. And the Prime Minister has already promised to the people of Bengal that once they win, he will be distributing mithai. They will be celebrating by distributing mithai, and he will also make sure that they have plenty of jhalmuri available to, in fact, make TMC feel the heat of the taste.
Absolutely, and that jhalmuri politics also playing out on the campaign trail. Payal, the BJP made a significant power play in the 2019 general elections as well as the 2021 assembly elections, expanding its footprint in West Bengal. Clearly, a lot of lessons learned by the Saffron camp, which was headed by Amit Shah when it came to the Bengal power play. Give us the inside track when it comes to 2026 and the entire strategy of the BJP to once and for all dethrone Mamata Banerjee.
Yes, BJP has grown from strength to strength as far as Bengal is concerned, from a party which had 2 MPs to a party which had 19 or 20 MPs, if I remember very, very correctly, in 2019. 2024 would have been a bit of a setback in the Lok Sabha, but 2021 elections gave them a huge boost. If you look at the percentage-wise, from a party of 3 MLAs, they became a party of 77 MLAs. So therefore, there is no reason for the BJP Karyakarta, the workers, not to have faith in themselves. This time around, the campaign is extremely local. Most of the talking is being done by the local leadership, the Bengali-speaking leadership as well. And that is something which is going to be, a trademark of the way BJP turned out this election, kept it very, very local. Also made sure that, they give a lot of boost and support to the Karyakartas. Last time around, after the 2021 elections, Ayushman, there was a lot of bloodbath which was seen. A lot of post-poll violence which actually was, inexplicable as far as the party Karyakartas were concerned. But this time around, they've been told that, any case which is filed against them, they will head back in equal force, because there are leaders who are going to back them right through the way. So they've been encouraged to, in fact, return back in equal force as far as TMC's attack is really concerned.
Right, Payal. Thank you so much for joining us with all the latest there. Amit Shah pretty much there squatting in West Bengal, and he is going to be there till about very, very close to the last phase of polling, the second and the last phase of polling in the state. We also have the Prime Minister, who is going to be a part of 2 other rallies before he calls it a night today in West Bengal, even as phase 1 of voting continues. But this is an election marred with violence yet again, and we will continue to tell you all about that and a lot more right here on the broadcast. We're going to a very short break.
In this election, incumbents can't afford to be complacent. Join me, Sumant Raman, as I separate political rhetoric from ground reality.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold this shared code of honor among military men
so in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we have always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
Yeah. So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I've written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out.
General Naravne, former army chief, whose unpublished book led to a kerfuffle in Parliament.
Definitely the pen is mightier than the sword. There is no doubt about that.
On your part, you confirm Penguin's contention that the memoir has not been officially released. So was the book in Mr. Gandhi's hand then fake?
Unfair in the sense that unnecessarily being dragged into a controversy which is not of your making. It should not be misinterpreted in that manner. It actually shows the faith that the government has in the army chief. So it should be taken in a positive light.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. Let's take a quick check of the top stories we're tracking. On a day when Bengal votes, Rahul Gandhi pipes up virtually conceding that Mamata is losing the election to BJP because of corruption taint. In his first interview to a news channel this election cycle, BJP president says BJP is sweeping Bengal and with it Mamata's misgovernance. BJP president also tells CNN News 18 that AIA-DMK alliance is ahead and it will not need Vijay's support. BJP president hits out at the opposition, saying they're so blinded by Modi hate that it is ready to betray Mahila interest by opposing the quota bill. In Bengal, poll violence erupts across Murshidabad as TMC cadre and Humayun Kabir's party workers clash, booth capturing shadows lengthens. In Tamil Nadu, polls bogged down by allegations levelled by BJP and TVK against DMK for creating obstacles for voters to reach polling booths. Voters throng booths from Tamil Nadu to Bengal as EC releases robust turnout that might even set a new record in both states. In his first TV interview, former Army Chief General Naravane tears into Rahul Gandhi for turning his unpublished memoir into a political prop and constructing a false narrative, asked Rahul to trust forces and the PM. Murder most foul, IIT graduate and daughter of IRS officer murdered by ex-domestic help in heart of South's colony. Brutality shocks India. And US President Donald Trump crosses a line, calling India and China hellholes in a rancid post ahead of hearing on birthright citizenship in US. Phase 1 polling in West Bengal has been marred by violent flashpoints, especially in Murshidabad, turning the spotlight on law and order during the polls. In Murshidabad, intense clashes broke out between TMC and Humayun Kabir's party, with reports of stone pelting, crude bomb attacks and voter intimidation, leaving several people injured last evening and today and triggering panic in parts of the district. Allegations of proxy voting and booth-level intimidations have also come to light, adding concern over poll integrity. The situation has already been tense because a day before the polling, crude bombs were hurled in areas like Nauda, which is Humayun Kabir's constituency this time around, injuring locals and raising security concerns. Beyond Murshidabad, tensions were reported in Cooch Behar, Dinajpur and Asansol. In Dinajpur, for example, BJP candidate Suvendu Sarkar was slapped during polling. Video shows him running into the fields as he is protected by the policemen on duty. In Asansol, BJP leader Agnimitra Paul's car was attacked. Despite the unrest, voter turnout has remained steady and pretty fast. It has crossed over 50%. Also take a look at this report filed by my colleague Kamalika Sengupta from Violence Hit, Murshidabad.
This is Nauda, where some times ago there's going to violence erupted out here, and now you can see huge deployment of security is there, and a lot of police personnel are there, CAPFs are there. What happened? Humayun went inside a booth, and there the Trinamool supporters were also there. He gherowed the Trinamool supporters gherowed him, and there was a scuffle, there was a push, and both the central forces and the police tried to control that. And there was an area where Humayun sat on dharna for over 2 hours. And after that, when he turned out to go back, then there was again protest from the Trinamool supporters and workers, and then there was stone pelting, and after which the police resorted to lathi charge. You can see that there is huge deployment of security now, and all the security personnel, police personnel are here right now. But this is in comparison to what happens in every year election. That is less, but the fact is this incident happened out here. Humayun sat here for 2 hours, and after that, even after that, when he wanted to go back, there was stone pelting in this area, and then police resorted to lathi charge.
চোরের পার্টি তাদের আবার কথা সারা বছর ধরে গোষ্ঠীদ্বন্দ্ব ছিল, এখন আবার বলছে মিলে দিলে। নওদার মানুষ রিজেক্ট করে দিয়েছে।
একটা দেখে আমি নামাজ পড়ব বলি, আমি এইসব নামাজ পড়ব বলি আমি ঢালাইয়ের ওপরে দাঁড়িয়েছিলাম। তো আমার একটা লাতি ছিল বলি, ওই স্কুলে যাইছিল ঘুরিয়ে লাতি ছিল বলি আমি দাঁড়িয়েছিলাম। আর ঘুরে এসে এমিন্দি ঘুরি গিয়ে এমিন্দি চলে আইলো, এসে দুটো চলে এসে অমনি আমার পাজরে একবার বোম ফেলি দিয়ে মারল দৌড়। আমার লেগেছে দেখো।
My colleagues Pallavi and Kamalika are both tracking the situation on ground. Kamalika, coming to you first up, because you have been in the constituency where Humayun Kabir is fighting from this time around in Nauda, and there has been a lot of opposition to him. He also had a scuffle with the TMC workers. But what's the situation on ground now?
See, right now there has been deployment of youth security and situation is under control. Situation is though tense because Nauda and Rezinagar are the two areas from where the Humayun is contesting. And obviously there was this violence today and he was gherowed. And then what happened? Both of the candidates, Humayun and the Trinamool candidate was also there in the booth. They were actually there, both the supporters were actually sloganing, and then the scuffle started, after which the Humayun Kabir sat there in protest because his complaint is against the police. He said that since yesterday night there has been intimidation and police has not done anything. That was his claim. When we spoke to Humayun clearly said that it is the police fault. And then after 2 hours when he moved he was trying to move, and then there was this stone pelting. So definitely Murshidabad is a very sensitive area, and this is the area where Trinamool is fighting BJP, Trinamool is fighting Congress, Trinamool is fighting AUP. So this is a very interesting, this is essentially the whole of state is Trinamool versus BJP. A very less Congress and left is there, but here Humayun is a factor. And let me tell you, in all these two seats where he was roaming around, and I was also with him, he had his own support base out there, and that is a minority vote bank. So that is what is very concerning as far as this violence is concerned, because whoever vote share goes from this block, this minority block, is going to have a ramification in the total result. So there where this is a do or die situation for Trinamool Congress, because this is a vote bank, their core vote bank, and Humayun wants to take a pie of it, Congress wants to take a pie of it, and we know Adhir Chaudhary, we have spoken to Adhir Da also in the morning, he was also very confident. So will the minority vote bank get split here?
Right.
That is a big question, after which the Trinamool has to do the calculation, and that might lead to this type of intense battle. And this is also Kurukshetra, it felt, though comparatively it is less than what happens here.
Yes.
But this was definitely something which was very concerning.
It is concerning, and Pallavi, as you've been reporting as well, this time around with the kind of preparations that have been done on ground, it almost became a face-off between TMC and Election Commission itself. When the Election Commission repeatedly has been coming out to say that we will ensure intimidation-free, fear-free, rigging-free polls. So have they managed to, as we speak at 3 p.m. this evening, managed to by and large conduct an election that we don't generally see in Bengal, more or less peaceful, and also rigging free, which has been their biggest promise?
Well, I mean, if you go by the figures, first of all, it's staggering figures of voter turnout, but Bengal often tends to vote. And Ajkal, you notice that most of the state elections do register a high voter turnout, and a credit also has to be given to the Election Commission itself. When I was in Nandigram, and I can talk about Nandigram, and I'm sure the story is the same elsewhere also, very stringent conditions under which the voting is being done. First of all, voters are asked to stay at least 100 meters away from the polling booth so as to avoid any kind of an intimidating tactic or any kind of an influence. More mobile phones are allowed, and complete management. There are BLOs, of course, sitting there, but there's a CCTV management. So as of now, not much reports of incidents of widespread violence. Yes, Murshidabad, 2 other areas have reported, but frankly speaking, going by Bengal's track record, it still has not been as extensive. And the second, of course, is that no mass scale reports of rigging. Of course, political parties like the TMC, the Congress, the BJP, all of them will have their complaints against each other. The BJP, for example, has put out pictures to show that how one of their candidates was being jostled and being pushed around by the TMC workers. But I would give it a much more thumbs up than what it was in 2021.
Absolutely. Well, the good news is, of course, that voters are voters are coming out in large numbers. The polling percentages are reaching as high as 60% already, Kamalika. This could well be a new record. Yes, there is an SIR effect where a large number of people were cut out of the voter lists. From Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, both about 10 to 11% were struck off, either dead, moved out, etc., or those who couldn't provide the adequate papers. But still, the numbers are pretty high.
Yeah, definitely. Here, I would like to, everything, I'll be comparing it with the last 20 years, what I have seen. Bengal voting percentage has always been high. It's 6:30 today in the morning. I saw huge lines of women, men, even before the vote started. So that is what is a picture that is always there in Bengal. But what is different this time is the rise of the percentage, the upsurge of the percentage. Like around 11 this time, it was 41.11%. It generally remains, say, around 25%, around 11. So if we compare the percentage was quite high. There where definitely it is a very positive point, and their thumbs up definitely goes to the Election Commission. Second, dome call yesterday when this incident happened, when there was intimidation, high scale. Today in the morning, the police and the CAPF took the people to the booth. That is also a very positive point, and there where the Election Commission has scored, it might not be violence free, as Pallavi was pointing out, and I have been also saying it from the morning because I have been covering the Bengal election for so many years. Bengal election, keeping my fingers crossed, nobody wants that, no dead body till now. So that is what is something very positive. But this violence is definitely uncalled for. It should have been violence free.
Right.
But definitely not a large scale violence. And this type of percentage, high percentage, and here where I am standing in Murshidabad, this is very interesting. 22 seats out here, out of which last time 20 seats went to Trinamool Congress, 2 seats to BJP. This time Adhir is contesting, this time Humayun is contesting. So it will be very interesting to see the Murshidabad's minority vote, which side minority votes here. That's going to be very important as both as Congress, and today in the morning Rahul Gandhi's statement coming up against Trinamool Congress, because here Congress is a factor. We can rule out Congress, all over Bengal, but Congress exists here in Murshidabad. That's very important. So what, this voting percentage upsurge analysis will definitely show a trend, a bigger ramification it will have on the final results.
Yes, making the result day, very, very interesting already. But stay with us, Kamalika and Pallavi. We've got, of course, more updates coming in. There have been 2 BJP candidates who have been targeted. One was physically attacked and jostled, was being hit when the police had to intervene. But the other is the BJP candidate Agnimitra Paul, whose car was attacked in Asansol. She has spoken out. Let's listen in.
जा रहे थे तो दूसरे बिल्डिंग में हम गए, फिर हम सुपरवाइज भी किए। जब वापस आ रहे थे गाड़ी में उठे और गाड़ी चलना शुरू किया, तभी एक बड़ा सा पत्थर आके पीछे का जो कांच है वो पूरा फोड़ दिया। ये बार बार किया जा रहा है। आप समझ रहे हैं कि क्यों किया जा रहा है और कौन कर रहे हैं?
किसने कराया?
माइनॉरिटी इलाका में कौन कराएगा? टीएमसी के साथ माइनॉरिटी का अच्छा संबंध है, और टीएमसी नहीं चाहते हैं कि भाजपा टीएमसी का जो लगता है उन लोगों का प्रॉपर्टी मुसलमान, उसमें हम लोग दखल अंदाजी करें। तो ये बार बार ये होता है।
पुलिस से शिकायत,
लेकिन मुसलमान भाई बहन अभी वो भी मोदी सरकार को चाह रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो लोग को भी पता है कि उन लोग को कुछ नहीं मिला है। तो पत्थर मार के अग्निमित्रा पॉल को बाद रुका नहीं जा सकता। हम फिर से जाएंगे और सेंट्रल फोर्स देखे क्या करते हैं, उनको देखो। थाना में बोले हैं, लेकिन अभी तक लिखित कंप्लेंट नहीं की।
She says she has lodged a verbal complaint but not a written one so far. Kamalika, was again the presence of ground security adequate where Agnimitra Paul was when her car was attacked? She seems to be safe, but the rear windshield of her car was indeed broken by stone pelting.
See, this was not a booth area, so everywhere you will have central force. That is also not possible, no. So this is, if we see both of the incident, in Humayun incident, we can raise question on the central forces, but in this incident, it's just not there. So that is where definitely a question arises about the quick response team. What I am coming to get from my election commission sources, that now all the DMs and the DOs, the district election officers, have been told to have rapid action. The CAPF will move. There are 2,409 companies, which is huge. So their movement is a little bit delayed. That's a question which is been raised by all the political parties. And that's where this question definitely has an answer, that what happens to the quick response team, and when there is a complaint going on, are they reacting immediately? So all these questions are there, but definitely as far as booths are concerned, you know, we have seen, I still remember one election where we were doing a live in 7 in the morning. The goons came, they just smashed everything, took the EVM, also, you know, broke our equipments and went. So this is also, this has happened, I mean, this is also something which has happened in Bengal. So if I compare it to that, there has been nothing in the booth there, but definitely what has happened shouldn't have happened. It is not one candidate. Also the Jalpaiguri candidate has been attacked. That's what their claim is.
Right. Well, certainly, as both of our colleagues are mentioning again and again, it's point to be noted here that by Bengal standards, so far till 3 p.m. this evening, phase 1 of polling, elections have been by and far peaceful. We've seen some instances of clashes, stone pelting. Last evening there was crude bombs hurled. Couple of candidates have come under attack, but we haven't seen any widespread booth attacks so far. And I think, Kallavi, that continues to be a strong challenge for the Election Commission, isn't it? To ensure that, because if that is ensured, then of course a message will go across not just the electorate, there's a phase 2 coming, but also all political parties, that this will not fly anymore.
Well, I mean, I think one of the most sensitive areas were the ones which are going to vote today. I mean, Sitalkuchi, we remember the firing which took place in the last assembly election, Murshidabad, Malda, Dinajpur. The imports of these, the inputs about these areas were certainly very worrying, which is why the Election Commission has already dispatched central forces. And of course, those central forces are going to remain there even after counting is over, because last time around one noticed that there was deep-rooted political post-poll violence. That is something which the EC wants to kind of avoid. See, the Election Commission has not had a very easy going. First of all, being pulled up as far as the SIR is going. Then, of course, because of the arrangements on the grounds. But I do notice that there are fewer, reports of people not being able to cast their vote with not having the right papers. That is, I'm talking about the polling booth today. That's one. And definitely in stark contrast to 2021, so far much lesser reported incidents of violence.
Right. We continue to maintain a very close watch on how polling is going as far as West Bengal is concerned. Also moving on to some more updates that we're getting, you know, we've got these visuals of Amit Shah reviewing election operations in Kolkata. Remember, he is the big strategist of the BJP, keeping a very close watch not just on BJP's preparations, but also, of course, on how election and polling is panning out in the state of West Bengal. So that is also going to be very important from BJP's point of view. You can see these are visuals from BJP's headquarters, their election war room in Kolkata, where Amit Shah has been there through this last few days, through yesterday, and of course till today as well. Pretty strong presence of the number of people working there. He's taking, of course, their opinion and their updates. And this has been the strategy of the BJP top leadership this time, that they have to be seen on the ground, because last time around there was a sense that because of the post-poll violence that erupted, despite BJP doing as well as it did from 3 to 77, there wasn't enough presence to protect their own cadres. And this time around, I think the attempt is to make sure that that message goes to the cadre and in turn to the voters as well, that they are on ground, they're not going to allow the kind of violence that prevails. And my colleague Payal Mehta is also joining us with more. Payal, just tell us a little bit more about the happenings at the BJP headquarters today.
Well, of course, the Home Minister was there monitoring the situation in the war room a short while ago. Just gives you an impression as to how serious this election actually means for the BJP. Not only is the central war room here in the state active, but they are also getting a reporting from all the war rooms concerned, whether it's district-wise, whatever seats have gone into election. Every voter is being mapped to make sure that they have maximized their effort as far as that is really concerned. And that's the reason that Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, and the key strategist for the Saffron Party is going to stay put in Kolkata till 27. They want to make sure that they make every vote count, and they want to make sure that every effort is put forth so that, this can be the last mile effort that the BJP can put in. They smell blood in a way in 2021 when they move from party of 3 MLAs to 77 MLAs, and after that they only have the reason to believe that, the victory is just probably a few steps away. They just need to scale those few steps and victory will be with them. So all steps are being taken to ensure that as well, and of course the Union Home Minister leading the way.
Payal, we also have visuals of the Prime Minister's rally going on, and I think this is happening in South 24 Parganas, if I'm not wrong. Tell us more of the Prime Minister's campaign today.
Well, the Prime Minister, in fact, is holding a second rally in a short while from now. The Prime Minister will also be holding a very effective roadshow in the Howrah district over here, closer to the capital city, Kolkata. He's going to be sending a long and a very strong message to the voters of Bengal, especially with the fact that one phase of voting is taking place today, and the Prime Minister wants to, in fact, send this message that, you know, we are here to secure your interests. We are here to secure the interests of women. We are here to make them feel secure, safe. We are not going to protect or not going to back any infiltrators of fake voters like Mamata Banerjee. Law and order will actually become an issue which is going to be spoken about in the positive manner as far as our government is really concerned. And the Prime Minister of India has already told the people of Bengal that come the 5th of May, we are very, very sure that we'll be able to win the state of Bengal. And once we win the state of Bengal, we can all have Mishti together. We can all have the Jhalmudi, even though Mamata Banerjee is currently feeling the Jhal of the Moody.
He made that comment in his previous rally today about how he ate the Jhalmuri, but some others got Jhal. So lots is being said on Jhalmuri already. But Payal, I do want your sense, since you're tracking the BJP headquarters as well, and you know the upcoming program in Howrah by the PM. What does the BJP so far feel of the manner in which the polling has gone down in West Bengal so far?
Well, we'll have to just still wait and see how they assess the entire polling. But, you know, more polling certainly can mean both ways. In a lot of places you've seen, more polling clearly means that, you know, there's enough strength for the incumbent. But on a lot of occasions, you never know whether the people are actually voting in vengeance or not. A lot of voting in crucial areas will also be very significant. But this has largely been a stronghold of the BJP. The North Bengal region has been a stronghold of the BJP. And as for the BJP assessment, in about 12 to 13 districts across the North Bengal region, Mamata Banerjee will not even be able to open her account.
Payal, stay with us. I do request our other colleagues also to stay with us, because remember, even as we track elections and polling across 152, roughly half of Bengal's constituencies today, 3.6 crore voters participating under tight security cover, and turnouts have become a big focal point right now as we approach the evening, because already turnouts are touching 60% upwards, both actually in Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. As I mentioned, the phase has been marred by violence, at least in 4 different places. But the attention has also been garnered by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, who escalated his attack on the TMC, alleging that due to corruption taint of the Mamata Banerjee government, the BJP is getting a look-in to come to power in West Bengal, a remark that has further intensified the political slugfest.
भाइयों और बहनों, अगर ममता जी ने साफ सुथरी सरकार चलाई होती, अगर ममता जी ने बंगाल को पोलराइज नहीं किया होता, तो बीजेपी के लिए रास्ता नहीं खुलता। भाइयों और बहनों, कांग्रेस पार्टी बीजेपी से लड़ती है और बीजेपी जानती है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ही बीजेपी को रोक सकती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का पूरा समर्थन कीजिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी को वोट दीजिए और कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बंगाल में बनाइए।
इतनी मेहनत करते हैं, उन्हें जो आय हो सकती है वो नहीं मिलती है, क्योंकि समंदर में टीएमसी की प्राथमिकता ही दूसरी है। यहां समंदर के जरिए तस्करी और स्मगलिंग के कारोबार चल रहे हैं। गोल्ड की तस्करी, ड्रग्स की तस्करी, अवैध हथियारों की तस्करी। टीएमसी सरकार ऐसे सभी अपराधों को संरक्षण देने लगी है। इससे इस क्षेत्र की सुरक्षा, यहां के बच्चों का भविष्य दांव पर लग गया है। साथियों, भाजपा सरकार में समंदर सुरक्षित भी बनेगा और बंगाल की समृद्धि का स्रोत भी बनेगा। ये बीजेपी सरकार ही है जिसने केंद्र में पहली बार मत्स्य पालन के लिए अलग से मंत्रालय बनाया। हम ब्लू इकोनॉमी को आगे बढ़ाने में लगे हैं। हमने मछली पालन से जुड़े भाई बहनों को किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड की सुविधा से जोड़ा है। समंदर में जाने वाले हमारे मछुआरा भाई बहनों का जीवन सुरक्षित रहे, उन्हें मछली पकड़ने के लिए बेहतर जानकारी मिले, इसके लिए हम आधुनिक तकनीक का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। बंगाल में भी भाजपा ने अपने संकल्प पत्र में फिश एक्सपोर्टिंग हब बनाने का ऐलान किया है। साथियों, बंगाल में भाजपा की सरकार बनते ही मछुआरों की समस्याओं पर फोकस किया जाएगा। हमारा प्रयास यह है कि काकद्वीप का मछुआरा सिर्फ स्थानीय बाजार तक सीमित न रहे, उसकी मछली बड़े शहरों तक पहुंचे, देश के बाहर भी जाए। इससे यहां के हर परिवार की आय बढ़ेगी, युवाओं को नए अवसर मिलेंगे। साथियों, टीएमसी ने कैसे यहां के समंदर को असुरक्षित कर दिया है, इसका मैं आपको एक और उदाहरण देता हूं। पिछले दिनों काकद्वीप में अनेक घुसपैठिए मछुआरे पकड़े गए। वो यहां आते जाते रहे, यहां अवैध काम करते रहे। किसके संरक्षण पर? टीएमसी सरकार के संरक्षण पर। वो घुसपैठिए यहां किसका हक मार रहे थे? हमारे बंगाल के मछुआरों का, आप लोगों का, यहां के स्थानीय लोगों का हक मार रहे थे। इसका विरोध होना चाहिए कि नहीं होना चाहिए? इनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? लेकिन टीएमसी चाहती है कि घुसपैठियों को न रोका जाए। जब भी मैं घुसपैठियों पर कार्रवाई की बात करता हूं तो टीएमसी इसका विरोध करती है। एक टीएमसी विधायक ने तो स्वीकार किया है कि
2021 में आपनी जायंट किलर छिलेन, you defeated Mamata Banerjee. Are you missing her in Nandigram this time around? You think she should have contested from here? Or she got
I accepted it, but she not come here. She is fighting in Bhavanipur. For that reason, I will go there.
You'll go there. Now tell me one thing.
29th, I will see Mamata Banerjee.
You're confident?
On the battlefield of Bhavanipur.
So you think Nandigram will be repeated in Bhavanipur?
I
You'll be able to defeat her?
I should.
Suppose the BJP wins. Will you be the chief ministerial?
No, I am not passing any comment regarding this issue. BJP not declared any person as a chief minister before election. We are campaigning under the leadership of the Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi is the
why do you think the
guarantor.
BJP?
We are working for change.
SIR, people are talking, you Bohiragoto, you people don't will march khawa bondo hoye jabe. What do you want to say to the voters?
Because after long 15 years regime Mamata Banerjee, she did not implement her one single assurance given by her party manifesto.
How is the voting? How is the
Turnout is good. Turnout is good.
बहरमपुर में इस बार क्या होने वाला है? बहरमपुर में
कांग्रेस जीतेगा और क्या होगा?
और आप कितना कॉन्फिडेंट है? आप
पूरा कॉन्फिडेंट है।
और अभी तक कोई ऐसा खबर कुछ
ज्यादा कुछ नहीं हुई, थोड़ा बहुत हुई है, ज्यादा
यहाँ पर फाइट बहुत ही कम्युनल हो जा रहा है, लोग बोल रहे हैं, तो इसमें आप अपने आप का ये फाइट को कैसे पाते हैं?
The atmosphere is very okay. The atmosphere is in this constituency. It's okay. I don't have too much to complain about, except the fact that there is a systematic bid to destroy all our posters by my opponent, Trinamool Congress. Apart from that, and a few incidents of threat to voters, there has been nothing untowards in this constituency. Democracy must prevail. Democracy, and for democracy to prevail, those who threaten democracy must be put out of action. And I hope the courts are mindful of that there are people whose job it is, whose profession has become one of threatening voters. I hope they are kept out of the arena.
All right, while we see West Bengal, Tamil Nadu on the other hand, we're looking at record voter turnout. Huge influx of NRIs who come in from different parts of the world to Tamil Nadu to cast their ballot. So we're going to see a big voter turnout is what we suspect. Voting is currently underway and we're seeing a tight fight, a four-cornered fight.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself appealing to voters to come out in large numbers and cast their ballot. On the ground, we saw early today leaders like Edappadi Palaniswamy, P. Chidambaram, actor Ajit, and BJP leader Khushbu Sundar and actor Rajnikant, all of them coming nice and early to cast their vote. As of 11 a.m. so far, the voter turnout in Tamil Nadu stands at 37.56%. In fact, we are going to update those numbers for you. In fact, this does indicate a strong early response. Reportedly, chaos also broke out at Kilambakam bus stand, as there were no buses available for voters there. That's the allegation, that very few buses were plying for voters to get to their hometowns to cast their vote. Many of them returned home without exercising their franchise. Meanwhile, Vijay's TVK has now claimed sabotage and intentional misplanning by the state administration regarding the shortage of transport for voters. Moreover, BJP leader K. Annamalai has also stepped up his attack on the DMK, alleging attempts to buy votes. He says cash distribution has been found, while also flagging transport issues affecting those voters. Let me quickly bring in Purnima, who's bringing us all the reactions from the ground from Chief Minister M.K. Stalin to some of the BJP faces. Let's hear it.
Message என்ன சார் voters உங்க மெசேஜ் என்ன சார்?
ஜனநாயக கடமை மக்கள் ஆற்ற வேண்டும், வாக்காளர் ஆற்ற வேண்டும், தமிழ்நாடு வெல்லும்.
So, we've seen allegations of large-scale cash transfer, gold being given, now allegations that buses are not enough.
So, it's very unfortunate what happened in Tamil Nadu over the past few days. And if you look at Coimbatore South, very unfortunate that money distribution to the tune of 5,000 rupees per voter. In Karur, half-gram gold to every single voter that is distributed. I firmly believe that Election Commission should have done a good job pre-poll. And how did all this money move? How did all this gold move? What is this last mile delivery? How are you able to do it and micromanage and do it? We have been consistently complaining. And in South, Coimbatore South, it is about Gundaism coming out, all violence happening. The Ramanathapuram police station D1 got locked. Police locked it for some time because the crowds were growing to take all the DMK people out who were arrested by the police when they're distributing cash. Very unfortunate, but despite all this, I think election is sometimes very noisy. And despite all this, I'm very confident voters will come out in large numbers. They will vote as per their conscience.
You campaigned extensively across Tamil Nadu. Western Tamil Nadu has been a traditional bastion of the AIDMK and the BJP. How do you see it going forward?
We will continue to maintain our momentum, and today, as a responsible public person, I am supposed to not do any soft signaling also. I will be within my lane. And we have done all the hard work, and people have seen the 5 years of DMK government. Today, I'm very, very sure they'll make the right choice by casting their vote.
Your message to the voters.
Please come and vote. This is your right.
Is this going to be a tough election or an easy election?
That we'll know on May 4th. I believe it's going to be a sweep for our alliance, our Chief Minister. Definitely we'll win.
Can NDA make inroads this time?
Definitely not. People of Tamil Nadu are very smart. They will take a very good decision.
All the best, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, Purnima joins us live right from the ground. Purnima, a little sense of what we see in Tamil Nadu. Big numbers, the voter turnout has been impressive so far. Do we have updated numbers? And I hear there's a lot of the NRI population from different parts of the world who have come into Tamil Nadu today to cast their vote. Are you seeing this an increase from the years gone by?
Well, yes, at the moment, a lot of people, even now it's lunchtime, but you can still see people here queuing up. A lot of youngsters and first-time voters as early as, 7, 8 a.m. is what we've seen. Even Harish has been talking about how many young faces have come out early to cast their votes. We'll have to wait for the numbers, because every time Chennai has always had a lesser voter turnout, which is around 61, 62. We'll now have to wait and see whether in fact this time around it will increase, because as you said, there have been videos, voices saying they are travelling all the way from abroad to India to cast their votes. Many are talking about a need for a change. Whether that will happen, we'll have to wait and see. But till about 1 p.m. the voter turnout was 56.8%. The voting will continue till 6 p.m. We'll have to wait for the final numbers to see which whether huge chunks have come to Chennai and across Tamil Nadu to cast their votes. More clarity on that once the voting process ends in the state.
Right. Purnima, thank you very much. For those who haven't yet, please go out and cast your vote if you are a resident of Tamil Nadu. We're slipping into a short break. We'll be back with more.
General Naravne, former army chief, whose unpublished book led to a kerfuffle in Parliament.
Definitely the pen is mightier than the sword. There's no doubt about that.
On your part, you confirm Penguin's contention that the memoir has not been officially released. So was the book in Mr. Gandhi's hand then fake?
Unfair in the sense that unnecessarily being dragged into a controversy which is not of your making. It should not be misinterpreted in that manner. It actually shows the faith that the government has in the army chief. So it should be taken in a positive light.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold the shared code of honor among military men?
Yes, so in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, to the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we've always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
Yeah. So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I have written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know what really happened. Were you tried? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out, and that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical, and we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution, and that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this
Not,
is an indictment of the government and so forth. I mean, what did you want to do at that point? Did you want to tweet? Did you want to go on Instagram? Did you want to hold a loudspeaker and say things? What went through you?
Not really, because it was not anything directly to do with me, although it is my unpublished or some pirated edition or some cover which has just been printed.
We have some really disturbing news coming in from the national capital, Delhi. A 22-year-old woman, daughter of an IRS officer, was raped and murdered inside South Delhi home in Kailash Hill. Delhi police say that the accused, Rahul Meena, who was their domestic help, returned to their house a month after being fired and used his familiarity with the family members and gained access to their premises. He entered their house, allegedly assaulted the girl, strangled her while she was alone before looting cash and valuables and fleeing from the scene after changing his clothes. The family has discovered her body hours later and alerted the police. A massive manhunt has now been launched. Multiple teams, CCTV footage all being tracked. A hotel in Dwarka was where he was hiding. This is the information we have. The cops now are probing any prior criminal link that this man could have. 4 days police remand granted. In fact, that's the big update on this. 4 days police remand granted for the main accused in the Delhi rape and murder case. Detailed order to be passed in the course of the day. We have our correspondent Anvit Srivastava joining us live from the Saket court premises. Ankit, give us a little more in detail. An IRS officer's daughter has been sexually assaulted and strangled to death. It's indeed shocking, and we have some CCTV footage that we're playing out on our screens as well. The man very casually walking off after he changed his clothes and tried to escape. He was found hiding at a Dwarka hotel, is it?
Well, see, the incident took place yesterday morning, and within 12 hours the accused was also arrested. This was around 6:30 a.m. that the accused managed to enter the house of this officer, and her daughter was alone at the home. The couple was in the gym, and they had gone out to work out, and that was the time when around 6:39 he gained entry into the house and found the woman. Because he was familiar with the house and where the keys were kept, he opened the door and entered the house, where he was confronted by the daughter, who was alone at the home at that time. And this was the time when he asked for some money. What we have been told by the investigator, that he asked for some cash and valuables. The daughter confronted, and that confrontation led to a violent scuffle between them, during which he hit her with a hard object. He hit her on her head. She had grievous injuries, and then we are being told that when she was unconscious, the man allegedly sexually assaulted her. After that, he took some valuables, he ransacked the house, and he fled the house. He was also captured in the CCTV. The moment he left the house, and after a while, when the parents of the girl came back, they found the daughter lying in a pool of blood. They rushed her to the hospital, where around 8:45 a.m. she was pronounced dead. The cops were then informed, and then a manhunt was started. More than 15 teams were formed by the Southeast District. The DCP himself supervised the entire operation with under the supervision of Joint Commissioner Vijay Kumar. And in the evening, Vijay Kumar also addressed the media and said that the accused have been apprehended, arrested from one of the hotels in Dwarka. He had also, what we have been learning, that he is a resident of Alva, where also he had just a day prior to this had sexually assaulted another woman and then had fled from there. He needed some money. He had sold off 2 phones on his way to Delhi. He also took lift from an ambulance driver, told him that his grandmother is unwell, therefore he needs to reach Delhi. Told him the story, also promised him a sum of 5,000 rupees, but did not pay. The moment the ambulance driver let him off, he fled, did not pay. The ambulance driver straight away came to Kailash Hills, entered the house, committed this crime, took the valuables and fled from there. His plan, what the police are saying, was to flee with the valuables and go back home, but because he had committed such a gruesome murder, he planned to stay in Dwarka for a few days, and then when the matter settles down, planned to flee further. He was arrested yesterday. He has been produced to the court now. 4 days remand has been granted. Police now wants to interrogate him further and to know that which all the places where he had gone. We are also expecting that police will now that he has been sent to the remand, they will take him to the scene of crime, for not only for recreation of crime scene, but also how he travelled from Alva to Delhi and who were the people he contacted on his way to Delhi.
Oh my God, that's shocking. So, did it look like he knew that the parents of that victim were not at home at that time? Simran Babbar is also joining us live from the victim's residence. Simran, that area we suppose is a prime locality. It appears that this man may have known that the parents were not at home and carried this out fully knowing that he had a chance.
Well, absolutely. This is what, in fact, the police has also revealed. They have confirmed as well that he was very aware of how exactly the entire premises will be in the absence of the victim's father, the IRS officer as well. And even, in fact, after they had left, he was aware of where the keys, where the card, which the victim's family has also in the statement given to police as well, has confirmed that this very prime location is secured by a huge digital in fact scanning while anyone is being given the access. So the access card, where it is hidden while they are leaving, they had not really in fact kept it aware because they were thinking that the student is their child is actually going to be disturbed by after they'll be coming. So that was a routine that the accused was very aware of, and because he was familiar with the entire area as well, and he was familiar of their timings as well, he benefited from that and he made the entry. And he has also admitted inside the courtroom as well that he's sorry about what he has done, but really the kind of horrific ordeal that the police complaint has also in fact revealed that he also strangulated her, raped her as well. He was aware of the timing when they will come back, so he was also seen in the CCTV footage that he was also spoke about leaving. He changed his clothes because they became very dirty, and he used the clothes that were left of the victim's brothers at this very residence in the east of Kailash. And after within 40 minutes of that entire time, after he made an entry, he left and he fled to Dwarka. He in fact also borrowed money to come from Alwar to Delhi in a van, and also stole the mobile phones through which he had also used the Wi-Fi of the hotel where he stayed after committing the crime very, in fact, brutally.
Shocking, shocking. In fact, he got to that area via an ambulance, lying to the ambulance driver that he's going to pay him money as soon as he reaches that location, but he fled from there. And our correspondent speaks to the ambulance driver. Anvit brings us this. Listen in.
आपको ये कहाँ मिला था राहुल मीणा?
ये मिला था कांदोली बाईपास।
कांदोली बाईपास पे। और क्या बोला था इसने आपको मिलके?
भाई को वहाँ चलना है, दिल्ली मेरी माँ में बीमार है, दादी, उसको लेकर आना है।
अच्छा, दादी बीमार है, उनको लेकर आना
है।
ओके, तो इस बहाने से वो दिल्ली आया।
हाँ जी।
और आपको कुछ पैसे वैसे देने का उसने किया था?
नहीं दिए,
देने को बोला?
पैसा बोले 5,000 में बात हुई थी।
अच्छा।
तो उसने पैसा नहीं दिया और रास्ता देखने के लिए जा रहा हूँ, रास्ता देखने के बहाने से वो फिर नहीं आया दोबारा। अच्छा। फिर मैंने मंदिर में फोटो स्टेट करवाई उसकी। हाँ। तो फोटो रिकॉर्ड फिर मंदिर में पंडित जी।
अच्छा, तो मतलब बहाना करके आपको गलत कहानी सुना के वो दिल्ली तक आया, और जब आपने उसे उतारा तो वो वहाँ से भाग गया।
हाँ, वो से रास्ता चुनर चले गए और मैं रास्ता देख रहा हूँ, दूसरा रास्ता कहाँ पर मैं जानता नहीं।
अच्छा, आप पहले से उसको पहचानते नहीं? जानते
कुछ नहीं जानता उसको।
अच्छा, वो हाईवे पे मिला था?
हाईवे पे मिला।
अच्छा, और यहाँ दिल्ली आने के बाद कुछ उससे संपर्क कुछ नहीं?
कुछ संपर्क नहीं।
तो आपको फिर बाद में पुलिस ने कैसे संपर्क किया?
वो मैं यहाँ नंबर दे गया था ना पंडित जी को।
हाँ।
जो फोटो वो कटवाई मैंने उसकी डिटेल।
हाँ।
अब ये लड़का है वही।
अच्छा।
तो उसके बाद मैंने डिटेल कटवाई थी उससे।
अच्छा, तो क्या डिटेल थी आपके पास उसकी?
उसकी डिटेल, वो लड़का की फोटो देखता हूँ ना, यही लड़का है वो।
हाँ हाँ।
तो वो देख लिया मैंने, हाँ यही है, फिर उसको नंबर दे गया मैं।
अच्छा।
वो पंडित जी मंदिर में अगर कोई बात हुई तो ये नंबर है मेरा।
अच्छा।
तब पुलिस वाला मेरे घर गए थे।
अच्छा, पुलिस वाले आपके घर गए थे? आप कहाँ के रहने वाले?
अलवर के।
अलवर के ही राज में। अच्छा, वहाँ पे आपके घर पे पुलिस आई थी?
तो अभी मैंने बोला, उन्होंने बोला था कि भाई यहाँ आ जा, मैं चलेगा।
अच्छा, तो आपका मतलब आप शिनाख्त करने आए आप?
हाँ जी। हाँ,
जो जांच चल रही है उसमें
पूछताछ करने के लिए आया था।
All right, let's shift our focus here to an exclusive interview that my colleague Rahul Shivshankar had with the former General M.M. Naravane on the book controversy, his book that was flashed by Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi in the Parliament that created a stir. Let's hear it, what he has to say.
Hello viewers, I am speaking with General Naravane, former army chief, whose unpublished book made a lot of headlines and even led to a kerfuffle in Parliament. So General Saab, thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you, Rahul, and always pleasure to talk to you.
Always delight, sir, to have you with us, and one must salute your service to the nation.
Thank you.
One of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I've written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out, and that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical, and we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution, and that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so forth? I mean, what did you want to do at that point? Did you want to tweet? Did you want to go on Instagram? Did you want to hold a loudspeaker and say things? What went through you?
Not really, because it was not anything directly to do with me, although it is my unpublished or some pirated edition or some cover which has just been printed, whatever it might have been. So it was really nothing to do with me personally.
No, but these were your words, supposedly. Were your words that were being bandied about, which were being used to stoke this entire controversy and show the government in a poor light? Some even said that the military was being depicted in a poor light.
I think the government has come out very strongly in my support. The finance minister made a statement in Parliament that they fully back the army chief. So I do not think in any way that this was an indictment of anyone. And as I said, this is an unpublished work, so how can you rely on that?
How do you think this work came out? I'm sorry to be probing, because as a journalist, I have to ask you this question. You were, after all, the center of a massive storm. So I just want to ask you, where do you think this came out? Many people said that you had leaked it, and that was another insinuation that was being made. So wasn't you, first of all, and if not, then where do you think this got out?
Well, this is the area of cyber crimes, and everything is available in the electronic medium. Anybody can hack into any account and extract a copy if he or she wishes to do so. And having hacked into that and obtained an illegal version of the copy, you can even make amendments to the contents. So therefore, how can you comment on something which is not published?
Very interesting. So are you suggesting that someone hacked into your computer or something, or some of your...
No, it can't be my computer, because I didn't have it on my computer.
Oh, I see.
So that is why I was absolutely unperturbed by the entire sequence of events, because as far as I am concerned and as far as the publisher Penguin is concerned, we had no hand whatsoever to play in what was happening.
Do you think it, when you... I know, because I've written a book and I have worked with Penguin on a book, and they usually ask you to have the book peer reviewed in a sense, or reviewed by notable names. Do you think some of those people might have been sort of less discriminate about guarding your work in your privacy?
No, very unlikely, because they are all people of high stature and renown, and they would not indulge in such kind of activities.
So this is what Rahul Gandhi said on February 4th. He said, government says this book does not exist. The speaker has said this book does not exist. Rajnath Singh has said this book does not exist. This is Mr. Naravane's book, where he has written the full account of Ladakh. I have been told that I cannot quote this book, unquote. Mr. Gandhi said this in Parliament. You will remember that. On your part, you confirm Penguin's contention that the memoir has not been officially released. So you came out very clearly and mentioned that point.
That's right, absolutely.
So was the book in Mr. Gandhi's hand then fake? Would you at least say that what he was quoting was approximate to what you had written, or was completely different from what you had written?
See, I have made this remark earlier. The book is under review by the MOD. So for me to comment either way on anything which is part of the contents would not be proper till such time the MOD gives clearance.
No, that is true.
So I should not be commenting on it, because that is in itself commenting on the content which is itself under review would not be proper.
Okay. So in a sense, these excerpts made it out in the public without your express permission. You were never somebody who circulated these, and what you're saying is that actually it was unfair to you. In what way would you say that was unfair to you, sir? Why would you use this word unfair?
Unfair in the sense that unnecessarily being dragged into a controversy which is not of your making, and there are so many other more pressing issues to be discussed. The country is we have poverty, we have infant mortality rate is high, the road network, the economy. There are so many more pressing issues. This is a very minor matter. Let us devote our time and attention to more pressing issues.
चुनाव चल रहे हैं 4 राज्य और पुडुचेरी। क्या आपका आकलन है, क्या होगा इन 5 राज्यों में?
असम, पुडुचेरी में निश्चित रूप से हमारी सरकारें रिपीट करेंगी। बाकी 3 राज्यों में जो भी टीएमसी और कांग्रेस के जो खेल थे, उस सब से बाहर आकर जनता इस बार भाजपा की सरकार बनाने जा रही है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हाउस के फोरम से कहा कि हम आपके नाम का एडवर्टीजमेंट भी दे देंगे कि आपके ही सहयोग से हुआ, लेकिन उनको नाम से ज्यादा मोदी के विरोध में ध्यान रहता है। हमारी ये ऑलरेडी अपनी अलायंस वर्किंग है और सभी अलायंस पार्टनर हम लोग मिलकर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। हम आज पोस्ट पोल के लिए कहीं कोई संभावना मुझे नहीं दिख रही है। मुझे लग रहा है कि हम एनडीए एज ए फ्रंट सरकार बनाएंगे। सरकार का अंग होता है विपक्ष। मैं तो मानता हूं कि इमैच्योर पॉलिटिशियन है और कहीं ना कहीं पॉलिटिकल ग्रोथ ठीक से नहीं हुआ है।
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold this shared code of honor among military men?
Yes, so in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we've always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories?
Hello and welcome to News Periscope with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal, as we do a deep dive on the top stories of the day. Not just the election fever that has gripped West Bengal when it comes to phase 1, as well as the state of Tamil Nadu, but also Donald Trump's shocking statement on birthright citizenship, which has singed a lot of Indians when it comes to their role in America's diaspora and the entire American story. That shocking statement coming in from Donald Trump has sent shockwaves across the world, and something that is getting a lot of reactions back home here in India. But first, the headlines before we do that deep dive. On the day Bengal votes, Rahul Gandhi pipes up virtually conceding that Mamata Banerjee is losing the election to the BJP because of corruption. That kind of statement coming in from a top India ally when it comes to the alliance on the national stage between the TMC and the Congress. Rahul Gandhi saying that the BJP is sure to defeat Mamata Banerjee because of corruption. Now, in his first interview to a news channel this election cycle, BJP President Nitin Nabin says the party is sweeping West Bengal and with it, Mamata Banerjee's misgovernance. Meanwhile, BJP President tells CNN News 18 that the AIDMK alliance is so ahead that it won't need Vijay's support, ruling out any alliance with the TVK that has thrown its hat in the ring in the Tamil Nadu power play. Meanwhile, BJP President also says that the opposition is so blinded by Modi hatred that it is ready to betray Mahila interests by opposing the quota bill, is the pitch coming in from Nitin Nabin. In West Bengal, but poll violence has reared its ugly head once again. It erupts across Murshidabad as TMC cadre and Humayun Kabir's party workers clash. Booth capturing also shadows this entire phase 1 election in West Bengal, as violence has been reported in Cooch Behar, Asansol as well as Dinajpur. In Tamil Nadu, the elections have been bogged down by allegations levelled by the BJP and the TVK against the DMK for creating obstacles for voters to reach the polling booths. Meanwhile, voters are thronging booths across Tamil Nadu to West Bengal as the EC flags robust turnout that might even set a new record. So are we seeing the winds of change when it comes to West Bengal as well as Tamil Nadu? And meanwhile, in his first ever TV interview, former Army General Naravane tears into Rahul Gandhi for that entire book controversy, turning his unpublished memoir into a political prop and constructing a false narrative, asked Rahul Gandhi to trust the forces as well as Prime Minister Modi. Meanwhile, murder most foul. An IIT graduate and daughter of an IRS officer is murdered by a former domestic employee in the heart of South Delhi. A brutality shocks the entire nation. Meanwhile, as we were discussing, Trump crosses the Lakshman Rekha, likens India as well as China to hellholes in a rancid post ahead of the hearing on birthright citizenship in the top court of the United States. But as we were discussing this is the fresh post that has come in Donald Trump, something that has sparked controversy, sending shockwaves across the world, primarily back here in India. The US President shared a strongly worded letter on his platform Truth Social, in which he referred to countries like India and China as hellholes. Now, while launching a broad attack on birthright citizenship in the United States, the letter also makes sweeping claims about hiring practices in California's tech sector, something that has been dominated by Indians, alleging that jobs are dominated by individuals from India as well as China. However, it offers no evidence to substantiate these assertions. At its core, the post targets the long-standing policy of birthright citizenship, a debate that continues to resurface in US political as well as legal circles. Now, the letter argues that the policy allows immigrants to secure citizenship for their children and eventually bring extended family members into the country. It further contends that the issue should not be left to courts or legal experts, but instead be decided through a national vote, is the pitch that has come in from Donald Trump through this post that he has put on Truth Social. I'm joined by my colleague Rahul Shivshankar to decode this further. Rahul, so a very shocking statement coming in from Donald Trump, someone who has touted his friendship with Prime Minister Modi, but calling India a hellhole. Not going down well when it comes to the immediate reaction coming back home, but also very hypocritical given the fact that his own wife, Melania Trump, has used this entire clause to bring her entire family to the United States.
No, absolutely. Look, we all know that Donald Trump is not just a shock jock, but there is also an element now of racism that couches his politics, and this was obvious even during the campaign. He had made certain remarks against immigrants from Somalia, from Haiti, from several countries, and also had used unparliamentary language to describe India back then. The point is, at that point, he was just a contender. Today, of course, he's the President of the United States. He comes out on almost a daily basis saying that he respects Prime Minister Modi, he's great friends with Prime Minister Modi, he's a great lover of, as he calls them, Hindu, because he probably doesn't know the difference between Hindus and Indians. So, this man is not somebody who is very well informed. He's informed by prejudice, but not much by intelligence. But nonetheless, he is playing to a gallery of extreme MAGA supporters. And unfortunately, in doing so, he is leaning into the stereotypes that are basically at some level or the other uttered against Indians in blue collar circles in America. So the base instinct is to try and other all immigrants to ensure that he can consolidate the vote. That's what he's doing. And this particular issue of birthright citizenship has struck a chord with a large number of Americans and is right now being contested in court. And one of the lawyers, let me tell you, who is also fighting against the Trump administration or the views of the MAGA crowd and so forth, happens to be an Indian origin lawyer. She's the one who's actually framed this case, and she has been fighting for birthright citizenship. So it's interesting that he has chosen to repost something in which all these pejoratives are today sort of making themselves felt. But the question that we have to ask ourselves is that any moment now the MEA is going to be holding a briefing for the press, and whether the MEA will take note of this. There will be, of course, questions put to the MEA spokesperson. Will they respond substantively? Because questions are being asked of the government already by opposition leaders as to why the government is silent when India has been compared to a hellhole by a leader who is supposedly invested in a strategic partnership of a comprehensive nature with India. So fundamentally, this is now a matter that will have to be responded to. Should we even be responding to it is a question that we can always ask, but Akanksha is there. Let's go across to Akanksha. Akanksha, are you also awaiting agog at what the MEA is going to be saying?
Right, Rahul, we are at the Ministry of External Affairs, the Jawaharlal Nehru Bhavan right now, and this is the only chatter right now among all the press reporters over here. We are expecting a response from the Ministry of External Affairs. But remember, there's always this plausible deniability that the US can use, given that the comments are a transcript of the podcaster Michael Savage, which the US president has endorsed on Truth Social. Nonetheless, when the US president endorses an entire transcript, which is referring to the third world countries with extremely derogatory language, is comparing India to a hellhole, talking about how outdated the American Constitution is, and that the matter of birthright citizenship should not be fought in a courtroom,
all that, of
should
course,
be taken
is the
up
background.
for consensus.
But let's fact check Donald Trump. Let's fact check Donald Trump. Let me first tell you what he has said, viewers, as we await the MEA's response. And we also have Brahma Chireni with us. He needs no introduction, India's finest strategic experts. Let's have a look at what he said. He says a baby here becomes an instant citizen, and then they bring the entire family in from China or India or some other hellhole on the planet. You don't have to go too far to see that. English is not spoken here anymore, and there's almost no loyalty to this country amongst the immigrant class coming in today, which is not always the case. Now just think about it, viewers. His vice president has married an immigrant. He himself has married an immigrant. The person who he trusts America's intelligence with is a Desi, of Desi origin. Then he goes on to say, or he's quoting somebody and saying they're also abusing it. I used to be a great supporter of Indians in India until I opened my eyes up to what's going on here. White men need not apply to jobs in the state of California, never mind in high tech. I don't care what your qualifications are, you're not getting a job at high tech in California. It's a fact that Americans have not been investing in STEM. Very few graduate in STEM. And therefore, countries like India, where have a strong tradition of engineers and STEM higher studies, are looked upon favorably. Then he goes on to say, they've done more damage to this nation than all the mafia families put together. In my unhumble opinion, gangsters with laptops, they've robbed us blind, treated us like second-class citizens. Let the third world triumph. It's the word, viewers. I don't need to tell you what this actually means. Stepped on our flag, etc. This is what this man is reposting. And you just have to look at the facts. In fact, I think we've put together a series of facts, Ayushman, which you can actually quickly refer to, which will highlight the contributions that these gangsters, so-called gangsters with laptops, have made to the American economy. Far from at any level bleeding America, they have built America. But who's going to tell that to Donald Trump? We can fulminate, we can show him all the facts, but it's about time that the Indian government would step up to the plate and say, look, we have no problems with what you say. We have a problem in the manner in which you say it. You're free to speak your mind, Mr. Trump, but remember there are sensitivities involved, because by saying all of this, what are you doing? You're whipping up an anti-Indian origin sentiment. Is Donald Trump going to take responsibility if people start lynching Indians on the street or Indian origin settlers there on the streets? Is he going to? That's the fundamental question. And just from that angle, I think the time has come where somebody needs to tell Mr. Trump where to get off. Back to you.
Absolutely. If you look at the contributions of Indians to the American story, ladies and gentlemen, because remember, in his first term, Donald Trump got in trouble by using the term SHIT, whole countries, when referring to immigration. India was not part of that entire conversation, but clearly through this Truth Social post, he has drawn that focus on India when it comes to the immigration story. At the same time, this is the contribution that Indian Americans make on a daily basis to American culture and American growth. Indian Americans are just 1.5% of the population, but they pay 5 to 6% of taxes. Donald Trump knows something about taxes because he has created an entire career of dodging those taxes while the Indian Americans follow the law of the land. Indian Americans employ 3.1 million people, indirectly support 11.5 million jobs through the tech sector as well as entrepreneurship. Indians deliver the highest GDP boost among all immigrant groups because of the focus on law and order, this culture of STEM, as well as inculcating Indian values into the wider American society, something that is central to the Indian diaspora in the United States. Indian Americans lead 11 Fortune 500 companies. You look at Google, Microsoft, Adobe, they are led by Indians and Indian minds. Number 5, 10% of all US patents have Indians as co-inventors, something that has been central to the rise of Silicon Valley and the tech boom that America has taken advantage of as a strategic asset on the global stage. The Indian story is very central to that. Number 6, Indian American researchers are part of 13% of scientific publications. That entire campaign against H1B is something that is completely antithetical to the boom that America has seen through the entire attraction of talent from India and the tech talent, which has only bolstered the American economy, giving that strategic edge to the American nation. Indians have co-founded 72 of the 648 US unicorns just in 2024, 11% of the total. So you can see how Indian minds and entrepreneurship powers the American growth story. Number 8, Indian origin physicians make up 10% of US doctors. So even in the medical field, Indians are way ahead. Number 9, Indian Americans own 60% of all US hotels. The growth story of the Gujarati community inside the United States is the hospitality sector. And number 10, they have leadership roles in 70% of top 50 US universities, even academia. So you have tech, you have public service, you have academia, you have medicine. Indian Americans take center stage. The culture of inculcating their values into American society and entrepreneurship, something central to their contribution to the American story. Just 1.5% of the population, but this is the contribution. Rahul.
Absolutely, this is the contribution. So if nominal fact check shows that Donald Trump is just spreading hate without basis, that is the MEA press briefing that has begun. I want to go straight across to Mr. Chileni. Mr. Chileni, how do you view this? Has the time come perhaps for India to take a stand, or should we even bother with what this man says because he's so unpredictable, erratic and senseless?
You raise a very important question, Rahul. The fact is that Trump has normalized racist rhetoric. He has called Somali immigrants garbage. He has recirculated videos showing the Obamas as apes. And in terms of his rhetoric against Indian Americans, we should not forget that there are costs such rhetoric, does impose. For example, Indian Americans in the Republican Party. I'm talking of people in the administration and those who are in the Republican Party.
Just hold your thoughts. I'm being told that the MEA is responding on Trump. Let's just quickly go across.
इसके अलावे हम लोगों ने हमेशा से ये कहा है कि कोई भी मसला हो, कोई भी संघर्ष हो, कोई भी मतभेद हो, उसको डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से यानी कूटनीति और संवाद के माध्यम से सुलझाना चाहिए। तो ये हमारा पक्ष है और यही हमारा भारत का पक्ष है। अभी अशोक नेपाल के मामले में
Go back to Brahma Chileni. The big breaking news, viewers, is that the MEA says on Trump's post, we have seen reports, that is where I leave it. So quite clearly, the Indian government has decided for this moment in time to note the statement but not comment on it substantively, merely saying we have seen reports, that is where I leave it. Let me go back to Brahma Chileni. Mr. Chileni, how do you view this?
The racist backlash facing Indian Americans within the administration and the Republican Party is hardly surprising given Trump's increasing emphasis on making racist statements. Elements of white supremacist messaging and Christian nationalist narrative have become increasingly apparent in Trump's statements, even in his policies. And his current administration represents a significant break from the trajectory of US administrations in the post-World War II period. There was a conscious effort after World War II to define the US identity in multicultural terms. He is now taking the US back by underscoring or actually repeating white supremacist messaging. So, racist and religious overtones in his statements, in his policies, have become almost normal. If you look at the Indian Americans within the Trump administration, the Republican Party, they are being cast as threats to the demographic and cultural identity of the US. They have been labeled as invaders or Trojan horses within the MAGA movement. So when Trump normalizes racist rhetoric, it clearly carries costs for the minorities.
Yes, it does. But are you disappointed that the Indian government hasn't taken a more strident position? Mr. Chileni, very quickly, and I'll bring in Akanksha right after that. She's been tracking this press conference.
Rahul, I'm not surprised because, let's face it, he's going to China. China is about to roll out the red carpet to greet him. China will not utter a word on what he has said or reposted. And India is traditionally more cautious than other states. So I'm not surprised that the MEA has decided not to speak up. But I think it's not what even if the MEA speaks up, it wouldn't matter because the racial element, racial and religious element in Trump's rhetoric is most disturbing. It's undercutting America's soft power. It is making it more difficult for the US to talk about values abroad because such talk rings hollow. So there are costs for US diplomacy, there are costs for America's own image overseas.
Right, but Mr. Cheleni, at the same time, if we look at Donald Trump's tanking ratings inside the United States, do you think this is an attempt to shore up his base ahead of the midterm elections, number one? And number two, given America's position in the global power dynamics, does he feel that he can have his cake and eat it too?
Well, you raise a good question. The thing is that the midterm election outcome will be determined by core issues, including the economy, including Trump's image at home, whether he has actually lived up to the promises that he made when he sought re-election. Those will matter more than, for example, his racist rhetoric against Chinese or Indians. The thing is that he came to power, he returned to power on the basis of a broad ethnic and racial coalition. Hispanic voters for the first time voted in huge numbers for the Republican Party. Indian Americans who were traditionally voters of the Democratic Party, many of them switched sides, voted Republican. That coalition has fractured now. And in fact, many Republicans are warning that the fracturing of this coalition spells trouble for the Republican Party at the polls.
Right. So, Akanksha, does that seem to be the logic behind this restraint coming in from the MEA, thinking that we need to keep the ties intact? This is just 3 more years of Donald Trump, and at the same time, we have bigger fish to fry beyond these statements coming in from the US President.
So the word that you use, bigger fish to fry, is the key aspect right now, which might explain the restraint currently being endorsed by the Ministry of External Affairs. Because remember, reports are already indicating that the trade talks, because the Indian trade delegation has been in Washington today, they happen to be in Washington and they are at a conclusive stage. We've already seen how muddled the first tranche or the build up to the first tranche of the bilateral trade agreement has been for India, given that we are looking at an administration which is governed by a president who is extremely whimsical in his approach and is known to be taking to social media, endorsing views that too of others, where he's also bringing embarrassment to his own administration. And India will choose to see how we take forward, say, the other diplomatic channels is something we'll have to see. But the trade delegation is very much in Washington, and we are being told that the talks have concluded. Given the sanctions on oil and energy, there's been no extension on the energy waiver that was with regards to Russia. We only have one option to amp up our energy purchases with the United States. So it is, in fact, a choice between the devil and the deep blue sea for India, and India will have to prioritize its business engagements with the United States. That doesn't mean that India will not take it with the higher channels. There's already been a lot of chatter on the US Embassy group, where journalists have posed questions to the embassy if they also endorse the views that have been shared by the US President on his Truth Social post. There's of course been a very strategic silence being maintained over there. The word we're also picking up from our sources within the ministry is that it will be taken up. How they choose to take up, we don't know. But in the public domain, yes, you heard that word come in from Mr. Ranbir Jaiswal, the honorable spokesperson of the ministry, where he's saying that he'll leave it at that in terms of where the views that have been shared by the US President. But our priority right now remains the business. Our priority remains to steer clear of any tariffs, to increase and get our energy purchases, and perhaps that's the pragmatic way out, Ayushman.
Right, and Brahma Cheleni, there is a term that is pretty famous when it comes to, and Rahul is also joining us on the broadcast as well. Rahul, there's a term that's very famous when it comes to Donald Trump. It's called Teflon Don. Nothing really sticks to him. We also saw when he posted that meme of the Obamas as apes, he pretty much just brushed it off, saying that I didn't post it, one of my aides posted it, and then I took it down. And then you just move on to the next controversy. But cumulatively, the message is pretty loud and clear to his base.
Yes, well, I don't know about Teflon Don, because at this moment, let me tell you, his approval ratings are by his socks. And he was, of course, also kicked out of office after his first term. So he's been able to rally a huge number of bigoted, small-minded or closed-minded individuals, unfortunately, and I have to say this because I don't see any world leader who aspires to be a statesman using this language because he thinks it's going to, at some level or the other, consolidate his base. Because if his base is made up of individuals that share his worldview, then God help America, to be very, very honest. And I'm being extremely blunt here. And I also do feel that perhaps the Indian government should really go back, look at this statement and come up with a comprehensive response. Maybe perhaps, I don't know, maybe even issue a démarche or at least have the Indian ambassador in America take this up with, in a very, how should one say it, visible way with the American administration, with the US State Department, because I don't think this kind of language is helpful to bilateral relations. Remember, in just the next few hours, the Indian trade delegation is landing in America. Now you're going to be sitting across the room with a country that you have called a hellhole. You have suggested is a place from where people with no prospects show up, but you are actually talking trade with that country because you believe it is of some import to your economic prospects. Now that is a sheer contradiction in term, and I think the time has come where that is pointed out in blunt terms to Donald Trump. He thinks he can get away with this with Pakistan and some other podunk countries, but India is in a different class, and I think the time has come when he has delivered that message either softly or bluntly.
But the tragedy is that even within the Republican Party, the party that he controls, which has the likes of Nikki Haley as well as Bobby Jindal and other Indian Americans, no one is likely to raise a voice against Donald Trump despite his rhetoric, which has, pretty much sent shockwaves across the world, primarily given the contribution that Indian Americans make to the American story as well as American growth. Brahmachaleni, Rahul as well as Akanksha, thank you for decoding this for us on News Periscope. We will continue to track all those developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold the shared code of honor among military men
So in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, to the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we have always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I have written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out, and that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical, and we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution, and that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so forth? I mean, what did you want to do at that point? Did you want to tweet? Did you want to go on Instagram? Did you want to hold a loudspeaker and say things? What went through you?
Not really, because it was not anything directly to do with me, although it is my unpublished or some pirated edition or some cover which has just been printed, whatever it might have been. So it was really nothing to do with me personally.
No, but these were your words, supposedly. Were your words that were being bandied about, which were being used to stoke this entire controversy and show the government in a poor light? Some even said that the military was being depicted in a poor light.
I think the government has come out very strongly in my support. The finance minister made a statement in Parliament that they fully back the army chief. So I do not think in any way that this was an indictment of anyone. And as I said, this is an unpublished work, so how can you rely on that?
How do you...
Phase 1 of polling in West Bengal, as we see, has been marred by multiple violent flashpoints, especially in Murshidabad. That's turned the spotlight now on law and order situation that's gripped West Bengal in its first phase of polling. Murshidabad saw intense clashes that broke out between TMC and Humayun Kabir's party, a newly formed party. He was expelled from the TMC, he's formed his own party. The TMC and their old cadre are now at loggerheads, and that led to stone pelting, crude bomb attack. That's what we hear. Voter intimidation, leaving several people injured, triggering panic in parts of that district. Allegations of proxy voting and booth level intimidation have also further added concerns over the poll integrity. Situation is now loaded, tense situation we see on the ground there, especially in that constituency, where crude bombs have been allegedly hurled in areas like Nauda. That's injured some locals. It raises serious security concerns. Remember, you have central forces guarding those areas. These are areas that are highly sensitive, already viewed as with suspicion, usually sensitive enough to turn violent on days like polling, which is why you have central forces positioned there. But yet, you saw the TMC cadre and Humayun Kabir's party members clashing, claiming that they were trying to rig the system on polling day. So tensions have been reported. Also in other parts of Cooch Behar, Dinajpur and Asansol, BJP candidate Suvendu Sarkar was slapped during polling. Video shows him running into the fields while in Asansol, BJP leader Agnamitra Paul's car was attacked. Her car windshield was completely crushed. Despite the unrest there, voter turnout though has remained steady. It's in fact quite high, crossing what we see here is as of 3 p.m. in West Bengal, nearly 78% people have already cast their vote. That's a huge number. Let me quickly cut across to some big news coming in on this. Humayun Kabir speaks out on alleged attacks, saying that they tortured my party members overnight. He says that the TMC tortured his party members, adding that police tried to create problems during the incident, claiming TMC people were threatening his supporters continuously. This is his defense. Humayun Kabir there, who landed up when things got heated, and then insisted that he's going to sit in dharna there, and eventually he was moved out. But he claims that the TMC members tried to heckle his party leaders, and that they instigated them, started threatening his supporters, and they've been doing that consistently, continuously. This is Humayun Kabir, an expelled leader of the TMC, who is currently in that area trying to ensure that his supporters get the right to vote for his party, but he claims TMC is not allowing it. Kamalika Sen-Gupta joining us live from Murshidabad. Please, before that, let me cut across to some political reactions on this.
You were sitting and then some stone pelting happened.
वो मुर्शिदाबाद बहरमपुर का एडिशनल एसपी मजीद खान और नौदा थाना में जितना सारे ऑफिसर है ओसी को छोड़ के रंजन बर्मन जो ओसी है ओसी कोई गलत नहीं किया, लेकिन सारे 8 ऑफिसर वो टीएमसी को जो गुंडागिरी कर रहा है हबीब उनको साथ परचेज होके रात भर मेरा सपोर्टर को ऊपर जुल्म किया, लाठीचार्ज किया, डराया, मारा। तो फिर मैं दोनों को एजेंट नहीं बैठने दिया 9 नंबर और 10 नंबर सिंह नगर में। मैं जाके वो एजेंट घुसा दिया तो बूथ के 50 मीटर दूर में वो मेरा ऊपर हमला करने आया। मैं भी आदमी लेके यहाँ को मुकाबला किया, मेरा गाड़ी भागा, मेरा को ब्लॉक सभापति सैफुल इस्लाम को गाड़ी हुआ। जो होने दीजिए, इनको हिसाब निकास, वो मजीद खान को साथ हिसाब लूंगी, मुर्शिदाबाद को एसपी को साथ हिसाब लूंगी।
Right, let me bring in Kamalika Sen-Gupta, who's joining me live from Murshidabad. Kamalika, we're looking at a tense situation that unfolds in West Bengal in areas like Murshidabad and a whole bunch of them surrounding areas who are seeing bouts of violence. While the voter turnout is quite impressive, 78% West Bengal is voted as of 3 p.m. We're still looking at violence on the ground with central forces trying hard to calm nerves. Give us more on what Humayun Kabir has to say. Who's to blame for that violence in Murshidabad, where allegedly crude bombs were hurled?
See, yesterday night there was a crude bomb was hauled in Nauda, and then today in the morning it was different. Today in the morning, as I spoke to Humayun, and Humayun said that there was like they were creating problem as far as polling agent is concerned. So then he went there, and also the TMC candidate was also there. The TMC supporters and workers tried to around him, and they were giving slogans. Humayun workers also tried to give slogans and all. There was a scuffle. They were pushing each other, and then at that point of time, Humayun stated that he will sit in dharna. He sit in dharna for 2 hours there. After that, when he was going back, at that time stone pelting started and his car was broken. So this is an incident which is there. Agnimitra Paul incident is also there, where she was also attacked and she was coming out from a minority area, and there she was going, after checking with some of the booths, she was coming out and boulder came from behind, that she told me, and then there was like stone pelting. These are the 2 incidents, and also another BJP candidate from Jalpaiguri, he is also claiming that he has been assaulted. Not only that, some other polling agents and also all those incidents are coming. Then also I will say that in comparison to what generally happens, it is much less. Violence is not at all right. Violence should not be encouraged, and it should be a violence-free election. But Election Commission on that part, definitely they are like zero. They are zero. Election Commission wanted to have zero violence. That was not, that was not kept up to that. Whatever they targeted, they could not reach there. But the violence was much less. This is one thing. But what is the second biggest feature of this election today is 78.77. Bengal has always a higher percentage. And then if this continues till 6 o'clock, it might touch 90.
All right. Well, we're hoping things do calm, and it motivates people now to get out and vote if they haven't already. But these are scary situations that we see in some parts of West Bengal. But otherwise, as per Kamalika, by and large, it's peaceful. Thanks very much. We're slipping into a short break. A lot more on the other side.
चुनाव चल रहे हैं 4 राज्य और पुडुचेरी, क्या आपका आकलन है क्या होगा इन 5 राज्यों में?
असम, पुडुचेरी में निश्चित रूप से हमारी सरकारें रिपीट करेंगी। बाकी 3 राज्यों में जो भी टीएमसी और कांग्रेस के जो खेल थे उस सब से बाहर आकर जनता इस बार भाजपा की सरकार बनाने जा रही है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हाउस के फोरम से कहा कि हम आपके नाम का एडवर्टीजमेंट भी दे देंगे कि आपके ही सहयोग से हुआ, लेकिन उनको नाम से ज्यादा मोदी के विरोध में ध्यान रहता है। हमारी ये ऑलरेडी अपनी अलायंस वर्किंग है और सभी अलायंस पार्टनर हम लोग मिलकर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। हम आज पोस्ट पोल के लिए कहीं कोई संभावना मुझे नहीं दिख रही है। मुझे लग रहा है कि हम एनडीए एज ए फ्रंट सरकार बनाएंगे। सरकार का अंग होता है विपक्ष। मैं तो मानता हूं कि इमैच्योर पॉलिटिशियन है और कहीं ना कहीं पॉलिटिकल ग्रोथ ठीक से नहीं हुआ है।
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold the shared code of honor among military men
So in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we have always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked a number of times in the past. So I have written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out, and that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical, and we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution, and that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so forth? I mean, what did you want to do at that point? Did you want to tweet? Did you want to go on Instagram? Did you want to hold a loudspeaker and say things? What went through you?
Not really, because it was not anything directly to do with me, although it is my unpublished or some pirated edition or some cover which has just been printed, whatever it might have been. So it was really nothing to do with me personally.
No, but these were your words, supposedly. Were your words that were being bandied about, which were being used to stoke this entire controversy and show the government in a poor light? People, some even said that the military was being depicted in a poor light.
I think the government has come out very strongly in my support. The finance minister.
Taking you through some really shocking cases emerged from the national capital, Delhi. Rape and murder of a 22-year-old girl, the daughter of an IRS officer. She was raped and murdered inside her own home in South Delhi, in Kailash Hills. Delhi police say that the accused, Rahul Meena, who was their domestic help, returned to the house a month after he was fired. And he used his familiarity with that girl to gain entry into the premises early in the morning while the parents were away from home. He allegedly assaulted and strangled that girl while she was alone before looting cash and valuables and fleeing from the scene. He changed his clothes before he did that, and that's the visual showing you of him walking very casually after carrying out that heinous crime. The police are investigating the allegations. Family has discovered the girl's body only hours later. They alerted the police. A massive manhunt involving multiple teams and CCTV tracking has led to the arrest of that man, the accused. You see there in that yellow shirt. He was seen hiding at a hotel in Dwarka and he was arrested within hours. Investigation has been launched. They are probing if at all this man has any prior criminal links, and it's shocking that he could be about 19 years of age. Our reporters are on the ground tracking every development. Let's hear it.
The national capital, a chilling horror tale has yet another exposed the kind of security lapse that has been intensifying in the national capital. Here in the Amar Colony sector in 180 east of Kailash, where yesterday a chilling crime unfolded where the daughter of an IRS officer was raped and murdered by the domestic help that was working here for just 10 months and was just removed 2 months ago. This is the residence of that IRS officer and where the crime was also undertaken in the absence of when the IRS officer and his wife had just gone to the gym. They were coming back while the entire scene during early morning at roughly at around 6:28 a.m. when the accused, which was the domestic labor, a 19-year-old Rahul, who now the police has arrested, had entered because he was familiar while throughout the entire time of working at this place. He was already employed here. He was working as a domestic labor, and during the help course and as he was aware of how to enter and secure the entry, he had made the entry in their absence, and after taking the access inside this home, which is on the 3rd floor, in their absence, he strangled the woman, who's a 22-year-old daughter of the IRS officer, who's an IIT graduate, and first attempting to rape her and then also took away nearly 2.5 lakh cash from their home by using her thumb impression of the locker to get the access and the money.
आपको ये कहाँ मिला था राहुल मीणा?
ये मिला था कांदोली बाईपास।
कांदोली बाईपास पे। और क्या बोला था इसने आपको मिलके?
भाई मेरे को वहाँ चलना है, दिल्ली मेरी माँ में बीमार है, दादी, उसको लेकर आना है।
अच्छा, दादी बीमार है, उनको लेकर आना है। ओके, तो इस बहाने से वो दिल्ली आया?
हाँ जी।
और आपको कुछ पैसे वैसे देने का उसने किया था?
नहीं दिया।
देने को बोला?
पैसा बोले 5,000 में बात हुई थी।
अच्छा।
तो उसने पैसा नहीं दिया और रास्ता देखने के लिए जा रहा हूँ, रास्ता देखने के बहाने से वो फिर नहीं आया दोबारा। अच्छा। फिर मैंने मंदिर में फोटो स्टेट करवाई उसकी। हाँ। तो फोटो रिकॉर्ड फिर मंदिर में पंडित जी ने।
अच्छा, तो मतलब बहाना करके आपको गलत कहानी सुना के वो दिल्ली तक आया और जब आपने उसे उतारा तो वो वहाँ से भाग गया?
हाँ, वो से रास्ता चुनर चले गए और रास्ता देख रहा था, दूसरा रास्ता कहाँ पर मैं जानता नहीं।
अच्छा, आप पहले से उसको पहचानते नहीं?
जानते कुछ नहीं जानता उसको।
अच्छा, वो हाईवे पे मिला था?
हाईवे पे मिला।
अच्छा, और यहाँ दिल्ली आने के बाद कुछ उससे संपर्क कुछ नहीं?
कुछ संपर्क नहीं।
तो आपको फिर बाद में पुलिस ने कैसे संपर्क किया?
वो मैं यहाँ नंबर दे गया था ना पंडित जी को।
हाँ।
जो फोटो वो कटवाई मैंने उसकी डिटेल। हाँ। अब ये लड़का है वही। अच्छा। तो उसके बाद मैंने डिटेल कटवाई थी उससे।
अच्छा, तो क्या डिटेल थी आपके पास उसकी?
उसकी डिटेल, वो लड़का की फोटो देखता हूँ ना, यही लड़का है वो।
हाँ हाँ।
तो वो देख लिया, मैंने कहा हाँ यही है, फिर उसको नंबर दे गया मैं।
अच्छा
वो पंडित जी के मंदिर में, अगर कोई बात हुई तो ये नंबर है मेरा।
अच्छा
तब पुलिस वाला मेरे घर गए थे।
अच्छा, पुलिस वाले आपके घर गए थे। आप कहाँ के रहने वाले हैं?
अलवर के।
अलवर के ही रहने। अच्छा, वहाँ पे आपके वो घर पे पुलिस आई थी?
तो अभी मैंने बोला, उनने बोला था कि भाई यहाँ आ जा, मैं चलेगा।
अच्छा, तो आपका मतलब आप शिनाख्त करने आए आप?
हाँ जी, हाँ,
जो जांच चल रही है उसमें
पूछताछ करने के लिए आया था।
Right, we have news on the autopsy report of that girl. Details, level, brutality, that and the kind of method that was used to kill that girl. That brutality has been exposed here through this autopsy. That we understand the violent assault happened with the help of a cable wire. Catastrophic head trauma has been reported in the autopsy. And ultimately the girl was strangled with a mobile phone charging cable. These are some of the points in that autopsy report that we have with us. The brutality of the murder has been exposed through this forensic report. And investigators confirm that the victim has suffered catastrophic head trauma, was strangled with a mobile phone charging cable. Anvit Srivastava joining us for more on that. Anvit, give us a little more clarity on the method that this alleged killer adopted to strangle that girl to death.
Well, what we're learning from the police sources that in the PM report has been mentioned that the girl was hit so hard, the woman who was being killed was hit so hard by a hard object that her skull was injured badly, and in fact the skull was exposed. We are also learning that there were multiple abrasion and laceration marks on her body where she was allegedly bitten by the accused, also hit multiple times on her face and on her other parts of the body. Also, abrasion mark, ligature marks on her neck, and there was the wire of the phone charging cable was wrapped around her neck when she was found in the condition, and when she was taken for postmortem, there were ligature marks which suggest that it was death by strangulation. Later on, it was also confirmed in the autopsy report. Further, there was head injury, there was exposing the skull, there was critical injuries on a forearm, which also were brutal in nature, that there were mobile charger was wrapped around her neck, is mentioned in the postmortem report. Also, left eye was abrasion, and there was scalp marks on her body. So it clearly is suggestive of the kind of brutal assault the woman had to suffer, and this man, in what brutality of nature he attacked that woman who was alone at that point in time.
Right. In fact, more news coming up on the sections that have been slapped on this accused, who's been accused of rape and murder. This 19-year-old man, he's got multiple sections on him. 64 for rape has been slapped on him, 103 for murder, 309 for robbery, 311 for robbery with an attempt to cause death, 333 for assault or wrongful restraint. Anvit, explain these sections that's been leveled against the accused.
Well, multiple sections are non-bailable. Robbery with attempt to death is non-bailable. Rape is non-bailable. Also, the murder that will be non-bailable. So these are grievous sections that have been slapped. There are some other sections as well. Also, there is a section that has been added in which it clearly mentioned that the sexual assault happened when the victim was in a vegetative state, which means that when she had fallen unconscious, it was then that this man sexually assaulted her. What we are being told by the investigators is that the moment he entered the house, the woman confronted him as to how he gained the entry, but because he was aware of where the keys were kept when the parents were away working out, he managed to take the key from there and open the door. He entered the room. The woman's room was on the upper floor. So he took the stairs, went to the room. When he asked the woman for some money and cash, she confronted, and at that point in time, he assaulted. Keeping that in mind, senior sections have been put in the FIR, and if we talk about the FIR, senior sections of rape, robbery, murder, also because he had ransacked the house and he taken some of the cash and valuables. Robbery is also been stabbed against this man.
All right, thanks for joining us on that. Very, very shocking case, and investigations continue full swing. We will track the story very closely. For now, it's a short break. Stay with us.
General Naravne, former army chief, whose unpublished book led to a kerfuffle in Parliament.
Definitely the pen is mightier than the sword. There is no doubt about that.
On your part, you confirm Penguin's contention that the memoir has not been officially released. So was the book in Mr. Gandhi's hand then fake?
Unfair in the sense that unnecessarily being dragged into a controversy which is not of your making. It should not be misinterpreted in that manner. It actually shows the faith that the government has in the army chief. So it should be taken in a positive light.
So would you say that countries like China, countries like Pakistan, which we share a border, a restive border, their military leadership would uphold the shared code of honor among military men
So in
and
fact,
women?
when we have been serving side by side in UN missions, the Pakistani contingent and the Indian contingent, we have always got along well. So it is the borders which make the difference. The people are the same all over. It is the politics which comes in the way.
The curious and the classified. What are some of these stories that will make a reader curious about what's classified? Tell us, give us a small insight.
So, of course, all these stories have some aspect of the unknown in it. But when I was discussing this and narrating some of these incidents to my friends, my colleagues, my comrades in arms, even they didn't know many of them. It is as if these stories were shrouded in secrecy, and that is why we thought that we open up this veil, lift this veil, and make these stories, these unknown or little known nuggets, known to a wider audience. Otherwise, it would remain parked to that corner of the country without not having a wider readership.
Interesting that you should use the word veil, because one of your books, The 4 Stars of Destiny, is under a veil, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, since you're a man of words. It's pending government clearance for over a year. What's your take on this?
Well, this question has been asked, a number of times in the past. So I have written the book. I got immense satisfaction from writing it. Now it is with the publisher and the MOD. They are in touch with each other as far as clearance of the book is concerned. So that's where it stands. And as far as that ruffle which you mentioned, which happened in Parliament, Penguin has given a very clear-cut clarification that no copies of that book in any form whatsoever are in circulation. I think that we should let the matter rest there.
But General Saab, someone was holding up that book or some copy of that book. Do you think that was some sort of fakery? What happened there? Because a lot of people would want to know. What really happened? Were you mystified? What was your reaction? It stalled Parliament, that entire controversy. Do you think it was fair on you?
No, I think it was totally unfair to drag me and to drag the armed forces. We keep saying that you should not politicize the armed forces. But if such like events happen, then unnecessarily the armed forces are being dragged into the political arena. So they are best kept out, and that is the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces have a very strong reputation of being totally apolitical, and we take our allegiance and our oath of allegiance on the Indian Constitution, and that's the way it should be.
So were you really pained when you saw some opposition leaders, Rahul Gandhi, etc., waving this book and saying this is an indictment of the government and so on and so forth? I mean, what did you want to do at that point? Did you want to tweet? Did you want to go on Instagram? Did you want to hold a loudspeaker and say things? What went through you?
Not really, because it was not anything directly to do with me, although it is my unpublished or some pirated edition or some cover which has just been printed, whatever it might have been. So it was really nothing to do with me personally.
No, but these were your words, supposedly. Were your words that were being bandied about, which were being used to stoke this entire controversy and show the government in a poor light? Some even said that the military was being depicted in a poor light.
I think the government has come out very strongly in my support.
चुनाव चल रहे हैं 4 राज्य और पुडुचेरी, क्या आपका आकलन है क्या होगा इन 5 राज्यों में?
असम, पुडुचेरी में निश्चित रूप से हमारी सरकारें रिपीट करेंगी। बाकी 3 राज्यों में जो भी टीएमसी और कांग्रेस के जो खेल थे उस सब से बाहर आकर जनता इस बार भाजपा की सरकार बनाने जा रही है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हाउस के फोरम से कहा कि हम आपके नाम का एडवर्टीजमेंट भी दे देंगे कि आपके ही सहयोग से हुआ, लेकिन उनको नाम से ज्यादा मोदी के विरोध में ध्यान रहता है। हमारी ये ऑलरेडी अपनी अलायंस वर्किंग है और सभी अलायंस पार्टनर हम लोग मिलकर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। हम आज पोस्ट पोल के लिए कहीं कोई संभावना मुझे नहीं दिख रही है। मुझे लग रहा है कि हम एनडीए एज ए फ्रंट सरकार बनाएंगे। सरकार का अंग होता है विपक्ष। मैं तो मानता हूं कि इमैच्योर पॉलिटिशियन है और कहीं ना कहीं पॉलिटिकल ग्रोथ ठीक से नहीं हुआ है।
Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome. Welcome to this very special coverage on the battle for states with me, Anand Narsuman and Raul Shivshankar with us here in the studio. Viewers, the people of Bengal in the first phase of elections over 152 seats, assembly constituencies, and the people of Tamil Nadu across the entire state, 234 assembly constituencies, the voter is coming out to vote in large numbers, and it could, by the end, as the dust settles on the total voter turnout, it may be a historic record number of voters who are coming out to cast their franchise, and this is only fantastic for democracy. Why are these numbers so encouraging? Because in West Bengal, in 2021, the total voter turnout was 81.5%. By 3 p.m. this afternoon, it had already touched 78.7%. So, and with still about 3 to 3.5 hours of polling to go, this was the number. Whereas, and if you look at it in district wise, the overall number is 78%, but look at 3 p.m. in Cooch Behar, it was 76.8%. In Darjeeling at 3 p.m. it was 74.8%. In Jalpaiguri at 3 p.m. it was 74.7%. In Nandigram it was 81.3%. Malda 77.2%. And Murshidabad 78.1%, and the trend continues over into Tamil Nadu also. In Tamil Nadu, in 2021 the overall voter turnout was 72.7%, but it had already touched 70% by 3 p.m. So look at the voter turnout numbers. Now there could be a caveat that perhaps Raul Shivshankar will throw more light on, but let's just quickly look at the regions. In Chengalpattu 71.6%, already close to the 2021 number. In Dindigul, 71.8%, again almost close to the percentage, overall percentage of 2021 at 3 p.m. itself. In Coimbatore, the turnout was lower. West Tamil Nadu, very critical for the ADMK. It's supposed to be their bastion. 68.6% in Coimbatore South. But in Trichy, it was 68%. Again, going up consistently and considerably. Hosur, 67.3%. Namakkal, 74.3%. So overall, it is inching to be greater than the turnout in percentage in 2021. But there is a caveat here. Raul Shivshankar, what's that caveat?
No, the caveat obviously is that an SIR has taken place in this state, and because of that SIR, the absolute number of voters have also come down. So one can expect, therefore, in proportion, the turnout figures to increase. If the same number of voters, for example, in absolute numbers show up to vote as they did in 2021, because you're measuring them against a lower base now, with some people being expunged from the rolls, that proportion would be greater.
Yeah.
But you also have a caveat there. You
Correct.
also sort of, we had this conversation earlier, but just before I come to all of that, I just want to mention, why are we getting so excited? Now, it's very difficult to draw a correlation between high voter turnout, low voter turnout, or voter turnout in general and a result. There is no real linear pattern. Things change, and you can see, we'll just show you that on the screen in just 30 seconds. But the reason why, it suggests that both flanks in Tamil Nadu the AIDMK and the DMK, and perhaps even Vijay, if you were really to look at this as a tri-corner contest. And of course, in Bengal, the BJP and the TMC have been bringing out more voters. Why are we saying this? Because if you just look at 3 by-elections that are taking place for assembly constituencies, 2 in Maharashtra and 1 in Gujarat, at 3 p.m., whereas in Tamil Nadu you were at 70%.
Correct.
And in Bengal you were at 78.7%. In Baramati, which is a very significant election because it is an election where Ajit Pawar passed away and there is a sympathy factor, even there the vote turnout at 3 p.m. is 40.36%. So you can make out 80% of the other place that we are talking about, these 2 other states. In Maharashtra, Rahuri 39.6% and in Gujarat, Umret, it's 46.66%. So all of there, the polling there is much more subdued. So that is one aspect of it. That's why this is now looking like a massive, big election where everyone has been able to at least get their voters to the booth, irrespective of what certain political parties in Tamil Nadu have been saying that, look, there has been a sabotage, the buses are not arriving on time and therefore our voters can't get to the polling booth. But this suggests that, look, all of those might be premature, might just be excuses. But the fundamental fact is, viewers, a large number of voters are expected to turn out. Now, we'll have to look at the absolute numbers, and I'm surprised that even for the last 2 states, the absolute numbers have still not been released.
Right.
So
now,
we don't know.
Yeah, the absolute numbers are coming out now on the voter app till 3 p.m. We have that, and this is the official numbers. We'll get to that. But there is also, is there a trend? Is there a trend that if the voter turnout is high, it points towards anti-incumbency or pro-incumbency? If you look at Tamil Nadu, and as we say, good evening to all our guests, they are all with us. GVL Narasimha Rao, Shubir Bhaumik, Smita Prakash, Sumant Raman, Manojit Mandal, and Amitabh Tiwari. 2001, the ADMK won with less than 60% voter turnout. 2006, that voter turnout went up and there was a shift in power. It went to 71%, 70.82%. It was the DMK. Then 2011, it was the ADMK, and again an 8% higher voter turnout. So again a shift happened. Then in ADMK, there was a voter turnout actually came down and the ADMK held fort. This was Jayalalitha at that point in time, and she bucked the trend at that time. That's what they say. In 2021, then again it was the DMK, although a lower voter turnout. But in 2021, there was a fractured ADMK and there was a lot of the things that changed because of J. Jayalalitha's demise. But still, it was the DMK that came in. And now, in 2026 till 3 p.m., there is a shift. So whether the voter turnout goes up or down, except for this part where the voter turnout actually went down and the ADMK retained power.
So basically, here two upward trajectories led to a change of government, 2 downward trajectories also led to a change of government.
Here it stayed. Here the downward trajectory, the power was retained. She bucked the trend. Here, yes, there was a downward trajectory, but if I were to put in 2024 Lok Sabha, this trend went up again, and there was a strong reinforcement. So there is no clear trend, but yes, a higher voter turnout also shows clearer mandate and a big runaway victory for the number 1. It's never a very, very tight fight in Tamil Nadu, and it's 70% by so far. So what does that imply? Sumant Raman, would you want to hazard a guess on this? Do you think we will breach that number? There is a threshold number in Tamil Nadu. That threshold number is 81% voter turnout to have more voters than 2021 in absolute numbers. You think that threshold will be breached?
I think that threshold is going to be breached, Anand. In fact, I expect that 81% would be probably the 5 p.m. figure itself. And that would be on par with the 4.6 crore votes that were polled in 2021. Now, my point is, how much more above that are we going to go? General consensus seems to be that 5 crore is achievable. 5 crore out of 5.67 crore voters is an achievable target. And that is something that would be an absolutely incredible, in terms of the voter enthusiasm. Should that happen, we are looking at 85-86% vote. I mean, it's unheard of for a large state like Tamil Nadu to end up with, we thought that mid-70s was a great turnout. Now we are hitting the mid. Of course, a large chunk of this is thanks to the SIR. But like I said, once you cross 81%, the SIR effect goes. So in effect, that means that there are more voters who actually have voted this time. So my gut feel is we are looking at 85-86%, and possibly in some parts of the state we are looking at a 89-90% vote share. For instance, Tirupur was at 75.5% at 3 o'clock. So they could easily go up to 90%.
Correct.
And in Tamil Nadu, due to the heat, what happens is there are a number of voters who just sit it out during the day, during the afternoon, and then come out to vote around 4:35 in the evening.
Between 4:30 to 6:30, because the last person standing in the queue has voted, the voting polling booth will be open. So between 4:30 to 6:30, there's a heavy.
I think there is an
influx that
element of
happens.
anti-incumbency.
So
There is an element of
make
anti-incumbency.
one point, and it's a larger point. Dr. Raman and GVL Narasimha Rao and Amitabh, they're all professional number crunchers. They understand numbers. But I can tell you one thing about sentiment. All those people who have been saying, and there has been this campaign that is being built up over the last, 6-7 years. It's really reached a crescendo, suggesting that the Election Commission now holds elections that are fundamentally undemocratic, that there has been a great theft of the vote, that the Indian voters' vote doesn't count, and so on and so forth. These burgeoning turnouts, whether it was in Haryana, whether it was also in Bihar to some extent, right? All these people who are turning out to vote are actually reinforcing their faith in the power of the vote, which they definitely believe has some impact and gives them certain measure of holding their basic governments to account, which is indirectly at one level a vote of confidence in Indian democracy and the institution, the Election Commission.
The other thing is, अगर आपका पेपर चेक करवाया है तो उसको वसूल तो करूंगा. There is this sentiment in people कि I have done so much to get my voter list, voter ID added and my voter added. So let me just go out and cast my franchise too. Amitabh Tiwari with us, Smita Prakash. I'll come across to you and GVL Narasimha Rao after we quickly understand the equation. The equation, Amitabh, zara samjhaye for Tamil Nadu. We'll focus on Tamil Nadu for now. We'll get to Bengal in a bit. So let's stay with the Tamil Nadu numbers. 5.67 crore voters overall, Amitabh. Turnout till 3 p.m. is 70%. Aage ka aap samjhaiye, where are we looking at? When we look at percentage, matching up the same percentage as 2021, we need what? Another 25 lakh voters to poll? But if you want to exceed the absolute number of voters, then it has to go above 81%. Please explain that.
Yeah, so essentially there is an SIR impact. So in the SIR, there almost 11 to 12% of voters were deleted. So what it actually means is that if there are 5.67 crore voters and 70% have polled, then it means that roughly 3.97 or 4 crore voters have already polled their votes. In 2021, the number of votes polled was 4.6 crores, which means another 60 lakhs roughly need to be polled in the next 3 hours to breach that number. And in terms of turnout, that number will be 81 to 82%. So if the turnout is 81 to 82%, then not only the turnout is higher in terms of percentages, but even in terms of actual votes polled, the turnout will be higher. This is largely on account of 3 factors. One, we have seen that people who have their names now, even after this SIR exercise, feel that they are duty bound and they need to protect their names from further such revisions of deletion. So they're coming out and voting. Second is the level of competitive politics. Now there are 3 parties instead of 2, and all of their supporters are coming up in larger numbers because they feel that there is a chance. And always in Tamil Nadu, we have seen that there is a 5-year revolving door mechanism, and that also conjures up more people to turn out and vote.
Interestingly, he shared some further information, Vote Vibe and Amitabh Tiwari, Smita Prakash, that till 3 p.m. in Tamil Nadu numbers, and I'm bringing in a little bit of a dynamic of new matrix, this is what has happened. Delta region has polled 68.9%. The KTCC region, which is again a DMK stronghold, has 69.5%.
Which is slightly under the state average.
Yes, under the state. North, which is the 1 year belt, there is a huge shift of votes which happens, and there is a shift of seats between DMK and ADMK. They have voted very high. South, which is again the Tevar belt, and the BJP has some amount of hold here, has polled 66.4%. And the West, which is the ADMK stronghold, has overall got 2% more than the average, nearly 3% more than the average, state average, 73.4. And West is the ADMK stronghold. This belt has come out and voted in large numbers. And just quickly showing you here on the wall, Smita Prakash, that the last time around, this region, the West, had actually voted for the DMK. So the 2024 Lok Sabha projections, if you were to put it on assembly, 47%. So there was a 4% gap between the ADMK and the DMK. And out of the 42 seats in the West, 40 seats assembly projections had gone to the DMK. This may change this time around if he were to go by those voter numbers. Yes, Smita Prakash.
Thank you, Anand and Rahul. Interesting, of course, to crunch these numbers and who will it favor. This time, I think it's completely different ball game, Anand, as you know, because it's no longer bipolar. There's that X factor which has come in. So we really can't say that, you know, high polling in an AIDMK stronghold or a DMK stronghold means anti-establishment or anti-incumbency or anti-AIDMK. This is all conjecture at this point. But what is interesting is that, you know, the faith that Tamil Nadu has always had, that voting culture faith that it's had, it's reinforced again today. As you said, you know, that there's early morning spike and late evening spike, and these numbers that we are seeing is early, that because that afternoon people don't come out because of the heat. So it's smartly turned out participation that happens, and the voters are invested in this process. Even 40 degrees heat will not stop the turnout. Time and time again, Tamil Nadu has proved, and so nice to see that, you know, that the participation is driven by this political culture, and not the weather conditions, and this sense of duty that Tamilians have towards this process. And last time, what, 75 or 78% or something voted. So, you know, when just now when Rahul Shiv Shankar, that is, when he was saying about the high voter turnout, that it just means that, you know, there is a trust in the system, in the process. The corollary I would draw therefore is that if that is the way that you know, that the people of West Bengal, the people of Tamil Nadu, and before that the people of Bihar, the people of Haryana, the people of Maharashtra continue to come in large numbers and vote, then why did the politicians expend so much energy in running down the election commission and its processes? That obviously means that every time they were running it down, it was not resonating with the public. Did they not see this? If that was the case, right now you should have had scores of people coming and boycotting the poll process. They did not do that. There is no anger, there is no big Janta movement coming to the polling station and saying we are not going to cast our vote, this is wrong, which we have seen happen in Kashmir. We have seen that in Nagaland in the past. We have seen that in many northeastern states where complete boycotts happen. Villages come and say we will not cast our vote, you know, we will do nota or whatever. You're not seeing that at all. Maybe it is like in Bengal, it could be a fear, Anand, that, you know, if we don't cast a vote, because, you know, on Reddit and other social media platforms, somebody said that, if you don't vote, then nobody can vote. But in Tamil Nadu, no, absolutely not. It's a deeply entrenched voting culture. It's a civic ritual, I will say.
Right. GVL Narasimha Rao, before I come across to you, just putting into graphics what we describe the equation for voter turnout. So, no, can we just have the votes polled equation for Tamil Nadu? PCR, you'll have it with you. Yeah, this is the one. No, not this one, not this one. The equation, the threshold equation, it is already there just for Tamil Nadu. Votes polled 4.63 crore. In 2026, 3.96 crore approximately. Can we just have that please here? Yeah, thank you. So this is the overall trend. Yeah, this is the equation. Thank you. So Tamil Nadu, this is the equation. 2021, the total number of votes polled were 4.63 crore. In 2026, so far, it is 3.97 crore. So the votes required overall is 66 lakh more votes, as Amitabh Tiwari was saying, for it to come to the same number as 2021. And that means on the current voter base, after the SI deletions, that means 81% voter turnout. If you were to look at the 72%, 72.7%, so 72.7% of this current voter base will actually be another 25 lakh votes, viewers. So anything above 81, 82% means that the total number of votes polled is greater than what was polled in 2021. So that's the equation. GVL Narasimha Rao, you think this will happen, and if this happens, what does that imply? What does that mean?
Anand, Rahul, good evening to you and all the panelists. You see, I would repeat what both Rahul and what Rahul mentioned earlier. This is a huge thumbs up for the electoral process, the election process. People have reinforced or reposed their faith in the entire election process. The SIR process in Tamil Nadu also was never under any criticism. There was not much of it only helped cleaning up of electoral rolls, and broadly all political parties supported it, or at least did not criticize it. Second, this turnout, let me tell you what does turnout typically indicate. It only tells you the level of public interest in an election. An election where public enthusiasm, public interest is high, you will have a greater participation, voter participation. So therefore, there are elections like 2019, the Lok Sabha election, we won a repeat mandate. Prime Minister Modi ji won a repeat mandate with bigger numbers on a bigger turnout, because there was a lot of public interest to re-elect that government. But in the present instance in Tamil Nadu, we all know the DMK would certainly suffer a huge negativity, because there is nothing going for the DMK. I think a lower turnout would have possibly helped them to cut their losses. So certainly it's bad news for the DMK. Certainly, because the sweltering heat in Tamil Nadu, I've traveled to several places, Madurai and all. I think during daytime it's really difficult to go out and stand for 15 minutes in the hot sun at 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. So I'm sure a long queues you will see till 9 p.m. bulletin. I am sure a lot of places will continue to vote in Tamil Nadu. A very important observation, Chennai at 3 p.m. has polled more than 68% vote. Thumbs up to Chennai, because the urban apathy that we have seen in the past, cities like Mumbai, Delhi, they have typically polled less compared to cities like Chennai. So certainly Chennai is showing as much enthusiasm about participation in voting as compared to maybe the rural Tamil Nadu or other districts of Tamil Nadu. And Coimbatore also has almost 72% voting at 3 p.m. Very positive signals coming from there.
So there is just one thing I want to say, Anand. If maybe we can use our great tool here to pull out some things that Amitabh has prompted us.
We'll put that. We're getting that. But before that, we'll also celebrate something. We'll celebrate the fact that there has been some phenomenal following for CNN News 18's coverage in terms of the congruency of views. If we can take that, there you go. So at about 11:40 a.m. this morning, CNN News 18's digital YouTube views actually peaked at 62,000. So we've outnumbered 5 times. Let's not even get there into the how many times. It's just that we have to thank viewers for your support, for your faith, and for your belief that this is your election news destination and this is your election news center also. That's the good news that we'd like to say. And when polling is peaking, so is viewership. So that's great.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's a turnout in itself. And it's a battle that hopefully we will continue to wage, because viewers, we are trying to be the most responsible channel. And also, we are very, very thankful for your support, because we still do believe that facts, hard facts, they always strengthen an argument, and it's the argument and the robustness of that argument that perhaps brings you back. So thank you very much, viewers.
Yes, so now let's shift focus, viewers, and what we'll do is get you some more insights on Tamil Nadu. One of the interesting aspects, and Amitabh Tiwari will weigh in on it, is how the regions and the castes will vote. Now, this time around, the Delta region, viewers, has a bit of an issue with respect to agrarian distress. So how the Delta voting turns out becomes critical in terms of Tamil Nadu. The other thing is the Tevar belt. Now I'll show you this cast and here on the wall, and Amitabh, we can take this conversation forward with our rest of our guests and also Rahul Shankar. Now in terms of the state of Tamil Nadu overall, and if we look at the filters, this is the Tevar seats. The Tevar seats, the last time around, there was a lot of confusion here. The reason being, TTV Dinakaran had broken away. Sasikala did not campaign. This time around, in this Tevar belt, you have Sasikala and TTV Dinakaran getting active, despite an O Paneerselvam actually going into the Tamil Nadu, into the DMK. So these 19 seats that the DMK got and this 44% vote share that the DMK got here, this may get hit compared to 2021 and the dissonance or perhaps the gaps that were left there. And they may see that consolidation in the Tevar belt, and that is all towards South Tamil Nadu, Central and South Tamil Nadu. This consolidation could actually see advantage for the ADMK, because this time around Sasikala has formed her own party, TTV Dinakaran is back in the fold, and there are some inroads that are being made there.
Yeah, so there are two fundamental binaries we are looking at. In West Bengal, a large amount of the turnout is on the back of what is traditional polarization politics. So that drives the sworn cadre to come out and vote, and supporters of a particular side to come out and vote. So there's a different political culture. In Tamil Nadu, it's a lot to do with caste affiliations. It's not to do with a huge connect with the candidate itself, and of course the high focus on welfareism. I would like to bring in at this point Dr. Raman on this. Dr. Raman, what we're seeing is that in the West, for example, which is an area where the AIDMK has been doing well, the average turnout is a little higher than the state overall number right now, at least till 3 p.m. What does that tell you?
No, in Western Tamil Nadu, the AIDMK is expected to retain the bulk of the seats. The fact that last time they won 41 out of 57 here, and this time the BJP is also pulling its weight in this region. So a high voter turnout here means anti-incumbency, and it means largely that even though Vijay is going to take some of that vote, he's unlikely to damage the AIDMK beyond 1 or 2 seats in this region. So the West is fairly clear, from whatever time we've been there, it does look like Western Tamil Nadu will be held by the AIDMK. More importantly, I would be interested in the voter turnout in 2 or 3 areas like the Delta. The Delta is DMK's stronghold. That's where they won 38 out of 41 seats
Delta
last
is
time.
below the average right now, Sumansi Raman. I'm just looking at, if you look at the Kaveri Delta, I was polling it out, 68.9%, so it's about 1% below the overall average. There is an agrarian crisis in this Delta region, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but the DMK was winning by massive margins last time. So, how much of a dent will the AIDMK NDA make in that region is something which remains to be seen. So, likewise in the 1-year belt, look, you have to look at this election from a perspective of 42 seats. I've been saying this repeatedly. If the DMK loses 42 of the seats that they won last time, then this election changes, the result changes.
Right.
And the point is, they won massively in many areas last time. They won 16 out of 16 in Chennai.
Right.
In KTCC, Kanchipuram, Tiruvallur, Chengalpet and Chennai, together out of 37, they won 36.
Right.
In the Delta, out of 41, they won 38.
Right.
So, whether they can recreate that kind of sweep in those 2 areas is highly uncertain this time.
Right.
And the Vijay impact, how much is Vijay going to damage the AIADMK? If he damages them in Chennai, there is no damage. Last time they won 0 in Chennai. So even if Vijay takes 30% of vote in Chennai, it makes no difference to the AIADMK and the NDA. But if he takes 20% of the vote in rural Tamil Nadu, the 154 seats,
Correct.
it damages the AIADMK significantly. So this election is boiling down to answering one question. How much vote is TVK going to take in rural Tamil Nadu? If it is less than 15%,
will it be rural Tamil Nadu, or will you have the Vijay effect in the KTCC belt and also the SC regions or the SC dominated belts, Amitabh Tiwari and GVL? Just bringing them into the conversation. Yes, Amitabh.
No, essentially, if you see, and Sumanji has made a very interesting fundamental point, is that if you see the lead of DMK against NDA was 84 seats overall. However, 64 of these have come just from KTCC and Delta.
Correct.
Because DMK scored just 5 seats in these 2 belts.
Right.
Delta is the hub of agrarian crisis this time. Farmers are given a boycott call.
Okay.
TN is Tamil Nadu is top 5 states in terms of farmer suicides.
Right.
Wait and see. Though the turnout is 1% lower than state average, it is easily going to cross the turnout of last time because it is just 3-4 percentage points lower, and we have 3 left. Now comes KTCC. If Vijay is an urban phenomenon and he holds 25, 30 or let's say even 20% votes in KTCC, then it is going to significantly damage the DMK, which won 36 out of 37 seats in
with nearly 50% vote share, 49.28% vote share. So if he is going to have an impact here, this is going to erode, because another 5% down here or a 6% down here means seat share gains for the ADMK and seat loss for the DMK. And you are saying 15%, 10 to 12, 10 to 15% means they come within range of what the ADMK polled in 2022.
So if he gets 20% and if we assume, if he gets 20% and if we assume that even if it's on a very 50, 30, 20 conservative basis damage, 50 to DMK, 30 to AD, 20 to others, then DMK could lose up to 16 seats easily in this belt. The bigger question is how much Vijay polls in rural areas, because there is where they start hurting AIADMK's prospects.
Yeah, let's look at the rural seats, and GVL Narasimha Rao weigh in. Rural distress, agrarian distress, not just in the Delta region but also rural Tamil Nadu. It's 90 seats. The DMK actually had got 61 of those seats in 2021, and if I were to look at the Lok Sabha Assembly projections, in this rural region, they had gone up to 80 seats. 80 of the 90 had gone to the DMK plus in 2024, and that was a time when the ADMK and the BJP were fighting separately. Yes, your thoughts?
Anand, typically an election which gives you which throws up a larger voter participation gives very decisive verdicts.
Right.
So from the 3 p.m. figures, I think it appears certain that this will be much in excess of 80%, and there is clearly a voter decision to give a decisive verdict.
Yeah.
So I see earlier it appeared to be a closer contest between the two alliances, with the Vijay coming in as some kind of a third force or a spoiler. But today, from the numbers, from the voter enthusiasm, despite the sweltering age,